はい、ということでお待たせしました。次のゲームはですね、ロストオデッセイ、カテゴリー 2% ということで、こちらのゲーム解説の方いらっしゃっております。ソードフィッシュさんです。よろしくお願いします。
はい、ソードフィッシュです。よろしくお願いします。こちら、今回かなりストイックなね、はい、単性の RPG なんですけど、とにかく超ストイックな RPG ですね。はい。
なるほど。
もう普通に、システムが分かってないと最初のボスで普通に全滅とかするような、とにかくストイックなかなりストイックなゲームですね。
それはかなり大変ですね。
プロデューサーが FF の坂口さんなんでね。かなりかなりこだわってます、これは。はい。で、なんかビットウォーがあるっていう話なんですけども、何をされるのかな。
そうですね、ちょっと今確認します。
はい。
ロストオデッセイ、ビットウォー、アンロックズロイヤルシールズ。
ロイヤルシールズ。ほう。なるほど。
すべて、ロイヤルシールドをすべてアンロックする。で、ビューマナカットシーン。と、ビューザリルムカットシーンかな。の、この
ロイヤルシールド、なるほど。王家の封印っていうのが途中にあるんですけど、それを全部取るっていうわけですね。はい、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。9箇所ですね。エクストラアイテムを取得しに行くということですね、これは。はい、なるほど。
で、あと2つはカットシーンの確認ですが、これらすべてビット達成されておりますので、全部やります。
これ、EST7 時間、6時間55分ですけど、間に合わないんじゃないですかね。なるほど。大きな封印解く感じですか。へえ。なるほど。チャレンジャーですね。いや、当然、全くやんなくていい要素なんで。
はい。ちなみに難しいんですか？こと自体は。
解くのは簡単なんですけど、はい、場所がめんどくさかったりとか、イベント戦が入ったりとかしますね。
なるほど。
はい。
それはだいぶ伸びますね。
はい。でそうですね、今回 Xbox シリーズ X なんで、最初出たのが360だったんですけど、
はい。
かなり戦闘入るたびに30秒ぐらいロードが入ってたわけなんですけど、今回シリーズ X なんですぐ戦闘に入ってうおってなります。
そうですね。
はい。
介護官機能がだいぶ加速しますからね、Xbox シリーズ。
そうだとしてもデスク4枚ですからね、これは。
多い。ディスク4枚、DVD ですよね。
DVD4 枚ですね。
それはだいぶですよ。
来ましたよ。もちろんテキストスピードはファストですね。当然ですね。ボイス多分イングリッシュかな。ジャパニーズだと、主人公の声が豊悦だったりしてかなり面白いんですけどね。多分イングリッシュでいくのかな。
Super excited. So yeah, if everybody's ready, I'm gonna give you the countdown from 5, I guess.
特にこれ日本語音声の方だとヤンセンってキャラクターがいるんですけど、
はい。
その方が豊原康介さんだったかなっていう方が、俳優の方が声当ててるんですけど、もうアドリブがすっごいんですよね。主人公のカイムが全く喋らないんで、その間を埋めるためにめちゃくちゃアドリブということで最初から始まります。はい、いきなり戦場の中で戦ってますね。これカイムは、傭兵で今戦闘中で、戦っているのがウーラ軍と関東軍になっていまして、 カイムはウーラに所属しています。で、敵がカント軍ですね。で、このカントっていうのはあんまり出てこないんですけど、中身がこう獣人というか、になってます。ただ、鎧をつけてるんで中身はわからない。で、ある程度倒すと、今回はこの、戦車魔導機関ですね。はい。戦車魔導機関とのボス戦闘になります。で、まあ、この辺で世界観がなんとなくわかるでしょう。機械魔法剣っていう感じですね。いいですね。はい。超坂口 CRTA って感じですね。剣機械魔法。で、この機械が魔法っていうか魔導の力によって制御されてるという感じになってます。で、当然冒頭の部分はカットされてしまったんですけど、ここの最初の雑魚戦との戦闘シーンがムービーからシームレスに移り変わるっていう、当時の最先端技術を使ってて、私はこれ発売日に買ってプレイしたんですけど、嘘ってなりました。
So yeah, like Steve already said, this is basically the tutorial fight. We're just gonna switch from left to right and back to left until the thing's dead.
いきなりここら辺の
You might notice that my HP are starting to get a little bit low at
は
this
い、こ
point.
の戦闘の入り方っていうのも
The good
ね
thing is
かなり
technically
こだわ
you
ってます
cannot
で、
lose
こ
this
この
fight, even if you make a
この
mistake
左右両対の
and
キャノン
you
みたいのを
say
まず
the
破
right
壊していきます
part twice in a row. It doesn't even matter, because if Kaim's HP go down to 0, he just gets back up and you can continue fighting, because that's like the whole gimmick of this
そ
game.
してですね、このカイムとあと4人ほどいるんですけど、不死者という存在でして、不死身不老不死の存在なんですね。で、その設定っていうのが、この戦闘とかでも活用されます。だから、この不死者が、例えばボス戦とかで死んでいたとしても、蘇らさずにある程度ターン耐えて自然復帰するんで、それを待ったりとかしますね。はい。で、まあ、戦闘中にですね、急に小惑星が落下をして、カイム以外の全てのものが、まあ、こうやって生存者は残ってるんですけど、もう戦地がもう地獄のようになってしまいました。
So we're hoping for very little random encounters here.
なんですが、このカイムはですね、不死者なので、まあ、死んでないよと、生きてるよという感じです。で、この、なんか、そうですね。さっき戦ってたのはこの関東軍ですね。ちょっと、鎧がはだけてるので、中の獣が見えると。
Also, we're about to grab the first ring here. Rings are basically part of the equipment of this game.
そしてこれリングですね。はい。ロストオデッセイの装備面についてなんですけど、超シンプルです。はい。武器、指輪、アクセサリー、この3つだけです。はい。そしてこの指輪を装備すると、一つの通常攻撃にこのような QTE が入り、パーフェクト、グッド、バッドの順番に判定が出ます。パーフェクトが出ると、この指輪の効果がめちゃくちゃ付与されて、攻撃力が上がったり、属性が付与されたり、様々な効果があります。で、そしてこのアクセサリーっていうのが結構この皆無のような不死者たちにはかなり重要で、この不死者たちの特徴っていうのが、スノーステータスが飛び抜けて高い代わりにステータスの類を一切覚えません。じゃあどうやって覚えるかっていうと、他の普通の人間のステータスのスキルをコピーしたりとか、アクセサリーをつけるとスキルポイントが割り振られるので、それを覚えます。ですので、 序盤の皆無たちは、特にディスク1ぐらいは、本当に皆無は、能力値が高いだけのバニラですね。はい。通常プレイとかだともう盾になる、盾とこのうまいことパーフェクトを引いて、攻撃するという形になってます。で、これの指輪のこの判定なんですけど、これパーフェクトじゃないとほとんど効果ないんですよね。グッドだと全然なんかもう、ごくわずかの効果がしか付与されないので、パーフェクトをガンガン狙っていくということになります。そしてここで、ウーラ軍の人たちと合流して、一度ね、ウーラの都に引き上げようかという流れですね。そしてここからかなりイベントシーンに入りまして、ここら辺のムービーもし飛ばさなかったらもう平気で40分ぐらいかな。とにかく長いです。ここら辺は非常に長いです。まあ要約するとですね、ロクシアン議長っていうのに呼び出されて、グランドスタッフというものをですね、現在、ウーラの人たちは建設中だよと。で、それの調査に向かえという内容ですね。ただまあ街中にアイテムが落ちたりするんで、まあそれをまあ拾ってみたいな感じですね。でなんかこのウーラ、この金ピカの人たちがウーラの軍隊なんですけど、なんかその特徴的なこの兜はなんか缶抜きをイメージしたみたいなことを語ってましたね。
And then once we get to the council that we just skipped, they're going to realize that the Urin Council suspects a leak of magical energy from Grandstaff. To be responsible for the meteor.
そして、議会での審問が終わりまして、これからウーラ最高の魔導士ガンガラの屋敷に行きます。はい。というイベント。
Kingdoms, towns in this world, they're obviously afraid that the Grand Staff might be used for.
そしてこのガンガラが、このグランドスタッフ、小惑星が落下してしまったのがこのグランドスタッフの影響なんじゃねえかということで、そのグランドスタッフ建設の最高責任者です。そしてこのウーラの街はですね、終盤までまた戻ってこれないので、はい。探索はちゃんとやっときましょうねということですね。
The Grant staff does not know that they're immortal, I believe, at this point, correct?
Yeah, they actually don't know. Like Gongora says one of the side effects of the immortal spell is that the one that is actually casted on loses all of the memory. So he basically doesn't know anything that happened. He knows that he's been alive for roughly 1,000 years, but he doesn't really know what happened or why that happened and all of that stuff. And he's gonna have flashbacks in the forms of dreams every now and then that remind him of happenings in the past.
そうです。こんな感じにこんな感じにですね、街中にこう調べられるようなね、なんか今蹴っ飛ばしてお金を手に入れてましたけども、こういうのがあったりします。
If you play it casually, that's a lot of people's favorite part of this game is those flashbacks.
And here we actually got the first one of them already. There is also an achievement for collecting all dreams in this
で
game.
ここで、このゲームの特徴の夢っていうシステムがあるんですけど、このカイムはですね、記憶を失っていまして、失ってる人なんですけど、何かきっかけで、この自分の過去の体験を夢で思い出すという、はい、ことになってまして、その夢をコンプリートするとかね、そういったやり込み要素ですね。
Yeah, so going into the mansion is kind of funny. Like the movement in here is ridiculous. It's moving to a door, talking, moving to the left, going up an elevator, then going up an elevator again, going to the
今のね、ポスターの裏にあるアイテムとか、なかなかなかなか気づかないんですよね。
completely useless. Yeah, I mean, the entire thing makes a lot more sense if you actually watch the cutscenes in between, but since we skip all of those, some of those things seem really weird. And I do have to admit, I have lost a couple of runs in the past because I forgot a certain thing, and then I went down and was like, huh, why is
で、
the
こ
cutscene
の
triggering? Oh yeah, right.
金ピカの鎧を着てるのが、このトルタンという、このウーラの国の王様なんですけど、ウーラの国は共和制なんで、まあ、お飾りですね。はい。
He's for the unity of both Kent and Ura, but Gangora is trying to convince him otherwise.
Yeah, so basically Tolton is the prince, but he doesn't have any power anymore because Ura used to be a monarchy, but at some point the monarchy was dead and they became a republic. So even though he's still somewhat considered the prince, he doesn't really have any power over the country or anything at this point anymore.
So like I said, going up the elevator, then another cutscene skip, then we're going to leave, go out the
そうです
door,
ね。
go to the left again, and then leave
坂
again.
口氏が
It's a matter of- a
フ
lot
リー
of
に
this
なっ
game
て
is
2
just
作目ですかね。
it's
最初に出たのは
once
ブルードラゴ
it's
ン
just
で、
a
この
matter
2
of
作目みたいな
knowing where you have to go.
感じで、
Yeah, this is
私は
in a regular speedrun. This is the only time we're actually
ブ
going
ル
to
ードラゴ
Gongora's
ンやり
mansion.
たすで箱
Since
買い
we
ました
are in
ね。
the marathon though, and we already got the donation incentive for the Royal Seal side quest, we're gonna come back here towards the later in the game, towards the end of it, because there is a Royal Seal hidden in the Gongora's mansion as well. But that's not gonna happen until we get to Disc 4, so we still have roughly 5 hours until we get there. Most of you have probably by the time we come back.
Speaking of donations, I do want to remind you guys that we do actually have a couple of prizes that are available during this run. So if you have
そして
a
も
double check what the actual minimum donations are.
う、もうちょ
But
っとかな。
there is a gaming
そろ
headset
そ
by
ろ
GameKMD that is
いよ
a
いよ
$10
本格
minimum
的
donation,
に
and then there
旅
is
に
a
出る
Steam
流れで
sheet
す。
for YE
はい。
Trilogy that is a $5 minimum donation. So as long as you get the donation in before the end of the run for the YE Trilogy
これ
or
で
by the end of Chroma Squad for the
仲間が
headset,
3
you'll be
人揃い
bidding
ま
for
した
a
ね。
random raffle to
カイム
one
と
of those
セスとい
very
う
awesome prizes. Again,
女
thank you
海
to all of our
賊と
donors for all of the
ヤ
awesome
ンセン
prizes
って
throughout
い
the
う
week.
魔
And
術
keep
師
an
の
eye
3
on
人。
the prizes. There's some really,
こ
really
の
neat
3
ones
人
in
で
here
グ
as
ランドス
well.
タッフの調査に行きます。
So right here we're going to be buying a bunch of different flare bombs as well as, well, it looks like you didn't buy the
で、このセスもカイムと同じく、不死者ですね。はい。カイムほど攻撃力とか体力攻撃力はないんですけども、海賊ということで素早さが、すべての仲間の中で一番高いというキャラクターですね。そして隊列システムですね。 はい。
Quickly need to do
で、
a
ここ
bit
で、
of menuing
この
here.
カイムとセス
Yeah,
が
this
覚える
is-
スキルを
this
セ
is
ッ
the
ト
fun
しましたと。
part. Obviously, for
で、指輪も装備しまし
RPGs,
た。
there's a lot of menuing, and this is kind of like a tutorial sort of situation as well, like first teaching you about spells. So you have two new people. There's Seth, who
で、
also
最初の戦
survived
闘です
the
ね。これ
meteor
ケロタンっていうです
when
ね、
she was in the middle of
あの
battle,
か
and then Jansen,
これ
who
ブルードラゴン
fought
に
that
もいたね、
Nora,
可愛らしい敵さんですね。
proudly suggested that he go on the adventure with you guys, with Kaim and Seth. So we'll find out later why he was so excited to bring him on the adventure. But also here, this is a scripted fight, obviously, with tutorial. But
ここはチュートリアルですね。で、そして、右上のレベル4とか数字書いてるのが、パーティー製の前衛後衛システムで、この後衛の敵の味方へのダメージを防いでくれる値ですね。これは前衛キャラクターの体力に応じて減ります。
is either by skill linking to a certain skill tree of mortal characters like Jansen, or by equipping certain accessories. And this is what we did right there. So we skill linked level 1 white magic.
ここでは、レベリングとスキル習得も兼ねて、はい、戦闘してますね。というのもですね、この時点でヤンセンがトンズラっていうスキルを覚えてまして、そのトンズラが 100% の確率で、戦闘から逃走できるという優れものなんですね。ただヤンセンは別にずっと戦闘に参加してるわけじゃないので、それをパーティー1の素早さを持つセスに覚えれば、大抵の攻撃が逃げることができるという判断でございますね、これは。
And we're also trying to get Jansen up to a certain level at this point before our first boss fight. He needs to, what is it, level...
For the Grillen part, it's actually not that
そして
important.
壺の中がスロットナッツですね。これ結構大事なアイテムで、スキルを不死者たちはセットするんですけども、それをセットできるスロットの数が決まってるんですが、それを増やすことができるアイテムです。
Luckily, we need the levels anyways, so it's not like it matters all too much. And depending on what kind of encounter formations you get, you can either gain levels faster or not as much. This is the Kellon encounter, which is usually not a big deal. We got a little bit unlucky with the attack there, because as you see this combination attack there, it actually takes quite a while. Like, damage at this point is not really a big problem. The characters are rather beefy for this part. So you want to try to just end the
もう
battles as
少し
quick
で
as
最初の本格的なボス戦に入りますね。
Yeah, and then we're going to be going into the hut here, and we're going to be
基本的に
three different items: the search glasses,
最初から4番目ぐらいのボスまでがかなりこのゲーム強い。で画面奥の山小屋みたいなところで、こうヤンセンがもう疲れたっていうんで休むって感じですね。
how much HP they still have left and what kind of enemy they are, like if they're a beast, a machine, organic, whatever, and also their elements if they have society, which also means you can find out their weakness. We have 4 elements in this game, so we have basically fire, water, earth, and wind. And depending on what element an enemy is, you can obviously do more damage by hitting the correct weakness.
このヤンセンをですね、カットされてしまったんですが、旅立ちの直前まで酒を飲んでまして実は二日酔いの状態で山登りをしてるということでね、これはしょうがないですね。
And Power Drink is actually the strongest of those items. There are gonna be spells later on, mainly Power Up.
で、この小屋の中にもアイテムがあるので回収してヤンセンに話しかけると休みます。
で、
この次に出る、グリガンというボスですね。はい。風属性の敵なので、火属性が弱点になっていて、それを使っていきます。はい。ただ、このグリガンは、攻撃のポイズンクローっていう攻撃を受けると必ず毒になり、対列攻撃をするダウンバースをしてきます。どちらもですね、脳回復の状態で耐えれるのは2回までになってます。ですので、しっかり1回攻撃を食らったらもう耐えれないので、回復に切り替えていくということが必要ですね。私はですね、もうこのやってた頃はすっかりなんか優しい RPG に慣れすぎてしまったので、最初のボスなんてフルアタで殴っていくだけで終わるんだろうと思っていたら、全くそんなことがなかったというですね。で、カイムがこの山の尾根で風を切ってる間に過去の記憶を思い出す。間もなくですね、ここで戦闘をしますんで、間もなくグリガン来ます。結構、最初のボスなんですけど、かなりかっこいいですね。こんだけデザインかっこいいから、強えのもしょうがねえなっていう感じですね。
Earlier and I was saying I never actually beat this game when I originally played it. I never beat it until I started speedrunning this game. And it was kind of funny because it was like disc 3 or disc 4 that I got to, and I just never beat it. So, learning this game was interesting because I didn't know how the story ended until I learned it completely.
I mean, the thing is, the game isn't necessarily hard, but it has a couple of bosses that might not be properly balanced.
じゃあそんだけ強いボス前なのにレベリングしないのかって話なんですけど、まあ RT だからレベリングしないというのと、このゲーム経験値の評価が絶対主義じゃなくて相対主義になっていまして、強い弱い敵をいくら買っても経験値がたまらないようになっています。はい。なので装備も充実、なんか装備品もそんなにたくさんないし、一気にレベリングすることができないので非常に難しいですね。で、そのグリガンがやってきました。ファイヤーボム、ヤンセンがファイヤー、セスがファイヤーボム。このボムっていうアイテムがアイテム使うときって大体ボス戦でも先制が取れるんで非常に有用なアイテムになってますね。で、ポイズンクローがどこに来る？タイムに来ましたね。で、ここの見てるだけだとそんなに体力半分までいってないじゃないかってなるんですけど、そのポイズンクロー単体とポイズンでちゃんと半分まで半分切るとかそのぐらいまで調整されます。あ、よかったですね。後続のヤンセンに来たのでとりあえずカイムが落ちなかったです。かなり強気ですね。本番だからセーブするのかな、セーブじゃない、回復するのかなと思ったらそんなこと一切ない。爆弾を投げて燃やしています。あーっと危ない。今言ったかと思いました、ヤンセン。ただそろそろ落ちるでしょう。いやー、よかったですね。とりあえずはい、誰も落ちることなく終わりましたね。
And those take
確かにこの奏者の方が世界記録保持者の方なんですけど、彼の持ってる動画だと確かキャラクター1人落ちてたかな。はい、
Items usually take priority, and we're gonna use that mechanic quite a bit throughout the run to make a couple of the boss fights a little bit easier, if you will.
As somebody was asking in the chat, is this available on the 360 still? I believe it's. Is it not?
今回かなり運が良かったですね。
Game Pass?
It is not on the Game Pass, but you can get it
こ
from
れ
the
引き
store.
続きこの運の良さ、
Yeah, and it's pretty cheap, I believe, because
かなり
not
そ
a lot of people know
の
about the game.
Yeah, I think it is up for
ヤンセンに
$20 in the store if I remember
攻撃が2
correctly.
回連続
I
で
don't
来
know
て
if
し
you
ま
can
ったんで
still
すけど
buy it on
も、
the 360. I know you can
ま
buy
あ
it
例
on
えば
the
ここで
newer
回も
consoles.
2
If you only
2
have
回
the
とかじゃなかった
360, you
の
might actually
で、
have to watch out for this
かなり
version of the game. But
し
those
かも
usually don't
数
cost
値
a
的に
lot
も
here.
ギリタイムが耐え、ヤンセンが
Yeah,
耐えれ
a
たの
quick
で、
scan on
かなり
eBay
いい
is
戦
about
闘
a
でしたね。
$20 disc, so wouldn't be too difficult to get a copy of even a physical one if you wanted one.
So yeah, we beat the first boss now. We're going down
ただ
into
で
a
す
map
ね、
in order to
問
reach
題は
advanced
次で
depth.
すね。
And we talked about earlier how we're just
次
gonna
の
fight
ボス
all the
は超
encounters
強い
at
で
the
す。
moment in order to gain levels. There is one specific encounter here that we're gonna have to run away from. I hope that it's not going to appear. And by saying that, I probably just jinxed it.
Yeah, I hope it doesn't come up. It's always my luck. I always get it. Oh,
It was
we're
not-
good.
it-
Okay.
But we're actually fine here. So there is, like I said earlier, we're gonna fight most of the stuff, but there is one encounter that we're not going to fight. And that is an encounter with a big crystal and 2 little crystals. And the reason why we don't fight those is they have ridiculously high defense. So basically, Kaim and Seth, they both don't do any damage at all. Meaning that Chance is the only one with the spells to actually damage the enemy. And since there are 3 enemies, you need at least 3 turns to get through the fight. And to top it off, they don't even give a lot of experience. So usually this is the only fight where you're better off just running away. If you get unlucky though, and you get a couple of those, you might be missing
そうだね、
levels from the
通
next
常だと
area, and
4、
you might have to
50
grind
時
a
間
little
ぐら
more
いかかる
before
か
you reach the
な。
next boss in order to get Chance until level 50. So
特に
all
こ
of that, those are
の
just like some tiny things
もう
that
ちょっ
can
と
either gain or lose your
RPG
grip
慣
quite a
れ
bit of time,
してる方
depending
はい
on
いんで
what
すけ
kind of
ど、
encounter RNG
わかんない
that
とある程度進んで、あ、こうやって負けたから次こうやって対策しようっていう、これの繰り返しなので、
Some people are talking
ある程度こうダンジョンに落ちてるアクセサリーから次のボスを予想するとかするとかなり早くいけるんでしょうけども、割と死んで覚える感じですね。
has said that they have no interest in actually bringing it to any other consoles but the 360 or the Xbox. So if you want to play this game, unfortunately you would have to get a 360, Xbox One, or Series X.
And I also read that one of the issues with porting to this game comes to the fact that Mistwalker isn't actually like just a company that has employees, but more like a company that hires freelancers for their work. So I think with licensing and stuff, it is a lot more complicated than it would be with a normal game studio.
Yeah.
Yeah, I imagine they also downsized a lot when they started
次
focusing
に
on
目
mobile
指す
games
の
as
は、
well.
そのグランド
So
スタ
even
ッ
if they
フ
did, it's probably they'd have
の
to expand
建
probably
設
to
基
get the
地
port out.
に今向かっています。
So this is kind of good that he didn't get encounters, but also kind of bad because we do need levels coming into the next area.
We
But
got one encounter, which is fine. Chance is still on level 12, though, which is kind of worrying a little bit. I would have liked him to hit 13 before we leave Epsilon Mountains, because the Sea of Boss encounters usually give more experience, so he would probably hit 14 by the
そうです
first
ね。
battle. So now we'd
まあ
have
個
to
人
have
的に
an extra
私
battle
は
to
結
13
構
before he can hit 14.
RPG
So
で
it's
フィール
probably
ド
going
を
to
探
end
索
up
するのが好きなん
with me
で、
having to grind
ま
a
あそ
little
れが
bit
ちょっ
of
となかっ
encounters
たのは
before
残念だ
getting
ったか
more
な
and
っ
more to
て
get
いう
into 15.
覚えなんですけ
oh,
ど、
and
まあ
also
それがなかったとしても
to-
ボリュームがすごいん
to
で、
say,
最初あフィールド探索できないんだ
Ragnar is
と
actually
思ったん
playing
で
this
すけ
on
ど、
the Series X right
多分
now,
これに
and
フィール
this
ド
is-
移動まであったらちょっ
Would
と
you
プレイ時間が
say,
とんでもないことにな
how
るん
much
で、
time does it save with
そこはカットでよかったのかなと。
Yeah, just to put it into comparison, my 360 PB was a 645, and the first run on the Series X that I did was a 615. So I saved roughly 30 minutes just on loads.
今のイベントシーンでは、小惑星落下があった日にグランドスタッフが暴走をしていたという。
We've briefly talked about this earlier. You can exchange items at a Pippo and he's gonna give you something in return. In this scenario here, we're gonna give him 4 of the healing medicines. And we're gonna get a healing herb in return. Now, the reason why we do that is a healing medicine only heals for 100. And if you check Kimes and Saf's HP,
アイテムを交換してくれたりするキャラクターなんですけど、この時点でとちょっとコスパ悪いんですけども、ヒール、そうですね、ヒールポットっていうかなり大きい回復アイテムになってまして、
and actually useful. So what we're doing here
ちょっとサメトレード感があるんですけど、それを
basically a little mini game here. We need to sneak in there without the guards catching us, so we can get down here where there is a secret shop. And the pot that actually gives us our first set of turtles.
普通にヒッキング要素が入って、見張りをこうあっちへこっちへやって中に入っていきます。で不審者なんですけど、ちゃんとアイテムを売ってくれるというこの優しさ。はい、買うのはアクアボムと、魔法のアクアですね。文字通りですね、水属性のボムであり、水属性の攻撃魔法であるという。わかりやすいですね。でそしてこれもですね、このゲームの巧妙な罠なんですよね。次のボスが水属性に弱いんですよ。ただ、次行くダンジョンが海岸なんですよね。RPG のセオリーであれば、まあ水属性が弱点じゃないだろうというね。はい。そうすると RPG 慣れしてる人もちょっと裏切ってくるようなことですね。
So just by having to retry the fight, you already lose like 4.5 to 5 minutes just because the fight itself is taking so long. し
かもここのダンジョンで水属性が弱点なのがボスだけなんですよね。通常の雑魚敵は別に水弱点じゃないっていう。まあ考えてみればそうです。ここのボス、ここの雑魚敵ボスはここの雑魚的に出現しないんで、ボスはあそこ、あのエリアにしかいないから、その法則が通用しないっていう。っていう風に考えれなくもないですけど、かなりいやらしいですよね。
But even then, it's really not that big of a deal. And another thing we didn't mention yet is you can actually change your equipment mid-battle is what I just did.
次の敵は通常海の幸と言われている敵ですね。なぜ海の幸かというと、日本語で声を当ててる豊原康介さんのアドリブで、なんだ海の幸かといったところから海の幸と言われています。はい、あのアドリブがなかったらその、この相性もなかったんですね。
Understand what this glitch actually does. It lets your characters basically become immortal as long as they don't get attacked more than once per battle. And to put it into perspective how much time that actually saves, Potato Handler, who did the initial routing of this game back in 2013,
次のボスについて説明するんですが、次のボスは
I think over an hour after he found the glitch.
ボス本体と、魔星虫という虫を引き連れての戦いになります。なので、序盤、先ほどの戦いは3対1だったんですが、こちらが数で負けているという展開になります。そしてですね、その倒すべき本体は、その魔星虫の後ろにいて、この敵にもですね、後続前衛後衛の概念がありまして、後ろにいるので、通常攻撃をすると、その攻撃の値が 減ってしまうという
items from pillars.
ことになっていて、
You get too close,
まあ、通常プレイとある程度前衛の虫を倒してから後ろにつなぐという戦い方になるんですけども、
sometimes you just don't want
この
it
次のボギー・モレイという敵は長引けば長引くほど大変なことになる敵なんですね。
Also, does it hurt you?
それをどう料理していくかとい
It
うの
doesn't
が
hurt
見
you,
どころ
but
になり
it
ます。
basically gives you an ambush attack, and
正
obviously that
直
thing's gonna cost quite a bit of
最初
time.
の
I
さっ
usually
きの
like to wait,
最初のボス
especially for the pillars that are out
グ
of
リガンは
sight,
なんとか
because
倒
I've
せ
been
たが、
sniped by
こっち
those
のボギー・モレイは
things
かなり
so
心を
I'd
折られ
rather
た
just
という
wait
方は
until the
多いんじゃないでしょう
lightning goes
か。
out, and then just ram them.
And you're also,
ここのダンジョン自体ね、敵そんなに強くないし、まっすぐ進むだけでボスに行けちゃうんですよね。そうなんですよ。
we kind of didn't mention, but like
ただ突っ走るだけでボスに行けちゃうから、あれ楽勝だなと思わせて楽勝じゃないんですね。
they get hurt, they die a lot faster with flare. We're gonna use flare throughout this entire early section, but they die instantly compared to being attacked. They're weaker to magic than they are to attacks.
そうですね、次のボギー・モレイなんですけど、専用 BGM、本編だと専用 BGM ですね。
Sure, go ahead.
やり込みの闘技場に行くと嫌っていうほど聞けるんですけど、本編だけだとこのボギー・モレイ戦の専用になってしまってます。で BGM めちゃくちゃかっこいいのに、出てくるのが気持ち悪い芋虫ですからね。先にネタバレしとくと、次戦うのはすっごい気持ち悪い芋虫と戦います。ただそれがめちゃくちゃ強いです。
So, we're at the part that I was talking about earlier. We're basically on the screen before the next boss fight, and we got the problem that Chance just hit level 14, so unfortunately we have to grind a couple of encounters here now. Ideally, we want to have two sets of 3 bugs. The bugs that are going to spawn here, they're also going to be
この
part of
ボ
the
ギ
next
ー
boss fight.
次戦うボギー・モレイなんですけ
Why I
ど、
want to
あ、これですね。
have
この
three
魔
bugs
聖
here
虫っていうのを引
is
き
because
連れてき
level
ます。
14,
で、この魔聖虫はチャージっていうことをしてきて、そのチャージというのは体に魔導の力を貯めるんですけど、それを吸い込むんですね。ボギー・モレイが。で、それを吸い込んで一定の値までになると、パラフレアっていう専用の攻撃をしてくるんですが、それがめちゃくちゃ強い全体攻撃で、かつ全体に麻痺を高確率で付与してきます。なので、このパラフレアの攻撃を耐えれても麻痺で動けなくなってる間にやられてしまうというですね。ことなんですが、このエリアに麻痺を防いでくれるアクセサリーがあるので、本来だったら皆無せずにそのスキルポイントを、稼いで麻痺防止を付与して、その麻痺を防ぐアイテムをヤンセンにつけさせる。そうするともう麻痺を気にしなくて済むので楽に戦えるぞということなんですけど、RT なのでそういうことは一切おそらくしないんじゃないかと思います。
They do work focused around 3 pillars, which is education and support, awareness and advocacy. So, for instance, awareness, they participate in national awareness opportunities like Mental Health Month, Suicide Prevention Month, and Mental Illness Awareness Week. And they have a partnership with a large range of companies and organizations like Fox Sports and Google that they use to get their name and mission in front of new
そうです。今知ってきましたね。
They're a
チャージ
fantastic
ですね。
organization. We're super thrilled to be supporting them, and we hope that you guys agree and can help us raise lots of money. We'd love to see that 7,000 mark by the end of Lost Odyssey. And again, there's some fantastic prizes on display in this run even. So there's the Steam key for the Lai Trilogy, donated by Transquina. That's a $5 minimum donation. That's only available during this run. So any $5 donation in the next, I suppose the
という
estimate
こと
is
で、ヤンセン
hours,
に
but just to be on
イエ
the
ロー
safe
バ
side,
ンド、
get it in the next,
麻痺
yeah,
を
the next
防ぐ
6 hours. And there's also a
アイテ
gaming
ムを装
headset
備さ
for
せ
the
ましたね。
Xbox
で、
One
ここ
Series
難しいんで
that、was
この
donated
先
by
本当に行くっていう
GameKD,
風
which
に
is
一応
$10
良心を
minimum
見せてくれ
donation.
ます。
That is going to go until the end of Chroma Squad.
So we actually have perfect timing on this because we're about to hit Bogey War, which is
なので、
probably control the
本
boss
当は
fight
あそこで、
actually
あ、この
So
先
quickly
やばいん
go
だって
through
ことを
the
察
boss
しないといけない
mechanics.
ところで
The
すね。
boss Bogey Mori, the snake in the background.
はい、
It
来ました。
doesn't
ボギー・
actually
モレイ。 モレイ自体は攻撃をしてこないんですけど、チャージが溜まってくると大変です。弱点のアクア、水属性を水属性で攻撃していきましょう。で、これチャージですね。どのぐらいやってくるかな。2、3、4、結構チャージしますね。で、これで吸い込みます。
Because we talked about it earlier, the lower your GC value gets, the more damage the back row is going to take.
いや、これがね、BGM かっこいいんですよね。この BGM がね、超かっこいい。
We got a decent pattern so far because those bugs they can do either three things. They can do charge like you've seen here. They can do a normal regular attack, which is like the best possible pattern you can get. Or they can do an attack that is called
まあ次のターンで倒しきれるんだったらこのチャージ多いのはいいんじゃないでしょうか。ただ次のターン溜まっちゃいますからね。あ、ただこのターンで倒しきれそうですね。お、倒しました。いやー、なんだ弱いじゃんと思うじゃないですか。いや、これで終わりじゃないんですよね。これ連戦なんですよ。で、連戦後のボギー・モレイのチャージの値に注目してください。はい、フルチャージの状態で来ます。なので、2戦目は初手から、パラフレアを放ってきて、連戦なのでこちらの体力は一切回復してません。そんな優しい要素はないです。
A paraflare from Bogeymoor itself, but we're also going to get 2 force attacks, so I am pretty sure somebody is going to die in this turn, which is not the ideal scenario. This is not something I want to see here, so this might be interesting now.
パラフレアしていきますよ。あー、綺麗にですね、2人麻痺ですね。うわ、これどっちか麻痺ってないって状態だったらまだいいんですけど、皆無陥る。ということで、前衛キャラがいなくなったんで、これ、後ろのヤンセンにも 100% のダメージが通るようになりました。ただ、皆無は不死者なんで、ある程度ターンを耐えれば、皆無が蘇ってくるので、それでアクアボムで終わらせるっていうことができるんですけど、そして今の初手でちゃんとセスがまひらなかったのが美味しいですね。が吸い込む。いやー、ちょっと倒しきれずに多分次魔精虫が一体チャージしてそれ吸い込んだら次のターンパラフレア来ますね。パラフレア2回来るんじゃないかってことでちょっとアクアボムで早急にいけましたね。さすがっす。いや普通だったらちょっとね皆無が落ちて焦っちゃうんですけどやっぱ冷静ですね。さすがです。
So by throwing a bomb, I made sure I got the damage in time because the next turn would have been another paraflare. And there would have been a good chance that I would have been dead.
そして皆様ですね。なんだ序盤のボス戦終わったからもう大丈夫だと思うじゃないですか。実はこの後イベントが終わったらまだボス戦があります。これで終わりじゃないですよ。ローストオデッセイは。これで終わるわけないじゃないですか、ロストオデッセイが。まだありますよ。でもちょっとパターンの違う敵ですね。で、この後、敵対してるヌマラという海洋国家があるんですが、そのヌマラの兵士たちが攻めてきます。あ、さっきのはセーブじゃないですよ。ただ体力回復させるポイントです。
And,
これ死んだらさっき
what
の
we're gonna
ボギー
do
モレ
here
1
is
戦目
we're
からやり
gonna
直しで
attack
す。
two soldiers with both Kaim and Seth.
こんな
And
ボ
we're
ス
gonna
3
do
連
what
戦ぐらい
Prism
で
does.
セーブあるわけないじゃないです
Prism
か。
is Prism does
ロストオデッセイ
an
ですよ。
AoE attack of a random element to all party members, but as you might be able to tell by turn order, it actually takes 2 turns to charge up. So we're gonna attack 2 soldiers. On the second turn, the Prism is gonna go off, which is hopefully going to wipe the first 2 soldiers. And then we're gonna
で
take down the rest
この
one
戦
by
闘
one.
なんですけど、
Okay,
前衛
a
の
little bit
剣を持
unlucky
った
there
兵士たちを倒すことになってます。後ろの魔
with
法
the
使い
shield,
のキャラ
but
クタ
I
ー倒さ
should
なくていい
still
ん
be
ですけど、
fine, hopefully.
あのキャラクターからしかドロップできないアイテ
Explanation
ム、
what actually
アクセサリーあ
happens
りますね。
Oh,
で、
and
そ
I
し
was
て
just about to say,
ここで
so,
あそこにいるけどカバン撃ってしまえってい
It's
う、
just the Numara army is just
そんななんか映画のブレイブハードみたいなね、いかんかっていうやりとりがあって、はい、初手、はい、この 2ターン目初手全体攻撃が来ます。
They're just coming in and they're trying to imprison all 3 of
そしてこのゲームですね、攻撃を受けてしまうと、ターンが自分の、ターンの順番が後ろに行ってしまうんですけども、もちろんこの偶数目のターンの全体攻撃でも後ろに下がります。はい。さっきのは特殊な攻撃とかじゃないです。ちゃんとその仕様の中に組み込まれています。ここら辺も容赦ないです。
Which is bad because you kind of want to have everybody alive at the end of this battle. If Kaim or Seth
でも味方を巻き込んでしまうかもしれないと言いつつ、あちらのヌバラの兵士には全く当たっていません。
By the time we get to Numara, and for that to happen, we're gonna have the battle here. One forced encounter in the White Boa, and then one solo battle with Jansen, which is just enough to get him to 16. So let's hope we can get a little bit lucky here and keep Jansen alive at the end of this. Okay, he healed himself. This is actually a good sign.
I've never
た
seen
だ
him do that
言う
before.
て
I
もある
don't get
程度
that.
は楽ですよね。さ
Yeah,
っき
that
の
wasn't really
海
a
の幸に
half
比べ
off,
たら
and。I'm gonna play this one very safe now. I'm going to throw
た
a
だ
couple
偶
of
数
healing
ターンに
medicines that I still have on both Seth on
全
and
体攻撃が
Jansen
来る
to
という
make
ことを
sure
忘れてはいけ
they
ません。
survive, because both of them would be dead after the next attack. And this is one of the reasons why we didn't buy additional healing medicines at the when we left Ura, because by only exchanging 8 healing herbs instead of 12, we actually have 2 healing medicines left that we can use in situations like that. There you go, beautiful. Everybody's alive.
Nice. That was really good. Actually, really good fight.
はい、終わりました。今回この白魔使いではね、
they get captured, all 3 of them, and then they're sent over to the white
ここに何も触れませんでした
boa,
ね。
which
で
is
そうですね、そのさっきの白魔使いはサークレットってアイテムを持っていて、
ship, I believe
それは
it's-
こちらが防御する
it's
と
the
時に
Numara
HP が
army
回復する
ship,
というアクセサリーなんですが、
the big ship.
先ほどの白魔使いから盗むというのが、
There's just a lot of
唯一の入
ways
手法になっていて、
it's
それを
very
逃してしまったの
strange.
で
You have to
今回はもう二度とサークレットは手に入りま
and
せ
you
ん。
have to activate one more cutscene, and then you just wait for the cutscene to happen.
I also do want to point out
こう
that
一度取り逃したから後で手に入るなんてことは、そんな甘っちょろいことは一切ありませんよ。
But I just want to point out that I'm actually a minute 30 ahead of PB world record right now.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, so this disc one has
で
been
そし
going
て、
exceptionally well so far.
まあ、一応先ほどの戦闘はなんとか切り抜けたんですが、まあ、多勢に無勢ということで捕まってしまいました。
I do have to admit though, my disc 1 PB, I don't want to say it was bad, but it definitely could have been a lot faster. But just the fact that I'm actually ahead by 90 seconds should already tell you that this start has been actually going very, very smooth.
そしてここでですね、なんと、ヤンセンがですね、ガンガラから、カイムたちが記録を取り戻しそうになったら、これを投げろと言われた、闇の黒真珠というアイテムを監修に投げつけて、記憶を混濁させて、ローの外に出るということをします。
In case you guys need a little bit more on your reasons to donate, we do have some challenges coming up for Final Fantasy VII Remake Integrate. So we have the Take the Stairs incentive, which would, I presume, be having our runner run up the stairs as opposed to take the elevator in the Shinra building. That is at $25 instead of $400. To do Chapter 15, that is at $0 out of $250. And then we also have the ability to soft lock the game, which is at $25 out of 250. There's also a bidding war if you have a particular language that you'd like to see. French is currently in the lead there at $15. And Japanese and English are currently sitting at a whopping 0, so very, very easy to get the language of your choice there if that is what you would prefer to see. We do also have a $25 donation from Richard that says, "Great job, everyone involved in this event, staff, volunteers, runners, commentators. All of you have a great week of fun runs for an awesome charity. Also,
これ
hi, Ghoul,
も
I
うイベ
miss
ント
you.
がかなり、
Miss you
イベン
too,
トシーン
Richard.
がかなり
Always
長い
great
で
to
す
hear from you."
で、ここですね。で、この
All
ぐら
right,
いで、
so
この
right
黒真
here,
珠をポイって投げ
we
て
find、out that the reason that
監修がね、私は
Gangora
私は
wanted
誰
Vincent
みたいな感じ
in
になって、
this
うまいこと
party
ヤン
is
センが、
because
ちょっ
he
と
gave
お前間違
him
え、なん
an
か
item that
俺をここから出してくれみたいな
allows
感じで、
for
なんとかなんとか脱出に
people
成功しました。
to, or he has an item that
ここだな、
completely
ここポイ
erases
って投げます
memories.
ね。
So as Seth and Kaim were gaining their memories, he was supposed to give it to them, but he gives it to the guard here and completely erases his memory to allow for them to get out of here.
Yeah, basically the only reason why Gongora sent Jansen with Kaim and Seth is in case they are regaining their memories to basically keep them in check, keep them in control, and make sure they don't remember anything they're not supposed to remember.
And we'll find out later on why. But that won't be until like
ガバガバもいいとこですね、これは。
Yeah, it's going to be later in the game, but I think just by the amount of stuff Gongora has done already at this point, it is probably rather easy to tell that he's going to be one of the villains in this one. Spoilers.
Yeah, the story's after White Boa here, the story's going to start getting a little bit complicated. It will be fun to
で
explain.
今ですね、
to people.
この都に移送されるんですよ。ホワイトボアっていう戦艦に今乗ってまして、そのホワイトボアから脱出しようというね。
So if you get caught anywhere here, no pressure. If you get caught anywhere here, then you have to go all the way back to that the south.
ただ、こうセキュリ監視マシンとかセキュリティアイみたいなこういうのがあって、これに見つかってしまうと戦闘になるので、その資格をね通り抜けて目的の場所まで行き、奥の方まで進んでいきましょうという感じ
way more
で
runs
すね。
than I like to admit in this segment. Because depending on how fast you mash, you can actually barely make a couple of those cycles. But this is sometimes frame depending. So
あ、今のは
this one
缶を蹴り
especially
飛ば
here,
す
if
と
you
そ
mash
っちの方に行ってしまうので、
you
その
can
間
can
に行
make
く
this
と。
cycle. But I'm not gonna go for it now.
Well, yeah, I've learned that with my mashing, I'm able to hit that almost every single time.
I'm usually able to hit it 80% of the times, but usually at this point I only go for it when the run is already bad. Like if I'm ahead of PP, I'm gonna take it safe. Also those red plates that I'm going over right now,
こ
they're
の
actually
床なんです
sounds
けど、これ走って
sensible.
こ
So
の
if
上で
you
走ると
run or dash
セ
over
キュリ
them,
ティ
the
システム
alarm's
が
gonna
稼
go
働して
off.
しまうんで、
Yeah,
So,
this is where
赤
this is
く
where
光
you
ってる
learn
床
that
の
you
上
can
では
hold down
歩こう
the
ね
B
っていう
button to
感
walk
じですね。
slowly. If Ragnar still uses the technique that we have later on, and I think disc 3, we're going to be using that to our advantage.
Yeah, and this is also the first part when you start picking up this game as a speedrun. This is also the first part where you learn that hitboxes in this game are not what they look like. Because this floor here, those plates, the hitbox actually extends out just slightly. So if you run or dash too fast while crossing them, you're still gonna trigger the alarm, even though none of your feet is on the floor even more at this point. So you really want to try to start walking like a step or two before you actually get on them, and another additional 1 or 2 steps when you get off them, just to make sure you're not triggering the alarm and get sent back into prison. Because if that happens here, you're losing like another minute and 30 or so.
Make sure to hit the button.
Yeah, also be true.
まあとりあえ
I
ず
forgot
奥へ
that
奥
a
へ
couple of
進んで
times
い
in
き
the
ま
past
す。
as well. We need to activate the button for the gate to be active back there, which is actually the reason why we had to do that entire segment to begin with.
All right, so we made it through. We don't have to worry about that anymore. I think the rest of this disc is pretty chill. Like after those first bosses and then this, honestly, I think it's kind of chill.
I tend to disagree with that statement because the next two boss fights that are coming up are very easy run killers.
So, as somebody that hasn't played this game, how many discs are there?
There are 4 discs in total, obviously only if you play the 360 version. If you play this one on the Xbox One or Series, you can play it digitally. So there is still the prompt that is going to be coming up by, yeah, you need to change the disc now, but you only need to wait a second or two and then you can just continue.
そしてここでですね、この、ヌバラのを治めてる女王のミンと遭遇します。
Yeah, basically we're still about to escape the white boa here. And obviously since they threw us in prison, they also
今
took
のね、
away
イベン
all
トシーン
our
であったん
weapons
で、
and
イベン
armor,
トシーンで見えて
which
る
is the
宝
reason
箱
why we
は、
had
これ
the
後
stealth
半じゃない
section
と手に
to
入ん
begin
ないっ
with.
てやつですね。
Now we recovered
こ
our
う RPG であ
equipment,
りがち
and
な、
now
なん
we
か
get
序盤で
attacked
宝
from
箱
more
を
soldiers. And again, this fight is
あるじゃんと
just
思
a
って
tiny
も、
bit of RNG. Those soldiers have
この時点で手に入んない
260 HP,
っていうちょっ
and
と
they have
歯
a
がゆ
very
いやつ
low
ですね。
chance of guarding physical attacks. So we're gonna defeat one of them by attacking them with both Kaim and Seth, and we're gonna defeat the second one by casting a spell with Jansen. Now, again, like I said, they have a small chance to attack, to guard physical
ここは強
attacks.
制戦
If they
闘で
do,
す。
you're not gonna get the kill in turn 1. And second of all, the damage on Jansen is actually a damage roll. They have 260 HP, and Flare can do... There you go, beautiful. I love when that stuff happens. And Flare can do anything from 255 to around 285. So the chance of not doing a a one-hit kill here is rather low, but of course it happened here. Again, it's not really a big thing. It's more like a minor thing, but it can still save a little bit of time. Also, we got a random encounter here, which is something that usually doesn't happen either.
Yeah,
the encounter
yeah,
rating
that's
here is
over.
very, very low.
I don't think I've ever
で、
had
ここの地下から上がってくると
to、be completely honest.
あれですね、普通にエン
Yeah,
カウント
it
で、
barely ever happens. But if it happens, you can just flee, because there is only one more random battle that you want to fight, and that is the one that you have with Solo Jansen later. Luckily, we already have the Turntail command, so it's really not that big of a deal.
が、
Which
もう
brings
トン
me
ズ
to
ラ
the
を
good
習
point
得
that I
してる
should
ので、逃げま
probably
す。
put those on Jansen, in case I get bad luck and get a double encounter on the next screen as well.
So, coming up, what we're gonna skip is that Seth has a vision. One of her memories comes back that she was actually friends with the queen of Numara. They were friends at one point. And Jansen, this is where I
そ
was.
して、ヤンセンパートになるんですが、まあ、先ほどまあいろいろあって、この国の女王のミンをこの後拉致をしてしまうという衝撃の展開になりま
They
す。
basically want Ming to help them escape, but Jansen actually has other plans, because Jansen is a little bit of a playboy.
ヤンセン
And
が
he
まあいろい
wants
ろあ
Kaim
っ
and
て
Seth
女王
out
様
just
を拉
so
致し
he
て
can
しまい
have
ま
a
した。
little private time with Queen Ming and actually puts a sleep spell on her. Yeah, that actually happens.
So we can't escape through the front door because there's Numaran guards there. So we find out that there's a back entrance behind the altar here with Ming, and you can just
とんでもないことをしでかしたので、もう兵士た
We
ちがカ
also
ンカンで追
have
っかけてきま
another
す。
force
で、エンジンルーム
encounter
に
that
行
is
きま
at this
す。
doorway right here, and this is the one we're going to use to get Jansen to 16. We
これ
talked
も
about how
当
we
然のよう
want
に
to
戦
have
闘
Jansen at
が入り
16
ま
for
し
the
て、
next
これヤン
boss
セン一
fight.
人だけですね
And。this is just a battle where this is going to happen. This is also the reason why you want to have him at 15 before Bogimori. Because if the 259, are you kidding me? Because if the battles go as planned, Chance is gonna hit 16 on the very last encounter before the boss battle here.
今回ちょっと乱数が良くなかったんですけど、大抵フレア一発とか魔法一発で倒せる。
There
Also,
we go.
I'm going to play this super
Right
safe
there,
now and
Tao-Su,
actually heal
Tao-Su.
up Chance, because while it is very
今回はちょっと
unlikely You can actually get another encounter before this
良くなかった。
cutscene right here, and Chance only had 85 HP left.
ほぼ倒す。
So if the turntail command would have been slower than the soldier attacking, Chance would be dead. And this is obviously something we don't want.
And I believe this is one of the fights that you just hold down a button, correct?
The next
そ
boss
し
fight?
て沼原に到着した怪物たちなんですけ
The,
ど、
no, for the Numara army, you actually have a very
上
specific
民の
setup.
粋な計らい
And
で
once again, it is
あれ
a
だあれ
big
ほ
RNG
ど
boss fight. But before we
大暴
actually
れ
get
したに
there,
もかかわらず
we're in
無罪
Numara
放免
now.
で釈放されま
And
す。
Numara is gonna be the first bigger shopping
ちょっ
trip of
と
the game. If you
心が
will.
広
We're
すぎ
gonna
ませんか
stack up on
ね。
items. We're gonna get a couple of new rings. We're gonna get a couple of items, accessories, basically everything we need for the next pieces and bits of the game.
Oh,
So-
and yeah, this is one of the sections where after he's going to be talking to somebody specifically in order for us to be able to shop a specific area in the game, as well as once he leaves.
ね、こ
this
こ
building,
で、
he's going
必要なアイテムな
to
どを取ってですね、
hugging the left wall in order to skip one of our memories that comes back. So
先
talking
に
to
進ん
that
でいくんです
person,
が、
I
こ
believe
の後
this is the
戦う
building,
ボス
yeah,
がま
he'll
た
go
強
to
い
the
です。
very back,
はい。
and you wouldn't be able to go back here unless you talk to that person to say the password. So he's going to be buying some turntail shoe. Well, he's really fast at this. He has
で、
to
ここで合
buy
成素材
specific
です
things
ね。
in order for us to be able to
こ
do
のゲー
some
ムの
of
要
the
素である
assembly,
指輪を
uh,
作成するため
situations,
に
um,
の
and
合成素
get
材ですね。
stronger attacks. So we have one more shop that we have to go to.
5回、
So
指
yeah,
輪を強
basically
化し
what
ま
we
した。
did in the chopping menu, we bought a steel sword, which is a stronger weapon. We bought 8 sticky tapes to
で、この
combine
後
them with
戦うの
our
は、その、
anger rings to
先ほ
make
ども
2
戦っ
bruiser
た普
rings
通
and
の兵士
also
と騎馬兵っていうやつなんですけど、
Herculean rings in the process.
のと
Gonna
戦
buy a
闘する
few
ことに
more
なるんです
bombs
が
just to、be safe.
まあ、さっきのね、
Still
普通の
got some
兵士
flare
が
bombs, gonna、
だい
buy
たい
another
ファイヤー
pinch
一発で
plume,
落ちてたから、
healing herb.
馬に乗ったところでそんなに強くないだ
Some
ろう
mana
と
herbs, that should be good.
いうふう
And we
に
also
思
bought
い
a
がちなん
second
で
set
す
of
が、
turntail shoes. We found one in
強いんです
the
ね。
Grand Staff construction base, and we're just
し
got a
かも
second
そ
pair
の、
now, and 2 pairs are
本当は
basically
最
all
初
we
に
need.
厄介で倒
Because
した
like
い
I said
騎
earlier,
馬
the
兵
immortals
が
over time, they're gonna
後
learn the
衛
turntail
に
command to
配
begin
置
with.
されてるの
So
で、
we can put the remaining
通常攻撃と
turntail
ダメージ
shoes
がカットされ
on
て
the
しまう。
mortal characters, so they also get the turntail command.
そしてですね、その騎馬兵の
And
突
also
進っていう
now,
攻
a
撃があるん
very
ですけど
important piece
も、
of story is gonna come up. So
え
if you'd like to explain that,
大
because
体
that's
こ
actually going
の
to be
時
vital.
点の
Considering
キャ
the
ラクタ
next
ーの
cutscene is
体
coming
力
up, which
を
was actually one of the donations.
7割ぐらい削ってくるという非常に強力な技で、その騎馬
Never watched
兵
this
が
cutscene.
2人いる
Well,
の
I
で、
probably did.
突進突進であっという間に落とされてしまいますので、その突進がね、突進必ずしもするわけじゃないので、来ないことを祈りましょう。
A little bit of bad menuing there, but it should be fine.
It says
で、
Kakana's
今回も、
hopes, they free
アイテ
Kakana's
ムショップで
freed
ね、ボムを買いましたんで、
all three of them, and they're secretly following them and hoping that they will lead
そのボムを投
they
げていき
will
ま
lead
す。
Numara to more information on Ura and Grand Staff. Kakanas insists Numara prepare for war against Ura and begins the and
でここの戦闘なんですけど、ここの廃墟にいる2人の子供に乱暴を働いてる兵士がいまして、
Yeah, and we're actually
お
already
い、や
about
めろよ
to
っ
hit
て
the
言う
next
と
boss
勝
fight.
負
And
をする
again, this is a very specific boss fight. So we're gonna use the first of the power drinks that we got earlier. And we're also gonna put up all shield because this is an exclusively physical attack. And the biggest problem here, you have 3 soldiers in the back and 2 in the front and 2 on the horses in the back. And you can tell by the turn order that one of the horses is actually going a little bit later. The reason for that is the soldiers on the horses have 2 attacks. One is a regular attack. Did I forget to change the sword? Okay, that's not good.
oh
Yep, that's what I thought was gonna happen. This
あ、
is
突進あ
absolutely something you don't want to happen on the first turn. So ideally you want to have
はい、
everybody
という感
alive
じで
so
す。
all
はい。
shield hits everybody.
分かってもらえました
Yeah,
か
of
でしょう
course I
か。
forgot about
突進
the ring. Yeah,
突進のぶっ壊れ性能を
Yeah,
ね、
gonna throw a
今、
bomb here. Try to
は
oh
い、
my god,
分か
this
っ
is
て
a
いただ
double
けたで
rush.
しょうかね。
yeah.
Okay,
ああいう感じに、
we're gonna be
死に
moving
ま
this
す。
fight.
This is like I said, this is my luck every time I play this game.
本当はですね、ヤンセンのゼバリアス、ゼバリアか。全員の防御を上げて上げる呪文があるんですけど、その延長時間が非常に遅い。そしてヤンセンも落ちてしまいました。
3 HP.
ラッシュ
Good grief.
が、
Okay, now I'm gonna throw a healing herb.
これが本当うまくできてるゲームで、セスが不死者なんで、一定ターン経つとね、普通に蘇ってくるというこの特性ですね。
Okay, didn't get a crit there. Okay, that's actually.
いや、ラッシュ来ましたね。
Well, not necessarily good, but it could have been worse. So we're gonna attack this one. We're gonna throw another healing herb with Seth. Then we're gonna try to get Jansen back up because you want to have the experience from this fight on Jansen.
Okay, no rushes though.
No rushes, that's good.
Yeah.
Even if Seth is dead now, that should be fine.
No. Oh.
ここでさっき、グランドスタッフの建設基地で交換したちょっと割に合わないって言われた回復アイテムが役に立つんですね。500回復なんで、とりあえずこれ使っていったら、ダメージレース的には生存できる。2人にラッシュ食らわなければ大丈夫。そしてここで、騎馬兵がもう1人になってるんで、まあ大丈夫かなとは思いますね。
I actually would have preferred a rush on this turn because rush goes after Kaim.
ラッシュさえしてこなかったらそんなに強敵じゃないんでね。
Just to put it into perspective, how RNG heavy those fights can be, even though we didn't die, I lost like 2 minutes on this segment since the last boss fight now. So I was like a minute 30 ahead before this, and now I'm like, well, actually even more. I was like a minute 30 ahead, and now I'm like a minute.
そしてですね、
So you can see one boss fight is all it takes to ruin your
今
time.
助かった子供が
And
ク
also
ック
cutscene
と
time.
マックって
Yeah,
いう
so with this cutscene,
2人の子供なんですけども、そのね母親が病気でね寝ていると。
We're actually gonna watch that because it was one of the
そ
nations.
してですね、まあここからまたすごい超展開なんですけど、
Enjoy the 7-minute
こ
cutscene
の
now.
病気で寝ているこのリムルがカイムの娘で、そのリルムの子供のクックとマックはカイムの孫でっていう、いきなりまたすごい展開ですね、これは。もうすごい展開がもう続いていきますよ、ここは。唐突に娘と孫が出てきます。これで思い出しました。そしてこの、カイムの妻でリルムの母であるサラというのがいるはずなんですが、そのサラが一体どこにいるのか。そしてこの断崖からリルムを落としたのがガンガラだった。あらここでなんか不思議な因縁が出てきますね。ここで これは死にましたね。
Survived.
Time, your memories.
What is it? Why are you looking at me?
Gangora.
死んだと思ってたんですが生きていたと。
Gangora was there.
そう、ただこのカイムと仲間のサラも不死者なんですが、どうやらですね、不死者同士が子供を産んでもその不死属性は
I've missed you so much.
遺伝しないようで、
I'm so sorry.
このリルムは普通の人で
Forgive
す。
yourself.
崖から落ちたとしても、
Is Mom
崖から落ちて
I have
落ちてこんなちっちゃいのに落ちて生きてても
Sarah.
生きてるんですが、一応普通の人ですね。
She doesn't even know you're alive.
I don't have much time. Cook. Mac. Come here. Listen, both of you. Kime here is my father. I know he looks very young, but he is your grandfather. The one I've
これあれですね、
so
彼は若いけどあなたのおじいちゃんなのよっていう
your dear
そうシリアスなんだけどちょっとこうふふってなるね要素を入れてきますね。ここは
hold on this long.
まあそういう不死者っていう設定なんでしょうがないですね。
Been here. Father, take care of them. Please,
Of course.
Father. There's something I've always wanted to tell you.
I know, Lirum. I know. Lirum!
I'm glad. So very glad. I could see you once more.
Lirum! No, don't go. I'll bring Sarah here, I swear. Hang on, Lirum.
でそして、リムルが亡くなってしまいます。そして一方、
Yeah, that was the cutscene. It's been like 13 years since I
一方
played the
変わり
first
まして、
time, and
こ
I'm
ちらウ
still
ーラ
having
ですね。
troubles watching
で
the
操作キャ
cutscene.
ラクターがトルタンに変わります。
Gets right in the feels every single time.
Father, there was...
So right here, Fulton is still debating on whether or not he should be,
でこの謎の泥人形た
be
ち
combining
にわーって囲まれてしまいます。
to, armies. But then he runs into these enemies. I mean, it's
Yeah, so basically Tolton isn't sure if he should be the one to lead Ura or not, since Ura is now a republic. And then he gets attacked by those clay dolls. So Tolton is actually the first instance in the
ト
game
ルタ
where
も
we
で
have
すね、
access
まあ
to an
後
AoE
ほど
physical
仲
attack,
間
which
に
is
な
called
りますね。
Cutdown, unfortunately, likes to miss though. Oh, we actually got all
Yay, you got it.
So Cutdown, it doesn't have a high chance of missing, but more often than not, you're only hitting 3 of the 4 targets. And now after he's actually fought the clay dolls, he's gonna run into Roxanne, and Roxanne is actually the head of Ura's counselor. He's basically the counselor. He's like the head of the Republic Ura right
そ
now.
して、最高議長で
Roxanne
あ
is
る、
afraid that
ロクシアンが
as a member of the royal
王
family
政復
might
興
want to
を
try to get
阻む
back
ため
the
に
power
命を狙ってくるという
restore the
イベント
monarchy
戦。
that Ura once was, and therefore he wants to wipe Tolton. So now we also not only have to kill those clay dolls, we also have to get rid of the chairman of Ura.
Must be extinguished. Just by being alive, you give those dissidents.
Yeah, and this is where the holding down the A button comes in handy.
Yeah, this is actually one of the first breaks you get in the run.
この
Since
3
you
タ
get
ー
to
ン目
skip
までは
all
こ
the
の
cutscenes,
問うっていう
there
ね。
aren't really any
はい、
big
話し
breaks
か
that
け
you
ること
have
しか
in
で
the
きま
run,
せん。
but there are certain sequences where you just have to set up and then hold the A button, which gives you like 30 to 60 second breaks here. Also, there was a question in chat, what it was with Lirum, why she actually died. The game doesn't actually give away what the exact reason is, but there is a diary in the house that suggests that she has an uncurable illness. So it doesn't ever specify what kind of illness it is, but she's very sick and there is no means to actually cure her.
Our people want a republic.
But why couldn't we use a healing spell on her?
Yeah, just throw an Angel's Plume, right?
なんですが、HP が非常に少ないので、2回通常攻撃をするだけで倒せます。
Some of the cutscenes that we're skipping here shows that
で
actually that
なん
was
です
the
が、このロクシャン
actual
議長は、
Roxanne
実は、 ガンガラ
Gangara
が作っ
actually
て
killed him
が作ってた
and
先ほどの泥人形
real Rock
であり、
or
本
the
物
one that
の
we killed
ロク
there
シ
was
アン議
actually
長
one of the
は
clay dolls.
ガンガラによって暗殺をされます。
It just goes to show it starts to show automatic
そして
like
です
right
ね、
away
トルタン王子はこのガンガラに対する
It's
信用をです
basically
ね、
Gungora
さらに
playing
さらに
mind games
深め
on
て
everybody. He
深めてい
wants
くと
to
いう
make
いう
sure
流
that
れになってい
Tolton
きま
actually
す。
believes that he killed the
で、ここ
chairman.
葬式イベン
And
トで
he's
すね。
basically
はい。
manipulating all parts of the country
この
to make
道
sure
化
his
師みたいな
plan
人が
comes
ね、
into fruition later on.
これお葬式屋さんということで、
So now we have a little cutscene here and a little mini game, a little side quest, if you will.
白い花
We
を
have
10
to
輪、
collect
松
flowers
明を
and wood in
10本
order
集める
for Liram's funeral that we have to do later.
という
So we have to get 10
イベン
flowers
トで
and
すね。
10
まず
pieces
は
of wood with both cook and
まずは
Kime.
このクッ
And
クか
this
な
is
の
something
方
I've
が
been
お
speedrunning.
花
I
を
just want to say I've been speedrunning this game for like 6 years now. This is only something I found out a couple of months ago because somebody in chat actually told me. Even though the game tells you need to pick up 10 flowers and 10 pieces of wood, it actually is enough if you only collect 8 of them.
Really?
And I was just mind blown by that because never would I have ever tried something like this.
まあ結構
Because if you
10
輪
輪集めてくるのが大変なんで、
and
こ
you
のぐらい
bring him
の足の
8
速さ
flowers, he's like,
でがいいんじゃないか
you
なと。
haven't collected all of them. Are you sure you want to stop? And you can just say yes, and it's gonna
あ
advance
そ
like
の
it
辺
normally
ね、
would.
Oh,
このなんかこうゲームっていう
Wait,
か
how did you guys find out about this? Just
I
リアル
actually
さ
have no
とね
idea.
快適さ
I
の
think
この
What Ephraim, who's another
バランスです
speedrunner
よ
of
ね。
this game, I think he
そ
was
う
the
た
one
だ
who initially
このゲー
found
ム
out first.
最初のダッ
And
シュ
he
が遅く
actually
て
had it in my
途中
PP
から
video,
ぐんと
but I
加速
never
するん
in
で
his
すけど
PP video, but I never
加
really
速
noticed
後の
that
曲が
since
るのが非常に
I'm
難
always
しかったり
skipping
しま
this
すね。
part of the VOD because I'm like, yeah, there's literally nothing happening in that segment, so might as well just skip over it. So I never really noticed. He's been using the strat for a while already. But yeah, since
Can
there's
you-
nothing really going on, I just never checked the VOD and never noticed that.
can you do it? Can you do it with Kime also?
Yeah, it works for both of them.
Oh, huh.
で10輪集めたら今度は皆無が、松明になる
Yeah, we have to collect.
を
sticks
10
now,
本集めて
so
きな
if
さ
you
い
want to say
っていう
something, go
ことですね。
go for it. And actually, you can go for quite a while because we also have the funeral
Yeah,
going on too.
We have the
I'm still
funeral
just
mini
flabbergasted
coming
by
up,
the
isn't really
game
anything.
thinking you need 10 and then just accepting 8. That's kind of amazing. Anyways, once again, we are questing for glory, hope, and healing too. Raising money for National Alliance on Mental Illness. We are, of course, an hour and 20 in on our Lost Odyssey run. And we do, again, we have some awesome prizes until the end of the run.
で、
There's the
ちゃっかりね、葬式の準備もしつつ、宝箱も開けるという。
Light Trilogy, that again is going to end at the end of the run. It's a $5 minimum donation. It was donated by a Transquina. And then we do have the gaming headset for the Xbox One and Xbox Series X, donated by Game KMD. That's a $10 minimum donation. And just in case that's not enough of a reason to donate, we do also have all of our goodness with the Final Fantasy VII Remake, the Take the Stairs incentive, the Chapter 15 incentive, and a softlock showcase. So plenty to donate for, plenty of awesome things, for this awesome run as we move along. So
yeah, we
葬
briefly
式の
talked
結構
about
イ
how
ベン
we
トが
only
面
need
白く
8 instead
て、
of
なんか
10,
こ
and
の、
for Kaim it's
ヌ
really
マラ
not that big of a
特
deal because all
有
the pieces
の
of wood they're
葬
pretty close
式
to each other,
で、
but
松
for
明を持った者
Cook it
同
is
士が同
actually
じ動きを
a
シンク
pretty
ロ
good
でするっ
time
てい
save
う
because the very last
感じなんで
flower
すよね。
is like on the
見れ
opposite
ばわ
end
か
of
る
the
んです
map,
けど、
and by
た
not
だなん
having
か
to
そ
grab
の
that,
出
you
身
actually
の人
save
によって
roughly
その
25
松明の
seconds just on that.
手の動きが違うから、それに合わせなくちゃいけない。
So we're about to head into the
こ
funeral,
れを
which
全
is
部ね、この
another
動きを完璧
mini game,
に
if you
5
will.
名参
I
列
don't know
者がい
why
るんですけど、
they did a
その動き
funeral
完
as
璧だ
minigame,
ったと、
but yeah,
完
that's a
璧に
whole
なる
nother
と、こ
story
れ実績
anyways.
解除です。こ
We're
れ
gonna have
つま
people
り、い
that
わゆるトロコン
literally
をする
that
ためだ
are
ったら、
going to
このミ
participate
ニゲームちゃんとやってください
in
って感じ。
the funeral. They all have their own way to say goodbye to her by lighting up one of the pieces of wood that we gathered. And Mac basically needs to go into the same
あ、ちょ
direction
っと最
that
近
the
話題にな
funeral
ったなんで
attendees
しょ
go
う。
to
ス
in
ー
order to light
パ
the
ー
woods.
マリオパーティーのこう、
And this is
旗を
basically
こう
what
操
we're
作す
doing
るやつ
here.
みたいな感じで、そう、こんな感じですね。こんな感じで、相手の動きにこう、ウェーイってこう、イエーイってこんな感じでね。
Yeah, this. I mean, as long as
こん
you
な感じ
know
でやります。
which way you have to move the fire, it's always gonna be the same way.
Yeah, the directions are going to be fixed. I actually wanted to
あ、
put
ちなみにこれ
them in
間
the same
違えても大丈夫
time
です。
because I always
全
forget them. I
く
never
別の
did,
方
and then I
向にやっ
always forget. I
て、
mean, even if you do, it's really not that big of a deal. It's maybe like a 2 or 3
参
second
列
time
者
loss.
に
In a run full
炎、
of
参列
RNG,
者の
that's
松明
almost
に
6 hours long.
炎がい
I
かなくなる
think
のか
it's
な
not that
に
big
なっ
of
て
a deal
も
if you lose 2 seconds here, considering you have a lot more places where you can lose a lot more time.
まあ大丈夫ですね。
But yeah, we're gonna
一応、
go through this funeral mini game here, and then
一応
we're
話
actually
を
off
進め
into
ま
the
す。
last dungeon of disc 1 already, which is going to be Crimson Forest, which, surprise, has another
でそして
very
こ
RNG heavy
の
boss
この
fight in
炎を
it,
使って何
like
にする
pretty
かっ
much
ていう
everything else
と、
in disc 1.
今
Yeah, we're gonna
亡くなったリムルが棺桶の中に入っていて、それをロープかなんかで地上に留められているという状況になっています。でそれを参列者の炎でちょっとずつ切ってあげて、そのこのマヌラの習慣だと いわゆる海藻っていうんですかね、海に体を 亡くなったご遺体を持っていくということで、海に返してあげるっていう儀式ですね。
But like, I think roughly 75% of the attempts don't make it past disc 1. Like, if you make it past disc 1 on a good pace, your chances of actually completing the game are already much higher. I'm actually like, I don't want to change anything, but I'm actually surprised with the amount of RNG work that we've gotten so far. We've gotten trolled lots by the Numara chivalry,
海
but
に根
luckily
ざ
we
してるという、
still able to make
な
the
んでしょうね。
recovery.
このそれぞれの国の文化の違いみたいなのが、こういう細かい、こういうミニゲームで現れているということでしょうかね。
Lirum can now go to the other world where she can rest forever. But Mac doesn't want to accept that.
ここでロープが
And he
切れ
heard that there is a
て、
place in Crimson Forest where you can talk to dead people. So without telling the party, he runs away. So, of course, we're gonna have to go after him because the Crimson Forest is a dangerous place with a lot of dangerous monsters, enemies, fiends, whatever. And Mac's only a
葬
child,
式
right?
が終わり
So
ました。
gotta try
た
to
だ
keep
で
it
す
for
ね、
himself.
ここでさっきの
You're gonna find out that
カイムの
most of
孫
the
の男の子の
problems
マッ
that
ク
happen
君
with the
が
party are going to
こ
be
の
because
沼らの近くにある死者の魂に会える
it's
という
basically
赤い森というのがあるん
a
ですけ
lot
ど
of it is gonna be their
そ
fault.
こに気が
That's
つ
true.
そこに
Also,
目
there
を
was a
離した
very
ら
subtle reference that you might have
なん
not
と言ってし
gotten
まいました
because
ので
especially if you don't know the game. We just ran
そ
past
の
the
森
stone
森
statue in
に
the
行っ
back.
た
I can quickly show that off again.
マックをです
You
ね
see that stone
探しに
statue
行
in the
く
back
という
there.
話になっています。
This one's gonna become very important in Disc 4 later on. Because this is an Athrosaurus that is petrified.
ただその
And we're
森っ
actually
ていうの
going
は
to
普
have
通
to
の
fight a couple
森
of
では
those
な
later
く
on Disc
て
4. More
あの
once we actually get there, but this is like a nice little subtle
かつて
reference
ね
because it's still there. And once you
かつて
complete
こ
the
こ
battle in
は
Disc
戦
4, when
場
you
に
come
なり
back
その
here, it's
魂
gone.
がこううようよしてると
It's just a nice little preview of
いう危険な
what's
森にな
about
ってい
to
ま
happen
す。
in later portions of the game.
Alright, so when we go in here to Crimson Forest, we're just gonna be if and when we get into random encounters,
そして
we're
ここ
just
から
gonna
です
be
ね、
completely passing or running turntable.
タイムの
Yes, we did have to fight battles earlier because, like I
孫で
said, we
女
needed
の
the
子
levels
の
for the
方
boss
の
fights.
クックちゃん
And we
です
also
ね。
didn't have access
は
to
い。
Turntail yet. Now we
クック
have
ちゃんが
two
パーティーに
pairs
入
of
ります
Turntail shoes, which means we
まあ
have a
彼
decent
女はね
chance of
どう
running
いう
away before the
か
enemy even
キャラかっ
attacks.
ていう
And
と
also, we're
回
at a
復
point
魔法
where
の
we
スペ
don't
シャリストって感
necessarily
じで
need
す
the
ね。
levels anymore. So basically, all the level gain we have from here on now is going to be through boss
で
fights.
ヤ
And
ン
that's
センが
usually
いわゆ
enough
る
to get you through the run.
攻撃
Obviously,
魔法
we're
の
still
黒
going
魔
to be
法で、
severely
クッ
underleveled
クちゃんが白魔法を
throughout
覚える
most of the game.
ただしヤンセンの場合
It
は
is going to be enough to get through the boss
序
fights.
盤から黒魔法だけだと攻略的に難しいので序盤までは白魔法もちょっとだけ使えるっていう感じ途中か
Also,
らも
something
う
we
白魔
haven't
法は
talked about yet.
新たに
You
覚
might
える
have
ことがあり
noticed
ま
that
す
during the cutscenes that there are a couple of familiar voices doing voice acting for this game actually. You might have noticed that Keim actually has the same voice actor as Captain Bosch von Ronsenberg from Final Fantasy XII. Or you might also notice that Seth, the second immortal, sounds awfully familiar to certain Riku in Final Fantasy X.
おメタルケロタンだ
As well as
レアキャラっすね
being,
倒すどうすんの行く
literally one of the voice
倒さな
actors
い
of the Rugrats.
Yes.
まあメタルケロタンってのはいるんですけどまあいわゆるですよメタスラみたいなやつですね
Basically the metal slimes of Lost Odyssey. They are ridiculously hard to kill, but if you manage to get one, you're guaranteed a level up until you level 40. And this is actually huge. So this is
ただしあのメタスラほどあんまり旨味のない感じですね
way higher
まあ
than the game
倒せ
wants
た
you
ら
to
まあいい
because
ん
we
だけど
talked about earlier
も
how
う
experience
まあ
caps
別に
once you
倒
get
せ
to a
な
certain
くと
level
も
and,
みたい
and
な感じ
each random encounter is only gonna give you 1 percentage that you need for the next level. Not the Silva Kel.
そしてですねなん
Silva
と
Kel is
赤い
guaranteed to
森
give you
の
full
奥地に
level
は
until I think it's 41 or 42.
古の
Which is way
遺跡
higher
が
than we're
あり
ever
まし
gonna
て
get in the entirety
ど
of
う
the
やら、
speedrun.
その死者の魂に会えるのがその一番奥の祭壇なんじゃねえかということで
So, in my opinion,
奥に向かっていきます
I completely hate this puzzle. It's useless, in my opinion, because you had to dodge the ball the entire time, but now you're completely. Oh, okay. I thought
こ
you
れで
disappeared.
岩を
but
転がしてね
I guess you don't. I've never noticed Kaim there before. But
He's just standing next to it.
yeah.
Also, we're about to head into the last fight of Disc 1.
という流
And
れで
I'm
す
actually going to throw in a safety save because I haven't done any of those at all. Generally in this game you don't necessarily need to do safety saves because you have checkpoints every once in a while. And if you game over, you're just gonna get sent back to the
こ
previous
こら辺の
checkpoint,
雑魚
which is
敵は
usually
普
right
通に
before
めん
the
どく
boss
さいっす
fight.
ね
But I had one run. Actually, the very first run I ever did on the
さっ
Series
きの
X,
光
I
ってる
had
虫
the
と
one
かは
run
別の
soft
や
lock
つを
on
捕
Disc
食して
2
強くなった
somewhere.
りとか
It
して
has only happened once. It's never happened before. It hasn't happened since. But because of that, I am kind of a little bit afraid
結構
that
めんどくさい
something,
で
you know,
す
marathon luck is a thing.
が
So
ま
you
あ
want to
倒
make
さない
sure
んで
nothing happens. So we're gonna throw in a safety save every once in a while. I probably should have done one way earlier, considering we're like a minute 30 into the run already. Also, I'm going to quickly do some menuing because I forgot to do that mid-battle. I think I got everything else though. Alright, so Obsidian Miasma. Last boss fight of the game. Again, a boss fight that consists of 2 different phases. In phase number 1, Obsidian
かな
Miasma and its tentacles are
で
actually going to
祭壇に
capture
行った
Cook.
マ
So
ッ
the
ク
first
君なん
thing
で
we
すけ
need
ど
to do is free Cook
なん
because we
と
don't have access to it right now.
正気に体を蝕まれ乗っ取られてしまいまし
We
た
had earlier.
で捕まってし
So
まい
we're
ました
gonna focus. You did attack C, right? Yes, okay. Wasn't sure. So first
通
of
常
all,
の
we're
セオ
gonna
リー
try
だ
to get rid
と
of Tentacle C.
この
and
触
work
手にも前衛と後衛がいるので前衛を眠らせるということなんですけどおそらく RT なのでそういうことはしないでしょういきなり殴っ
Oh
てき
yeah,
ま
we're
す
trying to get perfects on this because if you get perfects, then it's usually like a 2-turn.
まずマックが捕まってる手
Yeah, the thing is,
触手を切らないとマックの体力を吸収してこれがゼロになってしまうとゲームオーバーになるのでまずはマックを吸収し、救出していきます
Nobody died yet, so there shouldn't be any damage ranges or anything. Unless he misses now. Okay, Cook is back, that's good. Because the thing is, we set up all barricade on turn 2, and all barricade has a slower
捕まっ
cast
たのが
time.
クックで
So by
本
the
体が
time
マッ
all
クス
barricade gets
So
off,
next
Cook
phase
gets back into the party and immediately gets the magic defense buff as well, and she definitely needs that because she's the one that has by far the lowest
これで
max
クック
HP
ちゃん
of
が
all
仲間に
characters.
また入
You
る
really want to try to have her buffed as quickly as possible.
And this is where we need your RNG emotes, because once we're done with this, or once we get rid of all the arms, we're going to be attacking all the arms. The second phase is where all the RNG comes
この
Yeah, so right now, we
な
got
んですけ
the most
ど
important
なん
part
か
down,
こ
which
ちらの
is
攻撃を
trying to
遅
free
くしてき
Cook.
たりとか
Now we're just
状
gonna
態
get
異
rid
常
of
にし
all
てき
the
たりとか
tentacles,
非常
and
に
then the
なんで
actual
しょ
bad part of the
いやら
boss
しい
fight is
敵で
going
すね
to start.
時間のかかる敵です
Also, you want to try to keep your GC level up for as long as possible because Obsidian
こちらの
Miasma
体
has an
力
AoE attack that is called
HP や MP も
Obsidian
吸収してき
Sai
ます
and also Shadow. Shadow attacks the entire party. Obsidian Sai attacks either the front row or the back row. And both of them can very easily kill Cook if you get unlucky. So you really want to try to avoid that if possible.
Ragnar's gonna
面倒くさい敵ボスではあるんですけども
heal
まあ序盤先ほどのね海の幸
as
の
much as
頃と
possible.
比べると仲間も増えてきたしスキルも増えてき
The
たの
next
で
phase could go very wrong.
面倒くささはあるんですけど
And you
ま
want to have
全滅
people healed up as much as possible for the next
Okay,
phase.
we actually got quite lucky here because as you might tell, we still have a GC level of
全滅を
3,
する
which means
って
the
いうような
back row
敵
is
では
still
ないです
protected rather well going into phase 2. This is something that usually doesn't happen. Usually by the time you get through phase 1, your GC level is down to 2. So now the second fight starts. Now Mac is actually free, but Mac wants to fight us and we can't actually get to the boss. So, what do we do in a case like that? We're gonna put little Mac to sleep. And this is the part where the big RNG comes into play. Because Mac, just like every other little kid, they just don't like staying asleep. So if you get lucky, you put him to sleep once, and you get through the entire battle. If you get unlucky though, you have to put him to sleep 3 to 4 times through the course of the fight, and obviously the longer the fight goes, the
こ
more
こでマ
dangerous
ックを
it gets.
眠らせま
So
す
we're gonna try to keep him asleep as quick. We're gonna hope that he's gonna be.
Oh,
Asleep.
oh, oh.
That's a good start.
Yes. Okay, good, good, good.
That's not necessarily a win yet. You usually need 2
マッ
turns
ク
on the
が
boss
眠
to
る
get
と
him down.
後ろ
So
の
we
本
want
体
Mac
に
to
攻
be
撃
asleep
が
for at least
入る
one
ように
more
なる
turn
ので
after that. Should have
一気に攻撃してい
would
きま
have
す
been better if I got a perfect here,
マッ
but
クが
this
起きてる
should
と
be
ね
fine
あ
regardless. Like I said, we still have a GC of level 3,
後ろ
so
に
even if he attacks the
攻
back
撃
row,
がないんで
I don't even need to
ここで
heal
マ
up
ッ
because
ク
Cook
攻
can
撃して
take
マックの
another hit on
HP をゼロにする
GC3.
と
If I were at
もう終わりなん
GC2
です
now, I would have needed to heal with Cooked on the next turn.
なんで結構
She
イ
would
ベ
be
ン
dead
ト
in
要
2
素が
hits
強いんですかね
otherwise.
ここは
Somebody was saying in chat, kill
なん
Mac
か手
first.
順通りに
Well,
行
if
って
you
くだ
kill
さいね
Mac,
って感
then
じです
the boss fight is done.
Yeah,
You
if,
had to
if you kill Mac,
redo the
automatically
whole-
game over.
And we got really good luck here, and Mac stayed sleeping, and we were able to finish off the fight really fast.
This was probably one of the best fights on Obsidian Miasma that I ever had. Like, in my PP lost about 45 seconds here due to Mac trolling, but just the fact that everything went perfectly. I still had a
ということで
GC
本
level
体
of
倒した
3.
の
Mac
で、
stayed asleep.
マックが
And
助かり
that's
まし
it
た。
for disc number
そして
1.
ですね、
We're gonna continue on disc 2 now.
デスクチェンジですね。はい。2枚目ですございま
So,
す。はい。
watching the cutscene, how far behind are you on the for PB?
なんと合計でね、4枚ですからね。はい、まだまだ、
the game already.
まだまだ先は遠いですね。まだまだ長いです
But I
よ。
am behind.
で、このマック君なんですけど、先ほどの正気に操られていた、怪我の巧妙というべきなんでしょうか。今では使い手のいない古の呪術を習得します。
Really, really good. So now we got Mac in our party as well, and due to Mac being trapped by Obsidian Miasma, he actually absorbed some of the boss's magic. So Mac from now on is able to use shadow magic, and that is going to be very important for a lot of parts later on.
この時代の DVD からブルーレイに移り変わる時期っていうのは結構
we can now use the
もう何枚組っていうのがもう当たり前ですよね。
and travel to places where we couldn't get to before. And in this very specific
特
scenario,
にこの
we're
時
gonna
期マイクロソフトでブルーレイ押しじゃなくて HD DVD っていうのを押してましたね。
Blade and the Demon Warrior Ring, which are good upgrades for our physical attackers, and we're gonna use them very early. Actually, we're gonna use them within the next 2 boss fights already.
So once they go back, for story purposes, once they go back, they're going to
PS2 の PS2 で PS2 の最初の当初はなんか
take over
ディスク青いですよねなんか。
by Gangora, and they're going to see everybody from the point of view of Jansen, which makes everybody suspicious that Jansen is a spy.
Yeah, we talked about earlier how Gongora has been manipulating Tolton into believing that he killed Chairman Roxian. Now that the Chairman of the Republic is dead, Gongora is gonna try to overthrow the government and basically make Ura a monarchy again by crowning Tolton.
You gonna take this fight safe? You gonna buy a couple things or?
Yeah, we're gonna do a little bit of menuing here, nothing too bad. I don't still want the Herculean ring now. Oh yeah, right. I want to give the steel sword to Seth. Almost forgot about that. So yeah, obviously, since everybody sees it through the eyes of Jansen, like we already said, it is heavily suspected that Chance is now a spy, and obviously the Nomara army, especially General Kakanas, doesn't like that. So, once again, we have to fight the Nomara army. And this is actually one of the few RNG heavy bosses. Again, we have those Nomara soldiers. Wow, that's a hard word. And like I said earlier, just like all others of them, they have a chance to guard your physical attacks if you get unlucky. But not only that, again, they have 2 different attacks they can do.
国を乗っ取ろうとしているみたいな厄介な動きが出てきます。そしてボス戦の沼田重曹。
And this is what you don't want.
Oh, yep.
まあこれ簡単っちゃ簡単なんですよ。すべて物理属性なので攻撃が。ヤンセンのね最初ゼシールドをすべての客にかけておくことで、かなり有利に戦えます。
Okay, we're gonna throw another bomb here to make sure we're gonna get a
ただし、この敵なんですけども、こちらの攻撃を防御してくることがあるので、その際は気をつけましょうというところなんですが、RTA ではボムを使います。そうですね、皆無の攻撃が防御されたらかなりめんどくさいですね。通常攻撃と先ほどの重装弾っていう特殊攻撃をしてくるんですが、重装弾が来るとかなり運が悪いですね。結構もう皆無も持っちゃいましたしね。
No more armored bullets, please.
Okay, regular attack.
Okay, that's good.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, okay. He got pushed back. Actually, I'm gonna throw. We got okay. Both of them are still have full HP. I'm gonna play it safe and throw this one on Jansen. Because I want to have Jansen alive at
ち
the
ょっ
next.
と全体的に回復、今のが最後の500回復できるアイテムですから、ちょっと迷ってましたね。
Good call. Good call healing Jansen there.
しかもこの後すぐボス戦なんですよね。おー、なるほど。ガードしてくる。ちょっとひりつく展開きましたね。この次のボス結構強いんですよね。
Yeah, of course it did. Well, I cannot revive him anymore. I don't have any.
で、重装ダウン。
So Jansen's gonna miss a level.
せっかくヤンセンに500の回復使ったところで、ちょっとヤンセンに経験値取らしたかったんですけど、結局重装弾で落とされちゃいましたね。うわ、しんどいな、今の。うわー、マジか。結局、ヤンセンに経験値吸わせれなかったですね。
Not really anything big can happen.
In chat, somebody was saying, I mean, can't you just
さて、次のボスなんですが、魔導重戦車という敵です。今の敵の酒が超うまかったですね。さすが。
They get attacked more often, especially Jansen. Once your GC is down to 0, he's
で、この魔導、次のボスの魔導重戦車なんですが、魔導重戦車の本体。と、カノン砲、そしてそれぞれのタンクユニット、カノンユニットの4つから構成されています。なんですが、魔導重戦車とカノン砲の本体の方を破壊してしまえば、それぞれのユニットを破壊しなくて済むので、まずは本丸から叩くようにしましょうということですね。
That should be all, I think. Let me quickly check that. Okay, actually, no. I still want to put on the Demon Warrior ring. I forgot about that. Yeah, the Demon Warrior ring. I forgot about that.
安心重視で行きたいんだったら、
be good on everything else here, yes. Mac back, roll skill link level 2 spirit.
で、ここで魔戦士のリングという、指輪を皆無にさせました。これは機械系の敵に対して攻撃力をアップさせる、指輪なんですけども、パーフェクトをちゃんと引かないとそこまで効果が出ないです。
So he's gonna go into a big freaking tank and gonna try to stop us.
重戦車戦ですね。置きに行くんだったらダメージを肩代わりしてくれるプールっていう呪文を使うんですけど、まあそんなことはしないですね。皆無の攻撃力をまずは上げていきます。こちらのですね、敵なんですけども、味方の MP を吸うという行動をしてきます。まずは。で、それが溜まると、特殊な攻撃をしてくる。ですので、それが溜まる前にうまいことを倒しておきたいと。正直、通常攻撃だったらそんなに痛くはない敵なんですね。
First of all, we're gonna try to go through the cannon, because the cannon, as you might have noticed, the animation on the attack here is rather long. So you want to try to get rid of that one first. So the tank itself really isn't a big issue. And you might have noticed, or maybe you didn't, because it actually was relatively fast. We picked up another power drink on the way out of Namara, and we're gonna use that immediately in this fight, because the Demon Warrior ring actually hits a weakness of the tank. So combined with the power drink, you can see Kaim does a lot more damage than everybody else in the party. Everybody's hitting like for 130, 150, and Kaim is hitting for like 360. You can actually get, if you manage to get lucky and get a crit in here, you can beat the cannon within 2 turns. It saves roughly 35 seconds, but it doesn't happen very often due to the standard crit rate.
フルチャージカノンという攻撃がね、食らってしまうと最悪全滅の可能性があるので、まずはキャノン砲の方を狙っていってますね。
I'm gonna actually already focus on the tank here with everybody else.
キャノン砲の方はもう残り体力21なんでうまいこといけそうですね。あとは単体攻撃の本体だけなのでなんとかなりそう。うまいことなんとかなりますねこれは。
While we're finishing up the fight here, if you want to say anything cool, go for it.
Sounds great. We do have an anonymous $25 donation. I've been sitting on for a little while. Again, thank you guys all so much for all of your generous donations. Ooh, that's a big jump that I did not see until now. We are over $7,000.
Good job, guys.
So, which comes off the back of a $250 donation by All-in-One Mighty. It says Glitchless Chapter 15. Yeah, Glitchless Chapter 15. Count me in. Also, $7,000 reached. Hype. That is very hype and very exciting. Thank you guys so much again. Keep them coming. Would love to read more of your donations.
タンクチャージが溜まったんで、
We
特殊攻
actually
撃
said that we
し
wanted
て
to hit 7k by the
そ
end
う
of
です
this
ね
run, but we're only
倒しきれ
145
ない
into
で
this
し
run.
ょう。どう
So
だ
I
ろう。
want to see at least 7.5k until the time we're done with this. I think you guys can do that.
That's exactly what I was gonna say.
I do also want to note that that
Recharge
donation
hit
does
どこに
finish
来るかな？
out the Glitchless Chapter 15 on
Yes.
Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade.
まあまあ
So
こんな
that
もんです
donation
ね。
incentive is met. I'd love to see the take the stairs incentive
フ
met.
ルチャージキャノンさえ来なければ
That's,
まあ感じですね。
$375 away from being met. I always love the running up the stairs and hearing
そして、
all the characters complain about why the Shinra building is just absolutely massive for no reason.
倒しきりました。
So that would be a personal pick, but also there is, of course, soft locking the game, which is $250, and we are $225 away from that goal. So, yeah, continue to get the donations in. Again, it all goes towards a fantastic cause in NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, who, again, do some incredible work, and we are very, very happy to be supporting them.
で、ここでまた、
So
民女王
We're
ね。
done with Kakana's tank now. And Ming, the Queen of Namara, is actually going to join us now because she doesn't like the way that
仲間に入る。
Kakana's wants to go to war with everybody. She's
で
the
このミン
peaceful,
も、
the peaceful queen.
カイムたちと同じ
And
不死者
She
であり、
accompanies us.
呪文使いですね。魔法使い。
Well, she wants to accompany us, but we're gonna make it look like we're actually gonna kidnap her. Because we're gonna have to come back to Namara later, and this is also the
死者は
first
全員で、
we're gonna go to
4
the
名
port of
い
Namara
るんで
now.
すけ
This
ど
is the
も、
first
そ
time
のう
we're
ちの
gonna get a
す
ship
で
in
に
this
3 人
game. So yay, overworld
が
time.
仲間に入りました。
yeah, and what you also saw was Kaim and Seth. With the skill linking, we were able to get spirit magic from off of Mac, and that allows for us to use.
ロストオデッセイは、まあ、このぐらいまでだともう大丈夫なんですけど、序盤の方はかなりきつですね。
Basically the rest of the game. It's our.
もう今は
You
大丈
thought
夫で
there
す
was。RNG in the game, but you have not seen the skill. That's
仲間
literally
と
called gamble.
仲間とスキルが
So
揃
we're
っ
gonna
て
be
くるとだい
gambling
ぶ楽。
RNG for the rest of the game.
Gamble does pretty much what the name says it does. It gambles a random
でここで
amount
ね
of damage. Now, there is a way to increase the,
船を
the
手に入れ
damage,
て、
and that is
そ
by
れに乗っ
character
て
level. So character level is the only thing that is
今度
taken
は
into
ですね、
consideration when gambling the damage. But everything else is random.
この世
And
界
while
に
that might seem
は
like a bad thing,
主
it is
要な
actually also a good thing because it also ignores
国
every
が
other mechanic in this game.
ヌマラ
So it
と
doesn't matter if there is a GC
ウ
level
ー
on
ラ
the
と
enemy
ゴ
or
ッツァ
not.
っていうのがあるん
It
ですけど、
doesn't
その
matter
ゴ
if
ッツァ
the
の方に
enemy
向かい
has
ます。
magic defense. It doesn't matter how high the
レベルを上げて
magic
物理で
caster's
殴ればなんと
status.
か
All
な
of
る
that
ときは
does
なん
not
とかなりま
matter.
すんですけど、
And funnily enough,
経
the
験
average
値
damage
が
of
相対的
gamble
評価
is
で、
actually much higher
雑魚
than
敵い
all
くら
of the
倒して
other
も
rules
レ
we have.
ベリングができなくなる
you
とき
can
は
actually
絶対来るんで、 あとはス
So
キル
we're
でなんと
gonna
かし
use
てねっ
that
ていう。
gamble. We're gonna hope for good gamble rolls, and then we're gonna see how far we're gonna get with that. So, like Steve said, we're gonna use that throughout most of the
で
run.
今
We're
中盤
gonna
に
have
入
a
っ
lot
て
of
だい
different
ぶ、
strategies later on as well.
スキル
But
とか
for a
指
lot
輪
of
とか
segments,
アクセ
gamble
サリー
is
が
just the
充実してきたん
fastest
で、
and
ここ
most
からは
convenient way to get through
かな
certain
り
boss battles.
楽に進めますね。
Yeah, and actually, there's a category that I believe Ragnar is actually working on right now, the no gamble category for routing it. So if you want to, if you're interested in running the game and you don't want to use gamble ever and skip basically this entire next section that we're about to go to, then come on and join us in the game.
Yeah. I do have to admit, routing the game without gamble is a little bit of a problem because you rely on gamble a lot throughout the game, and I can already tell, like, I'm not finished yet. I'm just at the beginning of disc 4, but right now I would say the route without using gamble is roughly 10 to 12 minutes slower at this point. So you can see gamble actually saves a significant amount of time, even if it doesn't sound like much in the beginning.
Yeah, so this is actually
で、この、
this is a
トスカの
very,
村
very
は、
slow area. We're only
は
doing
い、
this
カイムたちがね、30年ぐらい前に暮らしていた村で、
but it's my favorite area in the guide because I want everybody
で
to
そし
get
て
their、
この
sleeper ready because inside of the
ウーラン
notes
に
it
戻
actually has
る
Resident
戻りたい
Sleeper
ん
Emo,
です
and
け
I
れども、
absolutely love it.
ウーランの周りは超海流っていう海流があって、それを
Yeah,
乗り
like I
越えら
said,
れる船を
we're
ゴッ
gonna
ツァ
get
ン
the gamble spell. It's
王
actually
国ま
not
で
the
行って
only
借
thing
りる
we're
っていう
gonna
内
get
容
here. You
の
might have noticed that
の
I
がと
just
いうのが
went out
当
of my
面の目的に
way
なってます
to
ね。
trigger a dream sequence here. And the reason why I did that, we just got the magic item locator. Now, what that thing does is sometimes NPCs can
ただ
give
そ
you
のゴ
hints
ッツァン
about
に行く
hidden
ため
items,
に
and
は暗
those don't
黒
become
洞
visible
窟
until you
と
get
いう
the
ダンジョン
hints.
を越えなくちゃいけ
And
な
the
いんで
one
すけ
item we're
ど、
just
なん
did
とそ
that
の暗
for
黒
is
洞
gonna
窟
be
が
the
今封印
Medusa's
されてい
head. The
る
Medusa's head
わ
might
けで
just be
す。
the most important
でだから
accessory
そ
in
の
the
を
entire
封印
game.
を行ったロ
Because what
ー
the
マ同
Medusa's
士っ
head
ていうの
does,
が
it has the ability
昔
to
カイム
anti-petrify
と
on
サ
it.
ラが暮らして
Now,
い
anti-petrify,
る
as
家
the name
に
says,
勝手に住み
protects
着
you
い
from
てい
being
るっ
petrified.
ていうお
And
話。
while this doesn't sound like necessarily much, it is actually a needed item for the very last fight of the game. Because the final boss fight, not going to go into too much spoilers yet, but the final boss fight has a scripted turn 2 AoE Petrify that hits with a 100% success rate unless you have anti-petrify in your characters. So if you don't get the Medusa's head, if you don't have anti-petrify on any of your party members, it's an instant game over and there's literally nothing you can do about it. So we're gonna talk to the little girl here and we're gonna pay the respect to the Calon statue. And if we do that for all the 15, we're gonna get the gamble spell.
Yeah, and we actually are going to be doing this in a specific order because the 15th Kelon statue is not, or the
でそし
16th
て、
Kelon
ミニ
statue
ゲ
is
ーム
not
ですね。
available
はい。
until you get the other 15. Because there's
この
going to be
ケロロン
two
っていう
twins
ね。
that are
ケロロン
blocking.
16体進行 RTA。
You have
は
to
い。
go to a specific building.
Yes, also there is a
進行
trigger
お参り
here in the
RTA で
end.
す。
You actually have to
はい。
activate the statue in the end for this boy here to move away so you
そ
can
してこ
access
の
the
16
statue
体の
behind
ケロ
the
ロン
waterfall.
ロ
So
ン
this
に
guy actually blocks the waterfall statue.
時間内
And this is
に
also the place where the
参
Medusa's head
拝
is. This is the
RTA 成
item
功
that
す
we
る
got
と
paid
手に
for
入る
earlier on.
ギ
And
ャ
this
ン
is
ブル
the
ってい
anti-petrify
う
ability that we need on everybody. Now I did say
呪
that if
術
you
があ
get
るんです
that,
が
you're gonna get instantly killed at the
それ
final
が
boss,
め
which
ち
is
ゃ
not
くちゃ
100%
強
true.
いです。
Because Sarah, the next party member that actually comes into the party, comes already with anti-petrify on her. So technically, I think it's just like the game's safety mechanism is, if you
文字
will,
通り
in
です
case
ね。
you accidentally skip out on it, you have at least one character
ギャ
that
ン
is
ブル
able
と
to
いう名の
survive
通
because she has
り
the ability from the get-go. But ideally, obviously, you want it on everybody.
与えるダメージというの
Yeah,
が
so this is the
不
resident
確定なん
sleeper
ですけど
area that we're at.
どうやっても
It's
そ
just
の時
getting all
の
the
魔
statues
法
in order to get gamble.
キャラの
But
ス
if
テ
you
ータ
do
スで
the no
500
gamble
ぐらいしか与えられな
route,
い
you don't really
敵に
have to
対
do
して
this.
1000ダメージとか
Yeah, the only
例え
thing
ば
you
カ
would
イム
do
と
in the
か
low gamble variation
セス
would
み
be
たい
getting them
に
into
魔法
set
適性のないキャラクターも
banner
使えることができ
because
て、その
depending on how many
線とか
statues
の
you
ダメージ
actually
を与えることが
activate
できるので、
within the time limit, you're
非常
gonna
に
get a
有
couple
用
of
な呪文
items,
になっ
with
ていま
gamble
す。
being the one that you get once you activate all 16 of them.
いや、最低
The
保
other
証は
items you
弱
get
い
from
です
that,
ね。
they
最低
aren't
保証
really
は
necessarily
50。
useful
最
though,
低保証って
so
概念がなくて、弱い
you
時本
don't
当に
really
50
have
ぐらいしか出なく
any
て、はぁ
any
みたいになるんですけ
reason
ど、
to go for it in a no gamble run too.
まあ、割と
So one
ね、
thing that
結構い
I
い
just
数値が
thought
出
that
ま
we
すね。
haven't really mentioned throughout this entire run is
で、
that
途
all the
中で物理
sprinting
攻
that
撃が
Cliff's
全
doing
く
throughout
通ら
this
なくな
entire
る、
game, he's
物理
actually
攻
holding
撃
the button
完全に
down
耐性を持つ敵が現れ
in
て、
order to sprint, because otherwise you
この
move
ギャン
a lot
ブルを
slower
使わざるを
than
得ないっていう場面が
he
絶対
actually
出て
is
くる
right
ん
now.
で、
Yeah,
そ
the
こで
game
使いま
has
す。
three different movement
てか
options.
なんだったら
The
こ
first one
の
is the
後
regular
の
running
主
that he
戦
does
力
when
に
you
なる、
don't do
主
anything.
戦力に
By
の
holding
呪
down
文
the
の一個
B
ですね、ギャ
button,
ンブ
you
ルは。
can walk, and by
通常
holding
プレイ
down
で
the
も結構
X
強い
button,
で
you can
す。
sprint. You can see in the background now, now that I activated the statue, the two twins that are blocking the one door there, they just moved away. This is basically, you have those are the two triggers that you need. You need to activate the one on top of the tower here to get access to the one house. And you need to activate the one in the inn to get access to the one that is hidden behind the waterfall. I forgot to go into the second door, but that's fine. That one's not gonna get blocked.
There we go.
Yeah, that's all 16 Calone statues. And now we're gonna get the gamble spell, meaning that every character that has access to level 2 spirit magic can now use the gamble spell. So that is basically every immortal that already learned it. So in this scenario, Seth and Kaim. And also Mac, who has shadow magic from the get-go. And with that, we're done in task, and we're gonna head into the next dungeon, which is gonna be the old Sorceress Mansion. Which has my favorite menu in the game that I used to be super fast at, but I'm really rusty, so let's see if I can do that somewhat decently now.
はい、ということでですね、現在ソードフィッシュさんがちょっと離席されていらっしゃいますので、簡単に、ただいまゲームがロストオデッセイ、カテゴリーが 2%、奏者がラグナー・アバーさん、日本語解説がソードフィッシュさんで、お送りしております。ファイナルファンタジーの生みの親、坂口博信さん制作の、魔導力という世界、力の満ちる世界で記憶を失った不死者、カムイを中心とした王道 RPG 作品をお送りしております。こちらビットウォーも達成しておりまして、今後ですね、こちらによる9箇所の王家の封印を解くというエクストラアイテムの習得と、あと、本来であればスキップするムービーを見る1箇所はもう終わったのかなっていうのが、予定されております。はい。予定時間がですね、7時間近い非常に長丁場となりますので、皆様もですね、適宜休憩しつつ一緒に楽しんでいただければと思います。はい。
That was years ago.
では、ここでですね、こちらのイベント、クエスティング・フォー・グローリーについての説明も合わせてさせていただきます。現在、ジャパニーズリストリームでは、オンライン RTA イベント、クエスティング・フォー・グローリー、ホープ&ヒーリング2の様子を公認で日本語ミラー配信しています。クエスティング・フォー・グローリー、ホープ&ヒーリング2は、RPG リミットブレイクの Twitch チャンネルで行われる、ナショナル・アライアンス・オンメンタル・イルネス、通称、ナミを支援するためのオンライン GT-RTA イベントです。クエスティング・フォー・グローリー、ホープ&ヒーリング2は、オフラインで開催できない昨今の状況を踏まえ、RPG リミットブレイクの代わりに開催されています。今回のイベントの寄付先であるナショナルアライアンス・オンメンタル・イルネスは、精神疾患を持つ方やその家族、心の不調や悩みを持つ方たちを支えることを目的に設立された非営利団体です。寄付と関連して特定のゲームには高難易度への変更やエンディングの選択肢等が予定されており、各項目ごとに設定された目標寄付金額を達成した際に行われます。また、寄付金額を表に見立てたビット号によってキャラクター名や選択肢などが決定されることもあります。寄付金額に対する報酬は URL からご確認いただけます。直接の寄付はカードによってはできないこともあるようですが、ぜひ一度チャレンジしてみてください。 イベントは15日まで24時間昼夜問わず開催されておりますので、ぜひ最後までお楽しみください。
いや、なんか始まってたんですか。びっくりした。帰ってきたらなんか始まってるわ。
お帰りなさい。ちょっと場をつなぐ。
ありがとうございます。
いただいておりました。はい、では引き続きソードフィッシュさん解説お願いいたします。
ですね、今これが、
Also, I do want to mention that this was just incredibly
そ
unlucky.
の、
I don't think I've ever
洞
had
窟をね、
anybody
塞いでい
die in
る
this fight in forever.
塞いじゃったっ
I've actually lost.
ていうローマ
I've
同
died
士
here before. I've had a game over here before. That's how unlucky I was.
So basically,
が
this was the
い
only
るので
fight
は
we
と
had
い
to
う
do in
館で
order
す
to
ね。
get this little gem here. And we can use this gem, this mirror jewel, to actually travel between times.
Yeah, so every encounter is now just a time loss for him.
でまずはこの館でやることというのは、鏡の宝玉と3つのプレートというのを集めていきます。俺が最後まで解説するかっていう話なんですけど、最後まで解説しますよ。今日私そのために有給取って配信前にラーメン食ってきたんで。
I remember when I played this casually for the first time, I got super lost in here.
Yeah, I let somebody borrow, one of my friends borrow this game, and this is where they got stuck. They never got past this area because it was so confusing. So, what we're doing is we're going in and out of time. Like, I think we're in the past right now.
そして、この鏡の世界に入っていきます。
はい。We're going back in time, forward in time, backward in time, forward in time. And moving that statue is actually very important because you have to get certain jewels in order to be able to continue on to get to the area. Final.
Basically what I've done here is I moved the statue, and moving objects in one world or one timeline, if you will, is going to have a reaction.
そうっすね。昔はこのゲームロードがめちゃくちゃ長かったんで、トイレ行く余裕ってあったと思うんですけど、Xbox シリーズ X になってロード時間めちゃくちゃ早くなったんで、トイレに行く時間ないっすね。
Ground bomb, we talked about bombs earlier.
Xbox 当時はありました。
Basically, there are bombs of each element: fire, water, wind, and earth.
360の当時か。
And there are 3 tiers of those bombs. There are the normal bombs like flare bomb, wind bomb. Then you have the tier 2 bombs, which are wind bombs, flare bombs, grounder bombs. And then you have tier 3 bombs, which is flarers, grounders, aquos. So basically, just like in Final Fantasy with the tier spells. We're gonna grab those level 2 bombs here.
これ解除すると扉開きますよと。この辺の謎解きのヒントは中庭にあったりします。
That let us progress the dungeon further. Also, we're getting flashbacks because this is Kaim and Sarah's old bedroom.
Yeah, I was just about to say some of that story, but yeah, I mean, just going in and out of time here. If you have anything, Ghoul, for a minute, you can go ahead and talk. There's not much going on here.
Alrighty. Again, just want to remind everybody we are questing for Glory, Hope, and Healing 2, raising money for NAMI, which is the National Alliance on Mental Illness. Did you know that 1 in 5 Americans live with a mental health condition, and fewer than 50% of adults living with these conditions will receive treatment each year? Many factors contribute to this, including stigma, lack of access, and lack of knowledge and resources. NAMI aims to help change that, which again is part of the reason that we are here supporting them as our cause today. We are at $7,005. Would love to see that be $7,500 by the end of this run. I believe you guys can probably do it. We've got what, 4 hours? 4.5 hours?
4つの光をすべて消すか。光をすべて消すと中央の石板が壊れて最深部の部屋に行けるようになりますので、それを目指していく感じですかね。
For, let me pull up the name again just one last time. For the Lie Eat trilogy, that is donated by Transquina. It's a $5 minimum donation. Anytime from now until the end of Lost Odyssey, any percent, a $5 minimum donation will put you in a raffle to win that Steam key. There's also a gaming headset for the Xbox One Series X that was donated by Game KMD. That is a $10 minimum donation, and that will run until the end of Chroma Squad, which is the next run on the list. There's plenty of other prizes as well. You can see the full list on the prizes that Magus so kindly went ahead and put in chat. So go ahead, take a look at the prize
私
list and get
こう
those
いう
donations
この
in.
手の中庭のよく出るゲームをやってるんで
we
め
collect
ちゃく
all
ちゃ
the
見
plates
覚えがあ
that
るん
we
ですけど
need
ね。
now.
こんなには明るく
This
ない
is
け
the
どね。
first instance
もっと
where
暗いんですけど。
you're probably gonna run into extremely bad hitbox detection in this game. Like, you need to approach those holes in a very specific direction in order to
プ
actually
レー
be
トはめ
able
込
to
みま
place
し
the
た。
plates in them. Luckily, over time, you kind of get a little bit of a hang of which angle you need to stand there in order to make it. And also the solution for this puzzle is you have to place the plates in the correct
そし
order,
て、
judging by
これは
how the
隠れ家で
clock
すね。
was in the other
中
world.
庭
So you might
の
have noticed we set the
なん
pot
かこんな
we
仕
set
掛け
the
も見
clock
た
in the
な。
other world to pot.
ホラ
And
ゲ
it
と
has a
なんか
certain
こん
direction to
な
pot holes, and you need
し
to put them
か
the plates
なん
the
か
same way
よ
the
プレー
clock
トはめ
is
込
in
む
the other
と
world. And
次のところに行けるっていう
in order to be
な
able
んか
to
見たこ
unlock
とがあるな。
to the basement here.
Yeah, and this puzzle I have just have memorized now. It's inner left, outer right, outer left. I don't know how you solve this.
Yeah, I just put the numbers in my notes. My notes literally say door 2 4 3 1. There is a storyline related reason at which how you approach
で4つ
to
光っ
those
て
doors.
る
I
光って
honestly
るものを
cannot
全て
remember
消す
what
っていう
the
謎解きっすね。
explanation is for this.
謎解きっていう
Yeah,
かギミ
I
ッ
just
ク。
haven't memorized at this point.
これ全部消すと
So we're about to go for the next boss fight, and the next boss fight actually has a kind of
はい。
interesting mechanic. Because the
全
next
部消
boss
しま
is
し
the old
た。
sorceress. But very similar
基
to
盤崩れま
Mac in
す。
this one, we're not going to fight the old sorceress itself. But we're going to
これで
fight the
先に
enemies
進め
that are
ますっ
actually
て感
going
じ
to
ですね。
attack the old sorceress. And basically what you want to do
で、
is
ここで、
you
ボ
want
ス
to kill
戦。
the floating orbs around the old sorceress before the orbs can kill the sorceress herself. Because if the
四年
sorceress
体と
HP
い
go
う
down
ボ
to
ス戦です
zero,
ね。
you're game over.
ローマ同士が中央にいて、
Yeah,
四
and
年
this
体
is
が4
if
体いま
anybody
す。
needs to use the restroom,
その四年体っていうのは
anybody
ローマ同
wants
士のみを
to
攻
take
撃してこちらに一
stretch,
切攻
walk
撃してこないん
around,
で
this
す
is the
が、
perfect time
そのローマ同
because
士
this is just
が、
holding down one button once you get everything set up.
倒されてしまうと敗
Yeah,
北
we're
になっ
gonna
てし
do the
まうの
setup
で、
here, and again we're gonna make use of the
早く
gamble
倒しましょう
spell,
って感じで
but only
す。
with 3 of the 4 characters. Because with Ming and
早速
Chancellor,
ギャンブ
we're
ル
actually
使っ
going
て
to
き
go
ます
for
ね。
force here. Now, the
さあ、
reason
ギャン
why
ブ
we
ル、
do
4
that
人
is
ギャンブルかな。4
force
人
does
ギャンブル、1人
roughly
フォー
the
ス。
same average
フォースっ
damage
ていうの
that
が
gamble
無属性
does.
の呪文です
But
ね。無
force
属
is
性
a
の攻
lot
撃呪
more
文。
consistent at this point, and as you might notice on the turn order, force is actually faster
まあ
than the
500ぐらい
orbs
ですか
compared to
ね。
gamble. So depending on what kind of gambles you get, you might
だ
be
いたい
able to kill off
450前後
orbs
か。
using force before they actually get their next turn in, effectively cutting down on animation time and saving time in the process.
You don't want to attack. Like you would think, well, why wouldn't you just attack with time?
さあ、ギャンブ
If you
ル。
attack them like directly, you will take the damage. You'll take some.
400。まあまあまあまあまあいいでし
Yeah,
ょ
you
う。
can
通
see all
常
of
ぐ
those
らい。
orbs, they have a special color, and this is basically the element.
800!
So what you could also do is just attack them with the element that you need.
248。
I don't have
しょっ
anybody.
ぺ
I don't know how much HP they have at the moment. Let me check that so we can get a quick
ー。
kill.
という今の
here.
ようにですね、
Okay, that doesn't even matter.
こう、上振れをね、目指していきますよ。
Yeah, usually you're supposed to use the according element to actually get rid of those orbs faster. We're using force because force is non-elemental and therefore works against all of them. And also we use gamble because like we said earlier, gamble
ただですね、
completely
カイ
forced
ム
the
と
game's
セスが
mechanics,
ね、
like Steve mentioned
い
earlier.
かんせん、
Those orbs they counterattack with the element they're attached to at this very turn. When you use physical attacks on them.
魔法適性がないっていうの
And
と、
obviously that wastes more time.
直
So we're gonna
接
try to do this with
に
magic.
物理攻撃を四年体にすると、この ローマ同士に攻撃しちゃうんで、こうせざるを得ない。ギャンブル !574、まあ普通だな。セス、どうだ ?192?
Oh, okay, we got a 43 here. I quickly want to.
43?
I forgot to do that earlier.
おいおいおいおい、嘘だろ
We're gonna get bad gambles.
こんなの大パンだろ、43と
So
か
for。every gamble that is double digit, meaning less than 100, I'm gonna donate $5. For every single digit, I'm gonna donate $15. And if we actually hit a 1, I'm gonna donate $50 after the run. So we already had a 43 here, so that's already $5 to charity. If somebody can keep count of that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, what is the max that it can hit for gambles?
It depends on the character level, because the max
ギャンボー。
can go up higher the higher level you are. But usually
413
everything that is
まあまあ
like
いいでしょう。
4,
ギャンブル。
1400, 1500 is usually already really good.
247。
Okay, this is a
おい、
bad
カイム
fight.
とセス
Actually,
さ
got a 4-turn fight here. Usually you
君
wanna
た
try
ち
to
が引かない
complete
と
this with
ダメージ
turns.
が稼げないんだぜ、このゲーム。
So yeah, I think we had one gamble that was less than 100 so far.
ロスオデ賭博部。残念ながらここはチャンネルポイントやってないんで、1回のボス戦でギャンブルで1000以上のダメージ出すか出さないで、賭博ができないですね。残念。ただこれでもだいぶ前のチャートに比べて乱数要素はかなり減ったんですよね。もうちょっとね、大昔のイニシエのチャートだとここ全員ギャンブルやってましたからね。そう、5人でギャンブルの呪文をひたすら回していい乱数が出るか出ないかっていう戦いをしてました。ただしそれだとあまりにも上振れ下振れがひどすぎるんで、フォースっていうね無属性の呪文を使うようになりましたね。
mental state, she actually, the Cook and Mac sang a family lullaby that only they knew.
はい、そしてそのローマ同士だったんですけど、実は正体が、セスじゃないサラでして、これがカイムの妻ですね。にして不死者になります。これでようやくすべての不死者が揃い4人パーティーになります。4人すべて揃いました。で基本的にこのゲームの構成といたしましては、この不死者4人プラス1人っていうね。
Yeah, mine too. I'm really not a big fan of this cave. So yeah, we have the black cave coming up here. We're gonna have another forced fight in a couple of seconds. And at the end of the fight, there is probably the biggest RNG heavy boss fight in all of this too, waiting with Rough Queen. We're gonna go into more details once we actually get there.
この洞窟を進んでいきます。
So we're gonna have a forced fight here with a magic sorcerer and a lot of lighted up bats, I guess. And
これも敵キャラがちょっと厄介ですね。今中央にいる闇魔導士っていうのが、全体火力を持っていて、かつこちらの魔法攻撃をカウンターしてくる。そしてこの鳥なんですけど、高い直接攻撃の回避性を持ちつつ、持っているという敵になっていまして、このロストオデッセイっていうゲームはですね、非常にこの通常の敵すらもうめんどくさいというか大変なんですよね。っていうのが特徴になってますね。
Shout out to Gruntmeister that's in chat right now. He's another one of the runners for the game.
Okay, now give me a good gamble, please.
Yep,
He's
please.
probably going to kill Mac.
ギャンブル。
Oh boy.
Oh god.
Now watch it, here it comes.
127。はい。で、
Yep.
うえ
Actually gonna do the second gamble with Sarah now.
今何かっていうと、あいつにギャンブルしちゃったんで、ギャンブル返されたんですね。そしたらこっちは下振れだったのに、向こうは800引いてくるんですよ。そう、これがロストオデッセイなんですよ、これが。わかります？ローストオデッセイってのはこういうゲームなんですよ。向こうは引くからね、余裕で。
Usually, if I go for serious PP attempts, I'm gonna do a turn 1 gamble with both Mac and Sarah. But the problem is, if Mac dies here, it's really not that big of an issue, because we're not gonna be using Mac for much longer anymore. But you want to try to keep Sarah alive, because the higher level she is, the higher her gamble is, obviously. And the more damage her regular spells are going to do later on as well. And that is going to become especially important in later fight on Disc 4, where a level or 2 can actually be a damage range.
そうだよね、殺戮将軍の悲劇ってやつか。これ結構ね、怖い話ですね。
So yeah, we got through this forced encounter. And now we're just gonna run away from everything until we get to the boss. And I am definitely going to throw in a safety save before the boss, because it did mention earlier how I had a run in the past that actually died because of a soft lock, and it was in this very place here. Also, I wanna unequip the Turntail shoes from Chance and put them on Mac. We're going to come back to this place later again on Disc 4 as well, since it has one of the royal seals that was one of the donation incentives for this run, which you guys already made, like, I think on the very first day. So I think the marathon was only running for like 4 or 5 hours, and the donation incentive for the royal seals was already met. So shout out to get so. We hope to be able to get to $7,500 by the end of this run.
Yeah, please keep on donating.
お話ですね。
So, coming into... I always forget this next part, but after this, we're coming into a section of the Black Cave that we're just gonna hug the left wall, because if we move anywhere else, we have a chance of falling
さ
back
て、
down.
この暗闇にですね、ラフレイブという生き物がいまして、これがまあボス戦になるんですね。で、そのこの洞窟を支配してる絶対捕食者みたいなのがラクスレイブで、それを支配、それをなんだ収めてるのがそのラフクイーンというのがね、いまして、そいつが次のボスになります。
Is just try to hug the left wall as much as possible, because this is usually the place that is the safest.
Maybe next time.
そして今、ステージのギミックで急に風が吹いて、ホタルが吹き飛ばされちゃったので、はい。ホタル君はいなくなりました。
The ship that we stole was the slant nose, and that's actually the engine, I believe, was part of Seth's when she was like in the past. It was part of Seth's ship, and now they have the slant nose there, and when we get Sarah, we come to find out that Sarah, Kaim, Seth, and Gangora, as well as Ming, were all part of a 1,000-year pact. They don't know how they were involved, but they
この次のラフクイーン戦もですね、はい、ギャンブルなんで、こっから基本的主戦力はギャンブルだと思っていいです。 違うボスの時はまた違いますっていう解説するんですけど、基本はギャンブルです。
So we're about to come up against the next boss fight, and this is actually something I really love about the game. The boss fights, they all have a certain amount of gimmick attached to them. This one is called the Rough Queen. Now, the Rough Queen itself, it doesn't actually show up. You can see
この洞窟内に音が響いて、ラフスレイブが現れましたと。で、このラクスレイブ3体と戦うとラフクイーンが現れます。わかりますか？勝てとは言ってませんよ。つまり戦闘が起きたら逃げればいい。
So we're gonna have to run away from 3 different battles now, and then the Rough Queen herself is going to show. And the Rough Queen again is going to hide
しかもいいですね。
behind
こ
her
こだけ
servants
シン
in the
ボルエン
back
カ
room,
ウント
which
で
you see
2
on
体
the floor,
のラ
which
フレイ
means you'd
ラ
have
ク
to
スレイ
get
ド
rid
と
of the
シンボルで
entire
エンカウン
front
ト
row
し
in
たの
order to do
で、
damage to her.
つまり2連戦で連続ですね。一気に稼ぎましたね、戦闘の数を。いや、これいいですよ。
Defense, magic attack
非常にいい
it
で
also
すね。
completely ignores GC level, so it also does full damage to the back. So what we're going to do in the next fight is we're going to have gamble on everybody, and we're going to try to beat the Rough Queen in a single turn, because the problem is once you push Rough Queen below a certain HP threshold, she's going to run away. And then you have to fight another, you have to go into battle with another one of those for the Rough Queen to actually show up again. So ideally, we want an average gamble of at least 300.
これでちょっと目の赤い目みたいなところが赤いラフクイーンが出現します。そうするとラフクイーンとラフスレイブのパーティーで来るんですが、その中の一人に対してクイーンがフェロモンをかけてきます。でフェロモンをかけられたラクスレイブは、ハイテンション状態になって通常攻撃が跳ね上がります。通常攻撃が跳ね上がると突撃をしてきます。ダメージが非常に大きい。まずは、クイーンをギャンブルで、すごいですね。みんなこれギャンブルじゃないですか？ 5 人でギャンブルしてきますよ。
Wow, they're not attacking Mac? Usually they only attack Mac for me.
Turn 1, they're almost always attacking Keim. Okay, so Keim has a random status element inflict on him. We don't know what it is yet. The status element is actually not going to kick in.
それハイテンションですね。
If it is something like fear, that's good, because fear only prevents him from
ギャンブル1回目。
If it is something like Cal alone, that would be bad, because the
Cal
status makes you do 1 damage with each attack. Okay, that was a real good.
Wow.
800!
We're already done. Nice. Very good gambles. You can already tell
900!
the gamble spells goes off, because if you don't hear the sound animation of the gamble spell, it is a kill in the back row. So you can already tell by the animation whether or not you actually get the kill.
700!
So now we're gonna switch over to Winda on Sarah, because Sarah is actually the first one that has access to level 4 black magic. And this is nice in terms of her doing much more damage than she would do with Gamble, since they're all weak to wind. Nice damage there.
666で、そしてフェロモンをかけられた以外のラクスレイドはフェロモンをかけられたやつにジェラシーで攻撃してきます。ラッシュでカイムが落ちてしまった。
So the combination of Force and Winda should kill one, and then hopefully the gambles are
ちょ
gonna
っ
kill
と
the second.
安定で通常魔法も使い出したっていうのと、そのラクスレイブ自体は魔法特化のキャラクターだったらギャンブル使う必要ないですからね。普通にグランダーとかウィンダーとかでいいんで、まあまあいいんじゃないですか。ただハイテンジェラシー状態のやつが残っちゃってるんですけど、どうするつもりですかね。またセスあたりに来そうですね、ラッシュは。700、まあこれ落ちるでしょ。落ちない耐えれてる。ウィンダー。これで落ちるんじゃない？落ちた。
Yeah, so basically by doing this, you can guarantee that you're only gonna get attacked once per turn. That character usually gets wiped though. Okay, it's 258. It might be back that dies now. Okay, actually no.
倒せはしなかった。
That's a solid boss fight.
That was a really good fight.
Usually either Kaim or Mac dies by the end of this one. I would prefer it if it were Mac, but I guess that's okay as well. We got through the fight without the Rough Queen running away, which is already pretty good, because this is one of the parts that I'm most anxious about during a run. Because if Rough Queen runs away and you have to fight her again, you lose like 4 minutes.
Or more with me.
Or more, yeah. I mean, the good thing is, if you damage Rough Queen in the first fight and she runs away, she's only gonna have the remaining HP in the second encounter, so you're very likely to kill her on the second attempt. But ideally, since that was time, you wanna get it on the first try already.
なんかそのサマンの町も
Alright, next up we're in the
妙
season
な状態に
mom.
なってると。
You wanna
そしてゴッツァへ続くアイスキャニオンっていう巨大な渓谷も氷柱によって閉ざされてしまっているので、今は通り抜けれねえということで、どうやらその西の海の方でなんか怪しく光るものがあるので、それを見に行き、調査しに行くという話。
Confident that with the help of the wise and benevolent king of Gotza, they will find the ship that will transport them across the ocean.
So yeah, this is about the next part we're gonna do. First of all, we need to head to the experimental staff to get to Gongora. And before that, we're going to do a little shopping trip again. So first of all, we're gonna buy 2 sets of sorcerer earrings, because those give the one that used them access to level 4 black and white magic. We're gonna buy 9 grounded bombs total, as well as 10 of each tier 1
グランダーボムですね。
So we're gonna need those in the
地
beginning
属
of
性のボム
disc
と
3. We're
風
gonna
属性。
buy a couple of bind healers. I basically need everything here. I don't have any angel plumes left.
回復アイテム
I don't have any healing herbs left.
余ってるんで、戦闘
really
回
not
復
a
アイテ
fan
ム
of
も買
that.
ってる感じ
Oh
です
boy.
ね。
Huh, okay. Short on money, but we made it. We used a lot of items here. So most of the items that we bought here, they don't come into play until disc 3. You always want to have a couple of backup healing herbs, angel plumes, mana herbs, just as a recovery in case things go south, which is going to happen more often than you'd think.
So we have to get into the ship.
ちなみに次に戦うボスがマンタラスって言うんですけど、それはあれですかね。
Where else would the captain be but using the restroom?
I mean, even captain's got to use the restroom every once in a while.
Exactly.
Also, a little menu that I almost forgot here. We're gonna ditch Mac now. We're gonna put Jansen in. And now, very important, all of the immortals, we're going to skill link to Jansen in order to learn steal. We didn't even touch steal at all in this game up until now. Because usually the steal rate in this game is rather low, and the items you can steal in a speedrun aren't really worth considering. There is one exception to that though. In the next area, we're going to have to steal a gate pass in order to progress through the dungeon. So ideally you want to have as many characters with access to
マンタラスっていうのは古文のマンタを3体呼びます。でその間は、船の上で戦うんですけど、海中に潜ってしまうんですが、古文のマンタたちを全員倒すと出現します。ただし、そのマンタラスに1回でも攻撃してしまうと、またちっちゃいマンタを呼び出して自分は海に潜ってしまいます。ですので、攻撃の順番の速いボムでマンタたちを倒して、延焼時間の長い、レベル4の黒魔法のグランダで本体のマンタラスを攻撃するという流れになります。非常にここはなんでしょう、この結構この敵めんどくさい敵なんで、こんな簡単に倒せるんだっていうのが結構、はい、プレイの方が結構感動するんじゃないですか。結構めんどくさいです。
And only once you clear the ads, Mantalus is going to reappear and you can ban it damage again. So what we're going to do here is we're going to throw the ground of bombs that we just bought to clear the ads. And since the items always have priority over everything else, they're always gonna go first. So we're gonna clear the ads, and then once Mantalus comes back, he immediately gets hit with Sarah's ground spell, which as you just saw does a lot more damage.
これはかなりなんか美しく作られてるのが、
ground the bombs.
この
Mantalus is gonna come back.
サラ
He's gonna
の
get grounded. He's gonna disappear, and we're basically
唱える
gonna
グ
do
ラン
that
ダの
all over again
呪
until
文
the
を
boss is
唱える
down,
時の
which is
順番
usually 3 turns.
より
This
も
is why I said this
マ
is a
ン
very
タ
good
ラスが
setup.
出現
Because
す
once
る
you
の
do
が
the
早
turn
い
1
ということ
setup,
ですね。
all you need to do is hold down the A button for roughly 35
これをう
seconds.
まいこと利用して、マンタラスだけにきちんとダメージを与えるという非常になんか考え
Too much going on. I do want to remind you guys that we do have the challenges coming up for Final Fantasy VII Remake Integrate. The Take the Stairs incentive is at $25 out of its $400 for the goal, and the soft lock incentive is at 25 out of 250. We do also have the one bidding war for 7 Remake Integrate, which is choosing the language, where French is at $15, and the other two, the Japanese and English, are at 0. So very easy to swap the language to the language of your choosing if you would so like.
かなり早い。
So we're done with Mantalus now,
で、
and
マ
we're
ンタ
going
ラス
to
を
approach the
倒し終わ
experimental
ったん
staff.
で
And
す
I already
が、
talked about it earlier. This is the
それ
reason
でも
why we learned steal
海
on
が荒れ
everybody.
狂い、
We need to steal a gate pass in order to get to the top of the dungeon.
エクスペリメン
And
ト
you
スタ
need
ッ
to
フ
steal
と
a
いう
gate
場所
pass
ですね。
from one of
あ、
the
こ
Ura
こで、
guardsmen that happen to
ここで
appear
セ
in
スの
random encounters
夢パー
occasionally.
ト2か。
Now there are 6 different
この
enemy
セスの
encounter
ストーリー
formations
も
in
ね、たびたび
experimental
こう
staff.
いう
And 2 of them
やっぱ海
contain
賊なん
Ura
で、
guardsmen, so it is a roughly 1 in 3 chance to get an encounter you want in order to steal the gate
戻ってきま
pass.
すね。
And you usually have 3 encounters up until the point where you need the gate pass. So it's usually a 1 in 3 chance
はい
3
で、この
times to get the gate pass.
冒頭に述べ
If
た、
you don't get it, you
グラ
have
ン
to
ド
grind
スタッ
encounters or
フ
you're
の
gonna lose town.
試作品のエクス
So we're gonna
ペリメントスタッフっていうところに来ました。
I've actually lost a run here because I died somehow because I didn't get enough. I didn't actually get the encounter that I needed. Plus, when I did, I was
そ
stealing.
してここではですね、
I wasn't
各地に設置されたゲートを通るために
This can happen as well. We talked
ゲートパ
about
スっていう
we
ものが
talked
必要にな
earlier
るんで
about
す
how
が、そ
stealing
れは、
rates in this game aren't really necessarily well. I don't know the exact rates,
ウー
but
ラ
if I
の
had
警
to
備
take a
兵
guess, it's
から
probably
盗むこと
somewhere
で手配
between
です。は
25 to 30%.
い、盗ま
per
なきゃダ
steal.
メです。倒しても
So
手に入り
usually
ませ
when
ん
you。steal with all 5 party members, there is a decent chance you can get them turn 1. But yeah, I had fights where I actually
で
had
す
to
の
run
で、
away
ウーラ
because
の警
otherwise
備
I
兵
would
と
have died.
遭遇したら、とりあえず盗みましょう。
And if you die here, there is no save point, so you have to go back to the Mantalus fight.
Yeah, right. The last checkpoint in here was actually right before the Mantalus fight.
Alright.
Okay, random encounter number 1. And we
Nice,
actually got the
nice.
encounter. Beautiful. First try. Now we just need to get the steal in.
Like Gruntmeister was saying in chat, one time I forgot to do steal here, or like skill link steal with Jansen. I got lucky
倒
enough
した
that I
ら
only
ちょう
used
どなんか
Jansen,
ドロ
and
ップ
on
し
the
てくれる
second
だろう
try
み
with
たいな
Jansen, I managed to get the
こういうね
key.
要素は
Yeah,
残念ながらない
if
で
we
すね。
forget
しか
to
もこ
learn steal
の
here, it's not a game
こい
over.
つ
You
ら
still
結
have
構
chance
強
to
いんで
always
すよ
know steal.
ね。普通
But it
に。
can become incredibly frustrating trying to get a
盗
gate
み
pass. Okay,
ます。
second
ミ
try.
ス。
Beautiful. Oh, I did lose a world record run here once because it took me 6 minutes to get a gate pass.
今盗めたんじゃないですか？
So yeah, it's not always necessarily enemy RNG that's going to screw you over in this game. Do not have. Oh right, Max still has the second set of turntail shoes.
ので、とんずらして
Alright,
逃げま
so
す。
now that we actually have the gate key, we're just going to hightail it to the very end. There's a puzzle that we have to solve that's like, in my opinion,
ギャンブルとセット
I
して
hate the puzzle in here.
確かに。
puzzles in the staff sections of the game doesn't matter
最
if it's
初に
experimental
仲
staff
間
or
にな
even later the
る
grand
女
staff.
性キャラク
They're
ター
generally really,
女
really
海賊ですし
complicated. And there is an achievement in this game that actually wants you to collect
そう
every
いう
single
属性
chest
がある
in
の
the
も仕方
game.
がないです。
And that is probably the one achievement that most people remember from this game. Luckily, all the staff sections, doesn't matter again if it's experimental staff or grand staff, cannot be accessed once you complete them. And there is an auction house built into this game where you can purchase all items that were in areas where you don't have access to anymore. Also, fun fact here, this little cutscene, the text actually changes whether or not you got a gate pass already. Because if you already have a gate pass, Cook's gonna be like, huh, maybe we can use the gate pass that we just got from the guards earlier. And if you don't have one yet, the game actually gives you a hint and says, maybe one of the guards in here might have a gate pass that we can use here.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's
この
basically
エク
the
スペ
game's
リメ
way
ン
to
トスタッ
like
フ
push you towards stealing a
の
gate
方では
pass,
なんかガン
knowing
ガラ
that
が
you're
いる
gonna
ん
need it in
で
order to actually advance.
ガンガラのいる奥地に足を進めていきます。
So yeah, once we're
でガンガラ
done
戦
with
で
this
すね。
section of the game, we're gonna fight Gongora for the very first time, but we're not actually going to beat him because it's going to be a scripted fight. And this is another one of the fights where you only have to set up and then can
こ
hold
の
the
ガ
A
ン
button. Oh, look at
次
that,
の
another
ガン
one.
ガラ戦の BGM めち
So
ゃく
this
ち
is
ゃいいん
another
で
fight where you can have a small
も
break,
しかし
and
た
I
ら
think this is
個
going to be
人
the
的
fight
に
where
で
I'm
すけ
actually
ど
gonna take a little
ロ
break.
ストオデッセイ
Once we
の
set
戦闘
that up.
BGM で一番好
It
き
is
か
a
もしれないで
little
す。
longer than the Manteless fight. I think the Manteless is like 30 or 35 seconds. And I think the Gongora segment is like 45-ish, something like that. So those two and the Afrosaurus battle in Disc 4 are the best places to schedule a break without losing any time.
Yeah, so right here, we only have to go over to this section in order to hit this button right here. And then we're going to head it all the way back to where we just came from. And then we have to move back over, lift up the box, move over
な
again.
かなか一本道ではね、この辺りからダンジョン進めなくなってるんで、
Then
あれこれ
move
あれこれ
forward,
道を作ったりしてね。
then get onto another lift, move over because that switch that we hit is lowering another box, and then we're able to continue on. And like we said earlier, the wonky hitboxes.
Yeah, wonky hitboxes, especially on those platforms, it's sometimes really weird. But yeah, like Steve already said, this puzzle is a little bit complicated. And just in terms of advancing in the dungeon, it looks like you don't really do much. Of course, you have to say that there are a lot of items in here that are also involved with this puzzle somehow, but we're not gonna get any of those since they don't really do anything for the run. So the only thing we do is the mandatory part that we have to do. So yeah, it does look a little weird. Also, we are back with the bugs. Remember Pokemori in Disc 1? Those bugs are like the upgraded version of the bugs we fought there.
Maybe next time.
Yeah, we're pretty much done with this point here now. I don't know if anybody actually kept count, but we had 3 encounters up until here, which is usually the average, because once we have this platform here in place, we're already at the part where we need the gate
普
pass.
通にこれ
Oh, did we
別に
explain,
歩いても大
um,
丈夫そうなんですけどね。
wow, rate of which
別
battles
になん
happen,
か
like
下に落ちちゃうとかじゃ
time
なさ
frame
そ
where
う
if you
なん
don't
で
get a battle, then the game.
Yeah. Generally, how random encounters in this game work is the game has somewhat of an internal counter where it's going to try to keep itself evened out over the course of the run. So on average, you're always about to hit the same amount of random encounters. So this is not like Final Fantasy IX, where you can get lucky and skip entire sections without getting in an encounter. The game kind of equals itself out in terms that if you get through large portions of the game without getting into a random encounter, the game oftentimes throws 2 or sometimes even 3 encounters right back at you quickly after each other. So we're gonna set up the fight here, and oops.
Uh-oh.
ガラスの間というところで、おっと
Oh, I am
プリーズ
connected. Yes, please.
コントローラー
Sorry. So yeah, I'm gonna set up this quickly,
大丈夫
and then I'm gonna take a quick break. So you can explain in the meantime what we're doing here.
Yeah, so what's happening here is that
ここはイベント戦っすね。
fight
はい。
in which the lines, like he has to say certain lines in order for the game to continue. So as long as you keep on
全
defending,
滅させられないよ
then
う
the
に
game will
すれば OK って感じ。
eventually he's going to do a move that kills everybody, and that's why he healed beforehand. He has to make sure that at least Kaim and Seth make it through the all kill, or up to the all kill move, and once he uses that move, then the fight automatically ends, and it's supposed to happen like that.
ここでガンガラがお前たちの記憶を失わせたのは自分たちの使命を忘れた裏切り者に対する当然の仕打ちだみたいなことを言ってるなんですが、その使命って一体何だみたいなことは教えてくれません。
We have plenty to talk about. So, once again, I do want to remind everybody we do have two prizes for this run in particular. We have the Steam Key for the Light Trilogy that was donated by a Transplina. That is a $5 minimum donation. Just $5 will get you in on the raffle in order to win the copy of that game on Steam. And then we also have a gaming headset for the Xbox One, Xbox Series X that was donated by Game KMD. So if you're enjoying this Lost Odyssey run and want to play it yourself on your Xbox Series X, might as well play it with a brand new headset. That is a $10 minimum donation. That will run from Lost Odyssey until the end of Chroma Squad, which is the next run on the list.
でそうすると
Yeah, just like every
はい
other JRPG,
急に
of course,
建
Lost
物
Odyssey
が
also needs an escape section where a timer
爆
is
破する
ticking
よ
down.
と
So experimental
壊れる
staff
よ
is
と
now falling apart. Gongora doesn't
い
need
う
it anymore.
タイ
He's
ム
already
リ
got
ミ
everything
ットが
studied that
現
he needs
れ
to
ま
know.
す。はい、
So
12
now the
分
whole
以内
thing is
に
gonna go up in a huge explosion. We
船
need to
のある
get out
最
of
下
there
層に行き
before
な
the
さい
time
と
hits zero.
いうね、唐突に始まりますね。
And if you get lucky,
そ
you
して
can
こ
actually
れ
make
来た
it
時とね、
through the
微妙に
entire
マップが
segment
崩れちゃ
here
っててね、微
without getting a
妙に
single
違います。
encounter.
微妙
But
に。
like I said earlier, usually random encounters, they don't really matter too much
大筋は同
because
じ
the
なん
amount
で
of
すよ。
time
ちょ
you're
っと違
going
うん
to
で。
gain on one
初見
segment
だと迷っ
because of
ちゃうかな
good
っていう
encounter luck,
そうです。
you're gonna lose in the next one anyway. So it's kind of equaling itself over time. Also, again, minor optimization here. Run down those stairs on the right side. If you run those stairs on the left side, you might have seen that the stairs are actually damaged. And if you run it down on the
そうです
left
ね。ただ
side,
この
on the
崩
left side,
壊中なん
Cam's
です
gonna
けど
trip.
も、ちょっと
And it's
強力な
not really
剣
much. It costs like a second or two. It's just a minor
指輪が
thing.
落ちてるんで拾うんじゃないですかね。
Also, we're gonna grab a
ど
couple
う
of
でしょう
chests on the
拾
way
うの
out.
かな
First of all, we're gonna grab this chest here,
とりあえず
which
次
contains another
のボ
power
スと
drink.
かに
We're
有
gonna get a
効
couple of
な
power drinks at the beginning of this
レッ
grade.
ドスネークっていうやつとスネークリングっていうのがあるんで、
The next chest is going to contain the snake ring, which is going to be a sword upgrade. We're gonna be using quite a bit in disc 3 and later on.
Oh,
There's-
we
あ、
didn't
取り
get
ま
it.
した。
Almost made it. I once had an encounter literally on the last step here. But the good thing is we can set up Turntail now. Because in the first section of disc 3, there is actually an enemy that can steal items from you. And I can remember Potato Handle once lost a run there because he got encounterless escape. So he still had his memory cursor on defend for everybody. And then he ran into that encounter, and instead of running away, he actually defended. And then one of those monkey enemies that can steal accessories
た
it
だ
actually
まあこ
stole
こ
the
12
Medusa's
分
head,
あるんで、
which he
まあ
needs for
なかなか
anti-petrify.
ね、
And in order to regain that, you actually have to do an
なか
optional
な
side quest
か
and beat the monkey
ゲ
boss.
タイムオーバー
That
み
just
たいのは
takes like
な
5
い
or
か
6 minutes.
な。
Takes
もう
way too
余
much.
裕ですね。
So basically, the run died because he forgot on what part of the menu his memory cursor was.
All
The
right.
good thing is, once we already set up on Turntail, we can just hold A on disc 3.
船に乗っ
We
て
are now on to disc 3. So we're getting
こ
closer
こ
to
で
the
デ
end,
スク
so
3
let's
と。
try and hit that 7,500.
はい、デスク2お疲れ様でした。 そし
So we're
て、グ
back
ラ
in
ン
the
ドスタ
city
ッ
of
フが
Saman,
崩
and
壊
you
する
might
と、
notice that the weather now is a
先
lot
ほどま
more
でなんか
nicer.
霧
That was
みたいなもや
because
に
on disc 2 when
覆
we
われ
come
てい
here,
たサ
people
バン
were
の
like,
街が
I don't want
も
to say cursed, but we're like magically
う、ね、
enchanted
非
or
常に
of some
こう
sort.
晴天な
Because the
港
experimental
町
staff
に
was
変わってい
spreading
る
out
んですね。
energy that even reached the city of Saman. So now the experimental staff is
そして、エ
gone,
クスペリメントスタッフが崩壊したことで、
But before we do anything else, the
次
kids
の
are a little bit
なんだ
tired, so we're gonna
アイスキャニオンか。アイスキャニオンの入り口を塞
run
いで
in
い
and
いた
let
巨
them
大な氷
sleep
も溶けているので、
for
先に進めるよう
maybe
になるという
2
ことです
30
ね。
seconds.
Yeah.
Also, this cutscene here with the kid showing, I actually have a passage in my notes that say in capitals, "Don't skip kids," because for whatever reason, I don't know why, my brain just keeps thinking I can skip this cutscene. So I put it into capitals, so I remember when I get to that part, and half of the time I still try to skip it because my brain's like, "You put that in that you cannot skip it. Better try it out because your notes might be wrong."
And the next thing we're gonna do is we have to go and talk to somebody that is going to allow for us to go into the next section. If we don't talk to this guy, we won't be able to get through the ice. And
This guy is actually not that important for the ice itself, but more for the hint that he actually gives. We had that in disc 2 already when we got a hint for the Medusa's head, which was the accessory needed for
ちょっとアイテ
anti-petrify.
ム回収する
And
感
here
じ
we're
ですか
gonna
ね、
do
これ
the
は。
same, but for the water charm, and that
木
one's
の
gonna
実
be
をあげて、
incredibly
ボ
important
ムを
because a
回
lot of the
収してい
bosses,
ますね
a。lot of the bosses in disc 3 deal water-based damage, and the water charm decreases incoming water damage by 50%. Also, what we're gonna do here, you might remember the Pippo from disc 1 that we used to exchange healing herbs for healing medicines for healing herbs. Now we're gonna exchange bombs, and this is the reason why we bought 10 tier 1 bombs in the end of disc 2, because if you give the Pippo one of each bomb, he's gonna give you a power drink in return. And you might remember that a power drink actually raises the attack of the one that is used on quite significantly. And we're not actually gonna use most of those until later parts of the game, like late of disc 3 or most of disc 4, but they're gonna be incredibly useful, and we're gonna do all the menuing with power drinks we need now. We don't have to come back later, because unfortunately there isn't
そうです
really
ね。
another
ギャ
people that is
ン、まあ、
on
ギャ
the
ン
way
ブ
or
ル
anything.
も使うんですけど、やっぱり
Also, it didn't
確実
check.
で
Okay, I was
強い
about
の
to say I
が
didn't check how many bombs
この
already.
ボムになってるんで。
Alright, so that is it.
補給
We're
して
done with Saman here. We're going to continue on the Ice Canyon.
次
And
の
the
ダンジョ
reason
ンに行
why
く感
we
じですか
couldn't
ね。
come back here earlier was because while the experimental staff still was up, and I think this was the part you were referencing, the ice canyon was still frozen solid, but the magic energy set off by the explosion of the experimental staff actually made it possible to cross through the canyon here. So again, we're gonna run through this one. We're gonna run from all
注意
encounters.
点と
We
して
already got
は
the turntile set,
あ
so we
ん
don't
ま
need to
り、
watch out.
この
If we're
氷
gonna
の
run into those monkeys that can
端っ
steal
こ
items,
を
we're going to
走
mention
る
that
と
the monkey boss, by the way,
あ
is
今の
back
ギャグじゃない
here.
ですよ。
And you
はい。
cannot actually
あの
fight that.
滑り落ちちゃうん
If you
で
want to fight the
そこ
monkey
だけ
boss,
要
you
注意です。
literally have to get something stolen from you. Because if you're interact with them now, there's nothing that's gonna happen. And we actually have a monkey in the back row here. So you literally have to get into one of those fights, wait until the monkey steals something from you, and then you can approach the monkey boss in order to do the optional boss battle. I don't even remember what the reward of it is anymore. It's not anything special. Also, here's the water charm that we just got the hint for earlier.
Yeah, and then at the end of this ice canyon is, in my opinion, the worst boss in the entire game.
Yeah, it's definitely the most complicated boss. Okay, I got an encounter here. This
お
might
ー
this
ボ
might
ス
be
がいま
interesting now.
す。はい。
So there is the section here where you have to push a little bit of snow in order to get your way through the next screen. And there is wind blowing out of the mountain that actually
Yeah,
throws you
honestly.
down because the wind's so strong.
物理攻撃を仕掛けてくる
If you don't get any encounters in this
物理攻
section
撃
at
オン
all,
リーの
you
ボス
can
で
just
そ
barely
のボ
make
ス
the
の
last
最
cycle.
大の
Okay,
特
now
徴
I'm
は
Oh wow.
make it. There's the double
こちらの
encounter.
対
Yeah,
立
I'm not gonna
を
make it. But
を
if,
移
like I
動
said,
する
if
こ
you
とが
don't
で
get
き
any
ないという
encounters,
状
you can
態以上
barely
に
make the
まずしてき
cycle,
ま
and
す。
the wind's not gonna get you.
そう、
But
こちらがも
usually,
う
if
隊
you
列を
get
移
into
動
an
できない
encounter,
状
the
態に
moment that Kaim
以上に
stops and the amount of
した
time Kaim
し
needs
た
to
後に
accelerate for sprinting
こちらの
again,
隊
it's
列
just that
の
tiny bit of time that
前
you
衛
need in order
と
to make the cycle. So you're not
前
gonna make
列
the
と後列
cycle.
を入れ替
There
え
you
る
go,
と
that's
い
the
う
one that you need to make.
行動をしてきます。
So you
つ
can
ま
make
り、
that if you don't get any
後ろの
encounters,
列にいる
because you
魔
just
導士が
continue
前列に行ってしまうという状態を作りま
throughout
す
the。entirety of the
その状
screen.
態でテールラッシュという一列に攻撃する、物理攻撃をしてきて、それで、
We're gonna
後
go
列
back
にいる
again. We're
魔
almost
導士
done
組
here,
を
and we're
全
about to
滅
hit the
する
first
というム
boss
ーブをしてきま
of
す
this
ね。
three, and probably the most complicated boss
これ
fight in the
完全
entire
な初
game.
見狩りです。
So I'm
はい。
usually not very,
まあ
I'm
これも
usually
で
not
すね、
talking a
こ
lot
こ
during this
の
boss fight because
エ
it
リア
has so
に、
many different patterns that
そ
can
の
screw you over
隊
here.
列
But
が
we'll
固
see
定されちゃ
what
うよ
kind
っ
of
てい
pattern we're gonna
う
get here.
ことを防
Yeah,
ぐ
I am
アクセサリーがある
very
ん
bad
で、
at
そ
this
れを、
boss.
まあ、使えという
I mean, he's not
使
gonna
え
talk
と
a
い
lot.
う
I will
こと
try
と、
to
あとそ
explain
の
it,
隊列が
but
固定されてますよっていう状態以上直してくれる、
this boss.
アイテムもある
Also,
の
we
で、
haven't saved in a while. I'm gonna throw in
ま
another
あそ
safety
の辺
save.
をうまいこ
Like
と使って
usually there
る
shouldn't be anything happening with softlocks and stuff. But like I said, I had that one softlock once, and I'm pretty anxious ever since of it happening again. So we're gonna throw in a safety save every once in a while, just so in case it actually happens, we
た
don't
だ
lose too much
どうで
progress.
しょう。HP がかなり、HP がすごい
Okay,
高い敵、
dinosaur fight coming up. I
行
can
動パ
feel
ターン
my
っていうのは
my
単純
blood
なんで
pressure
すけど、
going up
HP
here.
自体は高いんで、
I'm really,
ギャ
really
ン
not.
ブ
I
ル
mean,
の
it
当
is a
たり
really
外れ
cool
って
boss
いう
fight,
の
but
がかなり
can go wrong on
ビ
so
ビ
many
ッそ
different
うです
levels.
よね。もしギャンブルで行こうとするんだったら。さあどうでしょう。どう行きましょうかね。
Like, just to say, this is my worst boss fight. I've spent over 20 minutes on this boss fight before in a row. That's how bad I am at this
カイム
fight.
を
The first
カバーして、なるほど。
part we're actually going to be
カイムの攻撃を肩代わりしてくれるシールドをまず貼る感じですね。で、バインドボイス。はい、これで、もう隊列を戦闘中にいじることができなくなりました。そしてまずマインダで、ミンとサラの魔法攻撃力を上げます。ヤンセンも上げますね。多分この3人で魔法でガンガン攻撃する感じがそうっぽいですね。ただし、セスはギャンブルを使う。はい、でこれで隊列が固定されちゃう状態以上を直しました。
So basically what he does here, he uses Bind Voice so you cannot change your party formation anymore, and then he follows it up with Headbutt, which puts all your characters in the front row. And after the headbutt, 90% of the time he's gonna follow it up with a tail crush, which is another AoE attack that only hits a roll.
で、ギャンブル313、これはダメですね。これはしょっぱいですね。そうこれ通常プレイだともうここ慌てるところなんですけど、もう落ち着いて、隊列をね、直すだけで大丈夫です。どの攻撃が来るかはもう分かってる。
He isn't actually weak against any of the elemental spells, but Flare is the first one in line, so it's just that the fastest to access in the menu. It doesn't actually matter. You can also use like Grounda, Winda, whatever. But the most important thing is here, and this is also nice. This is also the thing why I'm doing the formation.
1075!
Keep your GC level on 4 as long as somewhat possible, which is the reason why we put a new cover on Kaim and put him back in the front row.
今回初めてじゃないですか、1000超えたの。
Okay, this is
これは熱いですよ。 1000超えると熱いですからね。
He might follow this up with a Bind Voice, and if he does, I got a
プレイヤー
problem. Because now we're gonna do it the
ここ
opposite.
も
Now we're
昔
gonna
ギ
put
ャ
a
ン
cover
ブル
on
チャ
Seth
ート
that
だ
actually
ったん
has
で
Seth
全員ギャンブルだ
because
ったん
Seth
です
still
よ。
has much more HP.
ただ今はマインダーで攻撃力、魔法攻撃を底上げして 764ならまあいいんじゃないでしょうか。この敵ね、通常攻撃でガンガン仕掛けてっていうのもいいんですけど、通常攻撃だった場合は、一定の確率で通常攻撃だとカウンターをしてくるんですよね。680、まあまあまあまあ。カウンターをしてきた後に通常攻撃で前列のキャラクターが落ちちゃうっていうのがあるので、計算しにくいんですよね。
If he's not gonna do bind voice now, he's gonna do it next turn. Yeah, there's the tail crush, probably in
こ
time.
の敵の特徴として生物系っていう敵なんで、
This is actually really good. I
その
like
生
that.
物系の敵に効くリングが事前に拾えるんですけど、
Barely.
まあちょっとカウンターがちょっと厄介なんでね。あと素の攻撃力、カウンターでも素の攻撃力自体が高いんで、ちょっとダメージ体力管理がちょっと大変になるので、複雑になるので、
Now
こ
he's,
こは
yeah,
ま
now
あ
he's
ここ
gonna
で
do bind voice just
押し
like
てますね。
expected. After you fought this battle a couple of
Bind the
times, you
voice.
can start reading certain patterns. But then every once in a while, he just surprises you with something you totally didn't expect at all.
どうでしょう、ギャンブルのこれから次第なんですけど、結構ここで、おっと、コントローラ
Just in
ー
case the battery goes
が
out.
かなり敵さんとしては悠長ですね。バインドボイスやってる暇あるんでしょうかっていう。でギャンブル。
Okay, I need to check his HP because this might be the part where I'm not gonna throw.
なかなか線が出ないですね、これは。
Ugh.
なかなか
7,000
出
is
ない
still a
よ。
lot. Ay, ay,
Yeah.
ay. You can still gamble. You're gonna flare, you're gonna flare, you're gonna flare, and you're gonna throw a bind healer. I don't like the look. I mean, the good thing is, Seth still has the full cover, since she didn't get attacked a single time yet. So she might actually not get any damage. I don't know if the cover is gonna keep up, but she might not receive any damage at all, which is good. Okay, never
こ
mind.
れで対立を入れ替えてきます。560しょっぱいな。今のはしょっぱいです。
Okay, let's see. He might also do a regular single attack now, which would be bad too. Okay, there's the tail crush. Technically, everyone should survive that.
そしてテールラッシュ。
Yeah, barely, but they did. We're good.
大丈夫、落ちなかったか。
Yeah, I
ちょっと不
can
安で
never
したが
get
大丈夫
this
でしたね。
fight this well.
Okay, this is the part where we're gonna start throwing bombs. Yeah, 3,000. We're gonna throw bombs now.
一回引いたんですけどね。
This is the reason why we
Gamble.
picked up the tier 2 bombs
一番上
earlier.
を。そっから順調になんか数値が下がってい
Okay,
って
now he's gonna
ます
do
よね
single. Okay, he's unless he targets Seth now, he's definitely going to kill somebody.
Oh,
Actually, God
nice.
bless you. Pushed her back a turn, but that shouldn't matter now anymore. The boss should be pretty much dead now. Okay, that must have been really close now. Yeah, 500.
ギャンブル、
Nice.
そうっすね。レベル帯依存なんで、この状態で9999とかそういうのはないですね。多分このレベル帯だと
Nice.
多く
Minus
出
or down.
て1200とかじゃないかな。SS レアで。ま
Very
あ、で
good.
まあ
fight.
まあ、最後900出て、なんとか倒せましたね。よかったです。
Also didn't need a single healing herb or mana herb too, which is also important, conserving items because we used a lot of them in this one. Also everybody alive. Also you might have noticed
で
on
こ
the
れ
top
で
of
ア
the
イスキャ
mountain
ニオンを
there,
抜け
there is
て、
actually a royal seal. We're gonna come back to that one later since we got the donation center for that covered. And with that being said, we're now into Gotha.
Yeah. see what we have here.
はい、ゴッツァーですね。
So once they clear the path from the ice canyon, once they arrive, the group learns that they aren't allowed to enter.
この物語だと一番栄えてる国ですかね、このゴッツァ
Soon
ーが。
after, a mysterious figure drops a coin for them in order to enter.
で、まあいろいろあって、なんでゴッツァに来てるんだって話なんだけども、まあちょっと、
Yeah,
ウ
basically
ーラ
what
の
the
街
party
でね、
wants to do, they want to talk to
に
the
戻りたいんだけど、会場から戻るためには、
and try to
こ
get
の最
him
新鋭の
off from
船
the
が必要な
idea
んで、
that
そ
he
れを
might
借り
have
に
to
ゴ
go
ッツァ
into
に
war
来
from
ました
Ura.
という
Because like now Ura is like preparing all the military troops, and there is a big war
まあな
that's
んかもう
probably going to
坂
happen
口
sooner than later.
RPG っ
So
て
the
感じの
party
街
now
ですよね。
tries to go to the ruler of Gotza
はい。
and talk him
非
out
常
of
に。
getting into war, basically.
And this is one of the first times that they kind of like the party kind of splits up and goes their separate ways. And you're trying to deal with different things for different people.
Yeah, and this three is the one that a lot of
それ
people
に、
have
ま
the
あ、こ
most
の
problems
この
with
話自体が
casually.
剣魔
Because this
法
is the point where the game
剣魔法
occasionally
機械で
starts
すから。
being really unfair. Because the game not only decides to split your party, at certain parts of the game, it puts basically all your castles into a party. So you don't have any tank, nobody that can do physical damage.
なんか
And
そ
then
こ
it
で
puts you in
剣
front
魔
of
法
bosses
ドラゴン
with really
RPG
high
っていう
magic
と途
defense.
端にドラクエっぽく
So
なるんですけど、
there are some parts
なん
in
か
here
機
where
械
I'm
が入
like,
ると
wow, this is in a
FF にな
casual
る不思議。
playthrough. You're about to struggle quite a bit here.
Yeah, so going this way, I believe it's Ming, Seth, Jansen.
Yeah, right. We have Ming, Seth, and Jansen here. We have Kaim and Sarah that follow the mysterious figure that just dropped the coin. And we have the two kids that are sneaking into the train station without being allowed.
In order, there's gonna be some barriers that are right here in order to get over up to the ruler. The only person that can get through there is Ming. So we're going to just walk up to him, hit the A button. But
この
once
そう
you
です
get
ね、この
through
機
the
械
first,
なんですけど、
one,
この
it's
機
going
械
to push
制
you
御
all
は
the way
魔
back,
法の力っ
and
ていう
once
感
again
じ
you
です
have
ね。
to do
動
it
力は魔
again.
法みたいな。
Um,
おっと、ちょっと
and
ミス。
there's two
ここ、力を示せみたいな感じで、魔法のこのガードがあるんです
Also,
よ
another
ね。
minor
で、そ
thing
れを
worth
ただこう、ポチって
mentioning.
押すだけなんですけど、
Ming is
なんか
one
ミ
of
ス
the only
す
two
るかな。なん
characters
か
in the game
戻さ
that
れ
you
ちゃいましたね。
control at any point that does not have a sprinting animation. You can run with
で、
Ming, but you cannot sprint with her.
この
She's the only
ミン
one
の
from
女
War
王、
being the second that you only
あ
control
の、
for a
女王
short
ミンが
segment later
強大
on.
な
But
魔
those
力
two,
を持って
funnily
るん
enough, they don't have a
で、
sprinting animation.
本当の女王ミンだったらこれ
So
を
basically
解除でき
holding
るだろう
down
み
the
たいな
X
感じ
button
で
with
設
them,
置
it
され
does
てますね。
nothing.
So as you clear the final area and you get
こ
closer
んな
to
なんか
the
粋
ruler,
な
you find
計らいを
out
ゴッ
that
ツァ王がしてく
actually
れてま
this
す。
isn't the real ruler. It's just a replacement for the actual one.
で、ここにゴッツァ王のとこまで行くと、なん
They
かゴ
basically
ッ
put
ツァ
the
王
replacement
が
in there,
顔
I
を
think,
正
in
面に
case
向
somebody
け
tried
な
to
い。
ambush Goats and tried to kill the ruler. So it's not the actual ruler being killed, but more like a placeholder. Also, I
という
actually
のも、これが
didn't
偽
check
王、
earlier on the gamble
偽、
damages that I did.
偽
Did I
ゴ
have
ッツァ
any
王でご
gambles
ざい
that
ま
were
す。
below
はい、本
100?
物じゃなかった。
No.
じゃあ本
Okay,
物どこ
actually,
に乗って
You've
る
had one.
Well, I might have to actually upgrade the donation then if I keep getting gambles like this.
本
We're
物の
gonna
ゴッ
have
ツァ
a
王はもう
lot
ちょ
of
っと
battles
威
with
厳に
gambles
満ちた顔
involved,
です
so
か
we're gonna get there.
ら。あんななんかしょんぼーんとしてる顔じゃないです。
Speaking of gambles, I believe, is there time for a quick donation here?
Of course, go for it.
We have $150 from Jabawabs saying, I said I'd donate if you got 4 digits on a gamble, so here you go.
これちょっとマイクロソフトなんで、出すとしたらゲームパスじゃないですかね。ゲームパスの中にあんのかな？多分ないよね。
So now we're talking to the
としては
actual
ゲーム
rule
パ
of
スに入って
Gotza.
て、
Because
実
we
質で
find
パソコン
out
ででき
that
る
the
んだ。
rule of Gotza is actually a good personal friend of both Kaim and Sarah.
Yeah, one of the cutscenes that we skip is just their memories of them remembering that they knew who he was. We're actually doing a really big buying section here. We had to buy some pretty powerful bombs as well.
で、
Well, a lot of
本物のね、ゴ
bombs,
ッ
I
ツァ
should
を
say,
見つ
that
け
we're
出
gonna be
し
using
て、
for upcoming fight. And as I said before, most of the trouble
はい、こ
that
の
the
2人
group
のね
gets、
王
into
が、
is
秘密
because
裏
of the
に
kids.
魔導列車というね、
And you'll
この、
you'll
ゴッツァの
first
誇る最
we
新
actually
鋭
have
の
to
列車に乗っ
activate
て、
this cutscene here talking to the kids because
極秘裏に
this
会談をする
older lady is
という流
talking
れになり
about
ます。
a area where they could potentially talk to the dead. And since Liram is dead now, they want to go and see her. So talking to her, they're like, the only way
こ
to
の
get
後
there
の
is through the
ね、
train.
展開は
So
かな
they
り
decided that
FF6 好きな人は、
taking the train is the best
あの
way to get there.
すごい楽しみという
Instead of
か、
actually just taking the train
おってな
normally,
る
they
展
decide
開ですね。
to
私も
hijack it.
最初は、
Yeah, because the
おって
thing
い
is, the
う、
train is not about to go off until a couple of hours,
おっ
but they
てい
have
うのを
like
投げ
this
たんで、
this
はい、
big
かなりいいです
Aurora
よ。
Borealis, insert Simpsons meme here, that supposedly lets you talk to dead people. So before the thing is done, they're gonna hijack the train in order to be able to talk to the mother.
And my least favorite cutscene in the entire game is coming up soon. A completely useless cutscene that they shouldn't have even had in this game, but it's unskippable. So now that they've talked to the fate
この辺から結構パーティーがね、
king
分
there,
かれ
they're
てくるん
going
です
to
よ
meet up with the
ね。
rest of the party, but they're
で
gonna
当
realize
然
that
このゲームは
Mansion
そん
couldn't
な
ever
に、そんな
missing.
なんか、前衛キャラクター、魔法使いみたいな感じの振り分けをしてこないですよ。はい、
Kaim and Sarah
すごい
are going
偏ったパーティー
to
に振り分け
try
を
and
してく
save
る
them.
んで、それはもう後ほど紹介するんですけど、そこを、
While the rest of the
はい、
party
お
is
楽
going
しみ
to
と
go
いう
and
か、
talk to the
前
king
衛キャラクター
and
3人
Fulton
と
to
か、
try
全
and
員魔法使いと
make
か、
a
魔法キャラとか、そういう振り分け
treaty, I
方をしてき
believe.
ます。
Yeah, it's basically the rulers of all countries, Ura, Goza, and Damara,
もう
in
ちょ
a
っとどうにかなら
train,
なかったのかと思うん
trying
で
to
すよね。
see how they can prevent this war from happening.
You guys have just one quick second.
Go for it.
I'm just gonna let y'all know I am hopping off. I'm gonna be leaving you in the very capable hands of the one, the only Ghost Kumo. He's gonna be taking over on hosting duties.
What's up, everybody? Go to bed, Ghoul.
So, thank you guys, everybody, for letting me do this, and I'm gonna hop out of the call.
Welcome in, Ghost.
Hello. Hello, hello. I know we all got situated before the run started, but for everyone in chat, I'll be your host for the next, I suppose the second half-ish plus of this run and the run afterwards. So, yeah, you'll be hearing from me for a little while.
So basically, the train
じゃあこの
thingy,
列車に乗ります。
like Steve already said, Kaim and Sarah are gonna follow the kids on the train to the Aurora Borealis, as you can see here. And the party's gonna split. So Seth and Jansen are gonna accompany Ming to meet with the King of Goza. And
Here's my least favorite cutscene.
yeah, I always want to skip it.
They look at each other, look back, and that's the cutscene. It's unskippable.
Yeah, there are a couple of those cutscenes. There is also one where the train is shaking that only goes for like 4 seconds, and you cannot skip that either. I always want to. The one in the train is actually even worse, because like you have 4 cutscenes before and like 3 cutscenes after, and you can skip all of them, but you cannot skip those 4-second cutscene where the train is shaking.
Yeah, that's my least favorite cutscene in the entire game. I don't know why they put that.
で、またパーティーが分断されて、次は、はい。
You were talking
この
about
パーティーは
them
カイムとサラですね。つまりこの
with me.
夫婦ですね。
Yeah,
はい。
they're
この二人だけ
basically
です。
following the kids now.
ただ、
And
こ
we
の
have
後、 3パーティーに
entire
分割され
section,
る
an
んですけ
entire
ど、
train
このパー
gauntlet
ティーが一
section,
番
as
バ
I
ラン
like
ス
to
がいいです。2
call
人
it,
だけなんですけどね。
where we have to go through a couple of
一応
battles with
物理キャラと魔法
no
キャラが
chance
揃
of
ってるん
menuing
で
in between. And
2
this
人
is
しかいない
also
んで
one
すけ
of the
ど、一番
reasons
バラ
why
ンスが
we
いいで
bought
す
so。many ground bombs before. Because ground up
はい、
bombs
そし
one
て
shot
この
all of
魔
the
導列
enemies.
車
And
の
if you
上で
remember,
の
ground
戦
up
い
bombs are
が
generally
で
items.
きます。
They have
3連戦あ
priority,
ります
so you
ね。
can actually kill 2 of the targets here before they even get a chance to
まず
act.
は最初。
Okay.
So first the land walkers, because those actually do decent amounts of damage.
特に気をつけないといけないのが、スリープショットっていうね、攻撃をしてきて、こちらに眠り属性を付与してくることがありますので、非常に厄介なんですが、ボムを投げてきますよ。強いですね、ボムが。
Yeah, we have a second section with land walkers here. It is important though, because at the end of this section, we're actually going to do a setup already for the next boss fight. Because like I said earlier, there is no time to do any menuing between. Like the one battle ends and the next one's immediately going to start.
ここかなり優しいです。向こうの敵のユニットはこちらを回復してくれる。
actually carries over into the actual boss battle. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna heal up everybody to full, and then we're gonna put up a cover on Kaim.
もうなんか
So
倒して
basically,
しまうの
Kaim
がちょっ
goes
と
into the next boss fight
心苦しいよう
with a
な。
cover on already. And this thing that is left here, it doesn't do anything. It just restores MP. So we can use all the time that we need in order to set up properly here.
Yeah, and the next fight we're going to be just using gamble, hoping for some good gambles coming up.
Yes, the next boss fight is Armored Train, and the only
Hey,
thing we're doing
そして、
here is gamble. The boss only have 5,500 HP, but the boss on
3
turn 1
戦目
is protection.
ゴッツァ
Protection
武
basically
装
makes
列
him
車。
invincible to
はい、
physical
ゴッツァ
damage,
武
so
装
you
列車は
literally
初手は
have no
必
other way
ず
than spells
先
to
手取っ
fight.
てきます。先
And
手
even
取って
then,
プロ
the
テクショ
tier
ンをしてく
4,
る
the。tier 2 spells from
でこの
Sarah,
プロ
they
テク
don't
ション
do
は
a
何
lot
かという
of
と、
damage.
こちら
They do
の
like
物理
4
攻
or
撃を
500.
すべて無効化してき
Meanwhile,
ま
Gamble can
す。
go up to 1,000.
はい、で、じゃあどうするかっていうと、ここは列車に向かって2人揃ってギャンブル一戦。はい、ここは2人で賭博をします。
You can see he's not taking any damage, and Sarah is barely taking any damage since we still have a GC level 4.
お祈りですね、ここは。
Ooh, look at those gambles. Juicy gambles.
一戦
Can we get another 150 for each one of those?
219。
Okay, so you can see the cover is gone now. We're gonna put on a new cover next turn. Because usually it takes there's a 38, that's another $5 charity.
38?
So we're at $10 total now. Okay, now the gambles don't really like me that much anymore.
435、まあまあまあ。
Good start,
Nah,
but
nah.
now it's falling off, kind of. We still have 2,000 HP to go through.
じゃあ、カイムが倒れないようにプールをかけてですね、ダメージを肩代わりしてくれるシールドをかけてます。
Yeah, the problem is we're at a GC level of 2 now, so Sarah in the back row is gonna take a lot more damage. That's a good
Oh,
one.
wow.
Can I get another one?
1156!
Ah, close enough. Next turn should be the last one.
Yeah.
832いいんじゃない？
I missed if there was
い
an
や、ただちょっと
explanation.
2連続割と
Thing to-
上振れきたんで、で、ここでまたプロテクション張り直しで物理攻撃塞いできます。
Gamble scales with character level, but that's like the only thing that kinda influences.
おい、1141いいね。
Ignores all the game's mechanics. It doesn't
いや、
matter
ただ
how
こ
much
この
magic
ね、
attack
です
you
ね、ここ
have.
の、
It doesn't matter how much
戦
magic
闘なん
defense
ですけ
the
ど、
target has.
結
It
構
doesn't
上
matter
振れ
if
や
it's
す
in
い
the
と
front
こ
or
ろ
the
ですね。
back row. GC levels, all of that doesn't matter. The only
割
thing that
とちょっと2
influences
人の戦闘だから、
is
ちょっ
the
とこの
character
辺
level.
乱差
Meaning
良
with
く
a
なっ
higher
てるような
character
気がし
level,
ま
you
す。
can roll
はい
higher max damage, and
で、こ
therefore
こ
your
で、
average damage is going to go
ゴ
up
ッ
as
ツァ、
well.
ウーラ、ヌマラのそれぞれの王たちによる会談があったんですが、実はもうすでにゴッツァとウーラの間で闇取引が行われていて、もう密約が行われてました。
Everything that has text boxes you cannot skip. That's like the easiest way to remember. So, we got all the leaders that trying to find peace, and meanwhile we got Gongora and Ura now.
の
And
で、全部茶
Gongora,
番
what
だっ
he's
たという
doing now,
話で
he's
す。
basically trying to get the people to Ura to go into war with him. also, like I said earlier, Gongora just like
で
Ming
そうし
doesn't
て
have
る
this
間
running
にです
animation.
ね
I also feel like he's got
なん
the
か
weirdest
ガン
running
ガラが
animation
待
of
望してき
all
たその
the
瞬
characters
間
in
が
the
やっ
game.
てきそうだという
Yeah,
That
and
was very impressive.
そして
Yeah,
ガンガラがですね
I believe that's when he
ゴッ
announces
ツ
that
ァ
Tolton is no longer
が
ruler.
によるトルタン
Yeah, he basically
王子を
announces that
暗
King
殺をした
Tolton's
とい
dead
う
and he
ふう
was
に
killed off
告げ
by
て
Ghosts of
完成
Forces
したば
because
かり
the
のグ
people
ラン
they
ド
do
スタッ
not
フを起動
know
しようとします。
that Tolton, Ming, and the rule of Goats, so they're actually trying to find a peace
ちなみに
agreement
なん
or
ですがトルタ
anything.
ンは別に
Now
死ん
we're
でないん
actually
ですけ
going up
ど
Grandstaff, and
死んだことに
the
され
upcoming
て
battle
本
doesn't
物は
look
影武
like
者みたいな
much,
感じで
but it
逆
is
に
actually very, very important.
国軍
So
から
for
狙
one
われ
fight
るとい
only,
う
we actually gain access to Gongora.
という
So
なんか
what this fight is
すごい
about,
かわいそう
Gongora
な
has
展
his
開になっていま
acolytes,
すね
his
この後
magicians, that are serving him.
ついにガンガラに
And
よる
he's
国の
basically
乗っ
like,
取り
yeah,
が
you
成
wanna
功し
prove the loyalty to me, then you die for me. So basically, all of them are weak to one certain element, that be an elemental spell,
そしてこ
physical
こで
damage,
イ
white
ベント
magic,
戦
whatever it is. So you can see, one is always getting killed, and the other one survive it. So we need to go through all the spells in order to complete this battle. But if you might have noticed, there are
この
7 dark acolytes here.
ウーラに
And
いる
later on in this core, we
聖者
have
との
to
戦い
fight them. But we only have to fight 6 of them. And this is the part that is actually very important that I don't think anybody actually noticed during a casual playthrough. The last acolyte that is alive, he's going to try to defend himself from dying by putting up a barricade. And obviously Gongora doesn't like that because he's like, huh, you don't want to die for me, huh? Okay, then
打ち放題
well, whatever. And he's actually going to kill off the last one permanently and wipe him from the game. So depending on in
この
which
聖者
order
た
you
ちな
do
ん
the
ですけど
skills,
も
you can actually eliminate one of them
あの
permanently from the battle. And in this variation of
そ
the
れぞれね
speedrun, we're
7
choosing
人
the white acolyte to be eliminated
で
last. Because the white acolyte can only be damaged
色がついてるん
with
ですけども
offensive
その
white
色に
magic,
対応し
which
た
is something that we don't
属性
get
の攻
throughout
撃し
the
かダメ
entire
ージが
run.
通らないよという敵です
So basically the only means even gamble
なん
doesn't
で
work
す
on
が
him.
その全ての色に対応している全体呪文をガンガラが覚えているので、それを順番に唱えるだけで終わるよという
that we can just like ditch the white acolyte
超
permanently
パワーアップ
and
です
don't have to put up with all his other shenanigans because everything else is not a problem. We have the elemental ones that we can kill with bombs. You have a physical one that you can hit either with physical attacks or even with gamble. And then you have the black one that is vulnerable to status elements and can just be petrified. But this one would be a big problem. But we're just gonna eliminate him constantly, and we don't have to deal with him in this core later on again.
I remember when I played this game casually, that was actually something noted in the
で
strategy
ここで
guide.
一
I was
人
kind
な
of
んか
planning out which one. I think I ended up
死ぬ
avoiding
こ
the
とを
white magic one
拒ん
because
でいた聖者がいるんですが
Cook
これが
and
結
Mac- or
構
no,
後
it was Cook
々
was
大
the
事
only
な
one who really had that
はい
kind of resource available at the time.
割と
and
大
it's
事
like, I
割
don't
割
wanna
と
have to
大事
bring
な
her
要
to
素
the
ですね
fight.
これが
The thing is also, even with items that you get accessories, you can learn. That's also the cutscene I was talking about that you cannot skip.
Yeah.
You can learn black and white level 4 from the sorcery earrings that we bought earlier. But the problem is, Shina, actually the white magic spells they don't have 3 tiers. They only have 2 tiers. They have Shine and Shinus, and Shine barely does no damage, and Shinus Cook doesn't learn until 40-ish, I think. So she learns it rather late. But there really are no good options to get the damage in, and even then, I think Shyness is level 6 white magic, if I
こ
remember
こで
correctly.
そうですね
And even with accessories, you're
ト
never
ルタ
gonna
ン
get
が
to
暗
that
殺
part
さ
of
れ
the
たん
speedrun.
で
So
と
we're
いう
back
こと
with
を
Kaim
口
and
実
Sarah now. We're
に
gonna have to run the train gauntlet.
にまた戦争を
Basically,
仕掛
what's
けてきたり
happening
と
is
かもは
Gongora
ちゃめ
with
ち
the
ゃな
magic staff is going to try to
展開
freeze
になっ
all
て
the
いきます
trains
ね
that are
ここから
here. So basically, we're trying to get away from the freezing things that are behind us, but we need to save the kids that are also on this train here. There you can see it's slowly starting to freeze, and if you actually take too long to get there, the ice is gonna catch up to you, and you're gonna game over.
そして
Yeah,
ゴ
we're
ッツァの都と会場
We're
に
gonna
い
put on the
るゴ
water
ッツ
chart
ァ
here.
軍
If you
そ
remember,
し
we
て
got
2
that
人の
earlier
王もろともをで
because
す
a
ね
lot of those
乗って
enemies
る
they
列
like to do
車
water-based attacks.
でそのカイブたちのいる
Actually
列
unlock
車
those.
お、もろともグランドスタッフによって放たれた
There you have it.
氷の魔動力が襲って、こいつらを全員氷の中に閉じ込めようとする。
And that is with half the damage.
これはちょっと氷の敵がね、現れてきます。
So if we wouldn't have the water charm here, it would be almost a one shot on Kaim. Gamble could have been a little better. Oh, great. Huh. That is something new.
Oh, I've died.
I don't think I've ever seen a double octopus.
ああ、ちょっと怖かったな、普通に。ちょっと今のギャンブルめっちゃ下振れたらワンチャン全滅あったからな。ギャンブル怖え。
So even if somebody dies and you don't have any Angel's Plumes, you just need to make it through the fight and you're gonna be okay.
I imagine given the EXP in this game, how it caps at 100 and doesn't carry over into levels and whatnot, I imagine that doesn't screw over your level routing too much.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier. This is actually the game's way of preventing you from overgrinding. So enemies in this game, they don't give a certain amount of experience, but more like a percentage that you need until the next level. So let's say Kaima is gonna be like level 23 here, so he's gonna gain a full level from these battles. If he were 26, he would only gain like, I don't know, 10 or 15% each battle. At some point, you only gain 1% from each battle anymore. And it is actually kind of bad that Kaim died here, because you want to have a couple of levels on him for later on, because towards the end of the game we're going to resort back to physical attacks, and obviously physical attack scales with character level as well. And also another thing is you want to have a higher level in order to get a higher amount of average gamble damage, because we talked about it earlier. Character level is the only thing that actually is important for the gamble spell. So the higher you are, the higher average gamble is gonna be. Oh boy. I was kind of afraid this was gonna happen in this segment here. Okay, there's a signal charity. That should put us at 25 now.
Oh my. Yeah, I've kind of followed this game off and on since like, I think the first run I saw of this was in like 2013 or 2014. And just
8はなかなかないですよ。
single digit gambles, just shock runners.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier. My old 360 PP, the 645 I had a one gamble in it. And the first PP I had on the Series X, the 615, also had a one gamble in it. So chances aren't really high, but it does happen from time to time. It happens occasionally. Okay, definitely want to heal up here. This segment's really not been going good so far.
Yeah, this is surprisingly difficult in my opinion. This section can be troubling.
I'm glad I joined in at this point in time, though. I think if there's one segment of this game that I remember, perhaps more than anyone else, other than the two cutscenes that y'all graciously donated.
ギャンブルのダメージ幅はこのレベル帯だったらだいたい1から1200までぐらいです。
Gangora just unleashing the power of the giant staff.
Alright, so in the last room you actually have to input a code that you can read by reading those letters. Luckily the code is always the same.
で急に読んだのか。
And coming up in this next battle, we're going to
今日最高1200ぐらいが出たんで、
make sure that
一番多分このレベル帯で見れるだろう最高値と最低値見た感じですね。
Yeah, the most important thing in this one might be unequipping the Demon Warrior Ring and the Water Charm from Kaim in the last battle, because equipment is shared between the parties, and we definitely need the Water Charm.
まあでもここまで来る間に戦ってたんで、そんなボスっちゅうボスじゃない。
You might run into huge problems later on. Again, in this boss battle, mini boss battle, if you will, we're gonna take advantage of the fact that bombs always go first, therefore already killing off the first enemy in turn 1. The reason for that is those enemies have an attack called Ice Needle, which is a really strong AoE attack. And if they do, if all three of them do that turn 1, you're dead.
通常攻撃は
You
そ
really
んな
wanna
に
make
怖くない
sure
ですからね。
that you're gonna get rid of the first one before he even gets a chance to act. Okay, no ice needles, that's good, so that means we can save grounded bombs. Important unequipped stuff. You have anything? No, you don't have anything. Or we can finish off the last one with ground up.
Have time for a quick donation?
Sure, go for it.
Alrighty, we got a $150 donation
こ
from
れでもね、
Jaguars.
2、3年前に比べた
I
ら
was only
賭
gonna
博要素
donate
が
for
減った
one
んで。
instance of a 4-digit
と言いつつ
gamble.
もうギャン
How
ブルし
can
て
I
く
not
れ。
donate for 3 of them in one fight? Rip my wallet.
あ、今のギャンブルじゃなかったか。
And thank you very much for your donation.
まあ、
Jaguars.
だいぶ減った方です。
We're
3
only
分と
$200
1
away
ぐらい
from
ギャンブル要
hitting
素が
that
減ったんで、ね、
$7,500 goal.
全然可愛いもんですよ、こんなの。
Also, to put in perspective how much time you can lose in sections like this, we talked about earlier how I was actually a minute 30 ahead of my
だって
PP
と、こ
going into
こで
certain
ところ
parts,
変わって、
and not counting in the
次がです
cutscene,
ね、
I'm already 4
また
minutes
操
behind
作キャラが
PP,
変わる
even
んで、
though I hadn't
操作
made
キャラたちと
any
舞台が
big
変わるん
mistakes.
じゃ
I
ない
didn't
かな。
die anywhere, I haven't made any big
そうですね、
mistakes,
ここ
but
で、
still I lost
車
like
両
5 minutes
が
over the
一
course
等
of the
両断
game.
されて
Those
し
are
まっ
like all the
て、
small things that add up over
え
time.
So, what
タ
happened
イム
in
と
that
ね、
cutscene
クッ
is...
クマークたちが分かれ
Okay,
てし
well
まいます
first,
よと。
this is very important right here.
ところ変わって今回は、ここ、ウーラの街ですね。はい、最初のもう冒頭ですよ。何時間前だ ?3 時間ぶり ?3 時間ぶりにウーラの街に戻ってきました。ただ、ウーラの街の中は大パニック。はい、この戦闘なんですけど、このガードドッグっていうのが結構強いんで、先に倒せてよかったですね。
have the skill, we'll be able to expend it a little bit more, but let's just say we won't be dying.
で、ここで、トルタンが仲間になりますね。
Yes, the thing with persistence is, obviously it's supposed to only trigger once. So meaning you go down to 1 HP, and the next time you get attacked, obviously, the character goes down.
で、このトルタンっていうキャラクターなんですけども、
You've
そ
seen
のウーラ
earlier
の
that
王
it is
族
possible in this game to switch
と
your
いうことなの
equipment
で、
mid-battle without
その
actually losing your turn or
王
anything.
族
And
の
we're
装
gonna
備
use
っ
that
て
to our
いう
advantage.
装備
Because
を
at
覚え
least
る。
that's how
を
I
装備
think
す
the game
る
actually handles
の
it.
王族の装備を、
If you change equipment,
使えます。
the game
で、
checks if
そ
you
の
still have
装
all
備
the
品が
skills
非常
available
に
you
強
had
力
before,
で、
because you can also
はい。
assign skills by equipping accessories,
だから
meaning
今回
that
の
if
ビ
I
ット
equip one
をで
accessory,
それ
I
を
might have
使
the
う
skill
それを覚える
available, and if I
それを
unequip
全
it,
部
I
回
don't
収し
have
に
it
行
anymore.
くみ
And
たい
rather than just checking what kind of equipment you just changed, the game just decides to wipe all of your skills
まあ、
and
例えば
reapply
なんか
them, judging by the skills that
一
you
つのアイ
learned
テム
and
で
equipped
全
at
て
this
の4
point.
つの
So
攻撃
basically,
属
by
性に
changing
対する耐
anything
性
in
を
the
得れ
menu,
たりとか
the
ね。
persistent status
う
that
ん。
already
まあ、
triggered
とにかく
once
その、
gets reapplied,
あと、このゲーム
meaning
の最
you
強
stay
の
at 1 HP
武
as
器
long as you
っ
don't get
て、
attacked
その
more
王
than
族
once per
装
turn.
備
So
な
it
んですけど、
basically
それを
makes you
使えたりと
invincible
か、
unless you get attacked several times in a single
まあ、
turn.
と
And
に
we're
かく、
gonna
この王族
use
装備っていうのは
that
非常
pretty
に
much to the
強い
end of the game,
で
because
す
like Steve
ね。
said, we're severely underleveled at this point of the game, and we're gonna get to a point where
あ、そうで
a
すね。
lot of attacks are actually going to one-shot the characters, especially the mages
まあ
and the
一応
background
こ
ones
の
that GC
王
drops
族
this year.
装
So
備の
this
中
is
には、
a vital part
マスターソード
of
っ
this
ていうのがあ
speedrun.
りますね。はい。
So there's a lot of stuff going on with the
ど
story.
っから聞い
First
た
off,
覚えがあるんで
you
すけど
saw
も、
Mac and Cook like crying it while there was half of a train. Well, there was kind of like a explosion, I guess, that took out part of the ship, and Sarah and Kaim sacrificed themselves for the ice, and they are now half the ship, half the train has now gone off and crashed, and they are now frozen in ice. Then Tolton and Seth are separated from everybody else to get away from the ship because of the ice, the big like ice explosion or whatever. And we come to find out, like I said, the story would get a little bit complicated, but
で早速、そうですね。 この、ウーラの、裏路地の方で、王家の封印がありまして、早速、大騎士の剣と大騎士のリングっていうのが手に入りますね。これも多分この時点だと、もうこの装備自体で終盤までいけますね。そうですね。そうですね。大騎士の剣っていうのが206攻撃力があって、今は多分セスとかが装備してるハードスパタとか、ソリッドスパルタンとかが80なんで、この大騎士の剣だけで、今、カイムとかセスが装備してる武器の2倍あるんですよね。というぐらいに、大騎士の装備はかなり強くて、その大騎士の装備を使うようにできるスキルがあるんで、それをカイムとセスに覚えさせるっていうのは鉄板の流れですね。あ、そう、犬はね、残しておくと痛い目に遭います。本当大変な、耐性はそんな高くないんですけど、
And we're actually already getting persistence on Seth now. And persistence needs a total of 8 SP to be learned. You're gonna have to fight 2 mandatory encounters here, each with 3 enemies. So you're always gonna get 6 SP from the get-go. And then you fight 1 additional random encounter to get the remaining 2 SP in order to learn persistence early. Because we're gonna already... Well, you don't necessarily need it on the next boss fight, but it makes the fight a lot safer.
Yeah, these back alleys can be very confusing.
はい、大丈夫です。
じゃあちょっと行ってすぐ戻ってくだ
さい。はい、いってらっしゃい。はい。というわけで、再び、ちょっとつなぎさせていただきますね。ただいまご覧いただいておりますゲームがロストオデッセイ。カテゴリが Any%。当社はラグナーバーさん、日本語解説、ソードフィッシュさんにお越しいただいております。EST6 時間55分の長丁場となっております。まだまだですね、先ほどご説明もありました、ここからビット達成による、合計装備の回収などがあるようで、まだまだこれから盛り上がっていくところかなと思います。ビットとは寄付金額を表に見立て、達成によってゲームの特定のイベントを行ったりするシステムです。設定された報酬はコメント欄ナイトポットが貼り付けている URL からご確認いただけます。現在は明日11日15時47分開始予定のビヨンド・ザ・ビヨンドまでビットが公開されているようです。今後も段階的に、ビット公開されていくかと思いますので、気になるタイトルございましたら、ぜひチェックしてみてください。今回のイベント、クエスティング・フォー・グローリー・ホープ&ヒーリング2は、RPG リミットブレイクのツイッチチャンネルで行われるナショナルアライアンス・オン・メンタル・イルネス、通称ナミを支援するためのオンラインチャリティ RTA イベントとなっております。寄付先であるナショナルアライアンス・オン・メンタル・イルネスは、精神疾患を持つ方やその家族、心の不調や悩みを持つ方たちを支えることを目的に設立された非営利団体です。直接の寄付はカードによってはできないこともあるようですが、ぜひ一度チャレンジしてみてください。またですね、今回イベント用にジャパニーズリストリームのツイッターハッシュタグもございます。ハッシュタグ Q4GH&H2JP で、こちらでもですね、盛り上がっていただけますと幸いです。アルファベット大文字 Q、数字4、アルファベット大文字 G、H、H、数字2、小文字 JP でございます。ジャパニーズリストリームのツイッターの方でもですね、毎回そのハッシュタグつけてつぶやいておりますので、ぜひですね、皆様も一緒につぶやいていただければと思います。はい、そしてですね、私、全く自己紹介をしておりませんでした。現在の司会進行役、私、キルモフがお送りさせていただいております。そうですね、そろそろ寒くなってまいりましたので、皆様、着る毛布などご準備くださいということで、はい。
Yes, we did talk about the royal seals before.
はい、お帰りなさいませ。では、引き続きですね、ソードフィッシュさんの解説で、お楽しみいただければと思います。
Now, there are, I think it's a total of 7 or 8 royal seals spread throughout the whole world. and only Talton as a member of the royal family can open them. And they usually contain items like weapons, rings, and accessories. But since they are royal seals, only members of the royal family can equip them, meaning that Talton is the only one who can equip them at first. Now, the first royal seal, we're always going to open in an any % speedrun as well, because it contains a rather powerful weapon at this point that Talton can use for the upcoming fights. As a donation incentive, we're also going to open up all the other royal seals and also fight the optional boss that is at the last royal seal towards the end, which also gives us the strongest sword in the game. Now, we talked about the royal seals containing royal equipment, so unfortunately, in the beginning, only Talton can learn it. Talton learns a skill at, I think it is 45-ish sometime.
ムービーを飛ばさずに見ようぜって
that is
いうのが
actually
2
called
つあ
royal
っ
equipment,
て、
and you can skill link those to your immortals, and once they have it
これはお
learned
そらく
and equipped, they
7
can
時間
also
半ぐ
equip
らいの
parts of the royal equipment, be that swords, rings,
あ
accessories,
と4
whatever
時間
it is.
Are you gonna try for the
Yo-
technique here?
いや
or not really?
いや終わるからねそんな
I'm
かかんない
just gonna go for it, because here's the thing, we talked about how random encounters work in this game earlier, and how forced encounters work, and how the game prevents you from going too far without getting any encounters to begin with. So we had that part earlier where I got through a large section without getting any encounters
こ
at
の
all.
方の自己ベストが6時
back-to-back
間どんぐらいだったかなかなり早くて
We're going to try to
なんだったら
abuse that
つい
mechanic
最
in the
近
next
自己
part
ベ
of
ス
the
ト
game, because the next part of the game there
取られ
are
て
two
ましたね
sections where you can get a forced encounter, and you cannot run from those. You actually have to fight those, and each of them take roughly 2 to 2.5 minutes. So by trying to skip them, you can save up to 5 minutes. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, random encounter checks or manipulation, if you will, they don't work in that section like they used to in other sections of the game. I've been
あそうですねこの方が6時間10
practicing
分の方
playing
です
this around
2
with
週
this
間前
mechanic for hours, trying to figure out
で2位の
any
方が
kind
6
of
時間
way I
45 分
can
なんでどの
consistently
ぐらい圧倒
get
的な
through
のか
that
な
arrow without getting
わかり
any
ます
random
ね
encounters. And every time I actually think I have some kind of breakthrough, something that actually seems to be working, something happens that doesn't make any sense at all, and it's RIP. Okay, there. That's one encounter. That's fine.
タイムブレージ
So
ャ
you
ーが
have
まあエ
one
ンカウ
on
ン
the
トと
screen
かあと
transition
ギャンブ
and
ルで
one
すね
here. So we get one out of two. That's fine. You can get two encounters if
だ
you
け
get
ど物語
unlucky.
の
We
進
get one
行度
here,
的
and
に
it's only a
は
set of four.
壊
So that's
滅した
actually
と
not
思われ
that
てい
bad.
たゴッツ
You're
ァの
gonna
部隊
notice
たちが
something
手身
interesting
で
about this fight is it's a
ユーラ
three-way
の町にや
fight,
って
and
きました
what we're hoping for is for each one of the armies to attack each other, because they can attack each other
なの
like
でウ
this,
ーラの町が大
and
変
they
な
can
ことにな
also
っていま
attack you.
す今これ三つどもえ
Okay,
三
that
つど
was
もえ
good.
どもえですねは
Yeah,
い
we talked about earlier how guards have the
主人公
how
たちの陣
soldiers have the
営
chance
と
of
ゴッツァウ
guarding.
ーラ軍
Tolton is actually the only one in the party that has
こ
the
の三
same
つどもえ
chance
の
as
状態
well.
なかな
Also,
かな
I
い状態なんで
forgot
かなりレアです
I forgot to equip the sword here. That's not that big of a deal. I still need to put persistence on Seth after the battle, though.
これで取るそうですね通常はトルタンのスタブ装備手に入れてないからここでせっかくだから使おうって感じで装備変えましたね
Marathon
かなり
RNG.
もうこの時点でかなり強いですからね
And there's also the Miz. We talked about earlier about how that
うん
can
さっき
occasionally
260
happen.
なんぼだった全体攻撃が380まで行きましたからね
Strongest attack,
装備変えただけで
worst,
強いですね
attack. So when he misses, it's no surprise to us. To me, when I play it, I usually expect him to miss at least once. Every single
Yeah,
battle.
you,
このト
Usually,
ルタンっていうキャラクターは
he misses
このロスト
at least
エッセイには
one
珍しく
target
装備品が
every
優秀なキャラクター
on
なんです
average. Okay, we're gonna heal up, and we're also gonna.
装備で合流をするキャラクターです
Yeah, and this is why we pick up so many power drinks, because we actually want to use them on Tolton for each battle, so he attacks stronger with his cut down.
Okay, and this is the actual boss battle part. So ideally, you're gonna get all the way up here, and then you're gonna get a mandatory fight against 6 soldiers, 3 from Ura and 3 from Gotza. I forgot to throw a mana herb on Tolkien.
Ooh.
This could become a little problem. I knew I forgot something after the first fight. Ideally, they're all attacking each other now.
Yep, let's hope for that. Nope.
Oh, we got 2 out of 6. That's okay. 3.
Oh, 3. Okay.
3 out of 6. That's actually a decent start. At least they're spreading out the damage, so that's something, I guess. Nice crit.
Yeah, cool. Alright. Cool.
About how far off from here is that cutscene?
Yeah, after this fight is over, we're gonna get to the second donation incentive, which you guys generously donated for, which is going to be the Mama cutscene. It's just gonna be a short 1-minute cutscene, but I think it's probably one of the most funniest things in the game. Okay, I'm gonna play it safe and throw another mana herb in case I need to do another cut down
ブラ
next
シは時
turn.
々物理攻撃をガードで防いでくるのが結構厄介なんですよね。特にこの時もう物理攻撃ぐらいしかないんで。
Yeah, those soldiers have been very, very generous so far.
物理攻撃が通常攻撃か。
This usually doesn't happen. Usually after 2 turns, you need to persistence glitch the first character.
Yourself.
いや、ただこの切り崩し
Yeah,
が強いです
wouldn't
ね、
even
やっ
have
ぱり。
needed to throw the mana herb, but whatever.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
We also got pretty lucky on the guard so far, gotta admit.
いや、今の渾身のパーフェクトガードされるのきちい。
Besides, getting 2 wow, another crit. Besides getting 2 fights there, it was still pretty decent.
多い
I
です。
mean, we only got 1 of the 2
いや、
random
すぐね、やっぱ
encounters,
ト
so
ル
I
タン
guess
強
that's
いな。
still
この
fine.
状態で
Also
900出んのか、
actually-
ダメージ。まあ、いくら装備変えたとは言ってもやっぱ強いな。で、この中央の部分に、捉えられているのが、これが、テスの息子のセドですね。はい。セドですからね。皆様。セドですからね、セド。
This is my boy.
What? Mama. This man. Isn't he the king of Ura?
で、このセドはかなりこわもての海賊なんですけど、セスのことをちゃんとママっていうふうに。
There you go.
There's nothing quite like watching a 50-plus-year-old man go crying to his mom.
And now Gongora is about to demonstrate the power of Grandstaff.
This is where you start to see his plan come to fruition. he starts to become more and more powerful from this point on.
ね、ここで、ガンガラが
Yeah, for me, this was like the part where I felt like the
召
story
喚
really
します
kicked
ね。
into overdrive.
Yeah, it's like in mid-disc 3 when the story starts to actually go start picking up rapidly. So now we're in the segment with the kids. If you remembered earlier, we were running the train gauntlet with Kaim and Sarah in order to
あ、
protect
そう
the
ですね。
kids.
時間的にはこの
Now the
辺で折り
kids
返
are
しか
like
なって感じか
here
な。
all by themselves because both Kaim and Sarah actually got frozen solid
おで、ここで
by
ま
the
たキャラクター
blizzard
チェンジか。
from the Grandstaff that Gongora made.
And this
So
is
now,
actually
for a certain part, we only
から
have those two in our party.
またパーティーが分断されて、
and this is
今
actually
回
a
のパー
really
ティーの
long
メンバー
one
4人
section,
いますね。
so Ghost, if you
はい、
have anything
ミ
you
ン
wanna say,
ヤン
especially
セン
at the time.
バッククック。
Yeah. kind of just anecdotally, I think I misremember the sequence of events, but it's like this is the scene I remember the most from this game, along with the cutscenes that people
この
donated
パーティー
for.
全員魔法系キャラクターですね。はい、パーティー編成が本当におかしいと思います。
I believe we got one in, it's just not showing up on my end. But
物
real
理キャ
quick,
ラク
just
ター
to
が
remind
一人もいま
everyone
せん。
what we're here for. So we're here to support NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, the largest grassroots mental health organization in the United States. They operate a national helpline available Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. EST, which provides information, referrals, resources, and a compassionate
まあそん
understanding
ななん
framed
かも
volunteer
うそうですね、
to
もうロ
support
ス
the
トオデッ
caller.
セイなんで、そんな都合よくね、
Real quick,
は
as for upcoming
い、都合よく
incentives,
バランスのいいパ
I
ーティ
have
ーな
the
ん
sheet
ての
in
はく
front
れ
of
な
me
い
right
です
now.
ね。
Give me 1 second. We have still 2 incentives for Final Fantasy VII Remake. We have the soft lock glitch, which is currently sitting at $25 out of 250. So that one's still got a ways to go, and that's just 2 runs from now, so it's not a whole lot of time left for that one. As well as the taking the stairs incentive. So rather than any sort of bid war or anything like that, you can choose to take the stairs, which is slower in the 7
を
remake.
歩いていきます
But has some really great dialogue, so that's at $325 out of $400. As for some upcoming bid wars, we have Name the File in Super Mario RPG. Currently, the only donation for that is $50 towards Waluigi. So if you want to snipe that one, the total is currently sitting at $50 for that. Oh, we did just get another donation. We have an $8 donation from Gamble that says donation did 8 damage.
That's a good donation. I like that.
Yeah.
So you might have seen that we just walked a couple of steps there with both Cook and Mac, and we actually got kind of lucky because you can actually get random encounters in this section as well. And this is why I was always watching out what kind of accessories or rings the people in the previous sections wore, because like I said earlier, equipment in this game is shared between the parties, and you really want to make sure you have your turntail shoes available, and if things like that happen. An old PB of mine actually forgot to unequip the turntail shoes, and then I had to run from 2 encounters with Mac and Cook the regular way, and I think I lost like 2 minutes on this section just by not having access to the turntail shoes.
I didn't even realize you could get encounters there. I've never had an encounter there ever.
Yeah, it is not very likely, but it also depends on the kind of luck you've gotten the Uragosa 3-way before. Because if you made it through the Uragosa 3-way without random encounters, chances that you're gonna get one on the Cook Max sections are very high. Which usually isn't a big issue, because you can just run with those from the turntail shoes, but you cannot run in the Uragosa section. So if I'd be able to choose, I'd always take the one with Cook and Mac. So yeah, a couple of encounters here, nothing too special. Like I said, we have turntail shoes available on Jansen. Mac already had the skill to begin with since we learned it earlier. So we're just gonna run from a couple of encounters here until we're about to hit the next boss. Now, we're in the underground section of Goza. Now, Goza is a town that has like an underground and an overground section. And the overground section was frozen solid completely by the blizzard that Gongora made with the Grand Staff. So basically everybody that was on top of Goza when the storm hit, basically everybody died. So the only people that survived it were those that were living in the underground, which is more like the slum section of Goza.
ここでしたっけね、歌が流
Almost like
れ
a
るのって
certain
もうちょっと後か
like
な。
twisted irony to it, I
今回
feel.
は多分
But I
流さない
really
んでし
also
ょうけ
just
ど。
love the imagery of this whole scenario, just the frozen city just in complete ruins, and the people who are already kind of
確か
struggling,
になんか
you know,
歌が流れま
having
し
a
た
new
よ。
obstacle, but also just like, you know, dealing with it their own way.
This is also where the love story happens between Jansen and Mings.
これはヤンセンの役得ですね、これは。
I mean, it's not a JRPG without the love interests.
I mean, to be fair, this game also has a canonical marriage pre-established with its main character, so it kind of goes all over the place with that. Then you have a character who has a kid already, and then another 2 who had like grandkids. I don't know. I've always enjoyed seeing just the various different things with this game. Like
Another thing
1,000
I
Years
wanna
of
mention-
Memories.
Yeah, sorry.
The 1,000 Years of Memory is just kind of almost a shame that there's no real way to incorporate that in a run, but those alone are almost worth playing the game for.
That's true, we talked about that earlier. Another thing I quickly want to mention is we passed Goatsa on the way
で
here.
この
And
線路
Goatsa
上
also
で、
has a section that is called the backyard.
マック
And
で
the
と
backyard
2人と
basically
交流
has
す
a
るっていう
series of really strong
流れ
enemies
ですね。
that you need to unlock by fulfilling certain conditions that you have to get later on in
こ
the
の線
game.
路の
And
上
the
をひたすら
backyard
走っていく
also has the strongest optional super boss in the game that I forgot what the name of the boss is, but it has like 120,000 HP or something like that. So yeah, we're about to hit the same enemies here that we had in the train section gauntlet with Kaim and Sarah. Luckily, we can just run from those. So we talked about earlier how Disc 3 decides to split your party, and I briefly said how the game becomes unfair at certain sections of this game. This segment is one of those sections, because once Cook, Mac, Jansen, and Ming are reunited, you basically have all your castles in a party. And then the next couple of bosses, they either have really high magic defense, or in certain cases even have an auto reflect on. So this is just the game being mean and telling you, hey, you got all your casters, but you cannot use your spells that you have ever
でこの
learned
後
with them. So what are
4
you
人
gonna
が
do
合
now?
流する
Well,
とボス
the
戦ですね。
speedrun,
はい
you probably can already guess what
こ
we're
の
gonna do.
魔法系キャラクター4人しかいない構
I
成
was
なんですけ
wondering
ど、
about
ちゃんと
that,
ボ
'cause
ス
I
戦
know
はありま
this
す。
fight, like, back in the... I can't remember if I had the Brady games or Prima strategy
こ
guide
れ
what
偏った
exactly
構成
the
だから
brand
来ねえだ
was.
ろうと思わしといてきま
But this
す。
upcoming boss fight, it straight up said Mac is the
ちゃんと
only
ボス
one
戦
who's
あり
going
ま
to be
す。
doing any damage, and everyone else's job is to keep him alive and keep him buffed. But so it's like I was wondering what we were gonna do here. I wasn't sure if Gamble worked or any of that.
Yeah, Gamble luckily does work. I do have to admit that this fight was really interesting in the no gamble routing that I'm
で
currently doing. And it actually worked out quite better than I
次の
expected.
ボ
So,
ス
I mean,
なんですけ
obviously
ども、
Gamble's
こちら
gonna
が
be
魔法
the
キャラク
much
タ
faster
ー
option. But there are other good means to go out there even without Gamble, because even
し
though
か
the
いない
boss
にも
has
かか
high
わらず
magic resistance,
HP
you
が
can
減
still
ってくる
deal
と
like
リフレクトという
400-500
魔法を
damage
跳ね
with
返
roundup.
す攻撃をしてき
Or
ま
with
す。
roundup bombs even.
なので、
'Cause those do like
この非
350
力な
or
キャラク
so
ター
too.
たちで、
Anyways,
あの
next boss
叩くと
coming
いう
up,
ね、
Living Ice. And Living
こういう
Ice,
非常
depending
に
on what
ね、こう
pattern
嫌
you
がらせ
get
み
on
たいな
turn
ボスなん
1,
ですよ
can either go
ね。
really solid or can go really bad.
はい、これですね。生きた氷塊っていうんですかね。はい。
So we're gonna put on Sorcerer Earrings. First of all, we're gonna put a cover on the entire
で、
front
ア
row.
クアラっていう全体の
Talisman.
全体水魔法が非常に強力な敵ですね。さあ、どうやってでしょうか。ギャンブルですね。
Cover Mac. And Mac's gonna get the Water Charm and also Gamble. Ideally, I want to see all shield us. Okay, perfect. This is the perfect first turn you want to have here. So he does shield us, which greatly increases his physical defense. But since we never do any physical attacks to begin with, this is basically a free turn. This is the best possible turn
まず
one
自
pattern
分
we can
の
have here. Now it's
あれ
about
ですね。
gambling. Now we need to
魔
try
法攻
to
撃力を上
gamble
げてきま
as
した
high
ね。
as somewhat possible
さあ、ギャンブ
in
ル。
order to get this fight down fast.
388。
Okay, that's somewhat average, I'd say.
うん。しょっぱくないですか？
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we got the cover up with the entire front row, so it's not that big of a deal. The only thing we need to watch out for is once Living Ice gets to below 1500 HP, it's gonna put up a reflect. So from that point on forward, we need to throw bombs because our spells don't work anymore. So you gotta keep the boss's HP in check every once in a while.
And we also want to take off the red copper band at one point, don't we?
Yes, right at the
ちょっ
end you
と
want
マ
to
ッ
take
ク
off the
く
red copper
ん
band
し
as
ょっぱく
well.
ないですか
Because you
ね
want to have that on set on the next segment.
ちょっと
I
ミン
think
で
one
お
more
っとな
turn
ったけ
should
ど
be enough to get him into reflect position.
全体ジムのゼアクアラが非常に怖いですよ
As long as we don't attack 1,000 for each person.
Yeah, the good thing is since Gamble is depending on max level and Mac has a relatively low level.
ああ、ギャンブルはバフでバ
Due
フ
to
関
him
係ないで
being
す。
on a low level since we never used him, we should be
あな
fine.
た相手の魔法耐性とかも関
Okay,
係な
I
いで
think the
す。
boss still has roughly
この数字のダメージ
HP
が
now, so
全部
Mac's
入ります
definitely not gonna get that. So
全ての
let's
ステ
see
ータ
how
スに
much
依
we
存し
got
ないです。
here.
1100
600, okay, that's perfect. So we're gonna unequip everything. We're gonna finish off with bombs. You can keep the
こ
talisman.
こまで
That's
ゼア
fine.
クアラーが
You
来ない
can
の
keep
も
the
なかなかいい。
sorcerer earrings. That's fine
あれが
too.
なかなか非常
You
に
can
強
actually
い
keep
全
the
体の
water
水
charm too.
魔
It's
法
mostly the
で。
red copper band that's gonna
この
be
パーティ
important.
ー
You
体
see
力
now
みん
that
な
the
ないん
boss
で。
dropped to below 1500 HP. He's gonna put up reflect. So ideally, the game wants you to finish off the boss fight with physical attacks. Luckily, bombs pierce through a reflect since they're not
そうですね。
considered magic.
で、一定の HP 以下になったんで、これからはこちらの魔法攻撃を弾いていきますが、
That's very convenient.
ボムを投げれば大丈夫。
Yeah, that was a very solid fight, honestly.
ただし、ボムは関係がない。
I kind of feel like this whole portion was put in because by this point you have all the 4 immortals, and there's a good chance you've realized they outclass the human characters for the most part. Or the non-immortals, I guess. They're all basically people of some way. But the non-immortals kind of get outclassed. So, this is just kind of the game, I think, forcing you to use everyone. For better and for worse.
Yeah, the problem is especially with Cook and Mac, since you only have that short segment in the storm where they're walking, you don't really have a lot of chances to grind levels on them. So you're gonna go
はい、
through
こ
that
こで打って
segment,
変わって、
and then
今
you're
度
about
は
to
ウ
realize
ー
that
ラ
you're
の
probably
地下水
severely
路ですね。
underleveled. And if you go back to your last save
に、
point, it's probably just chance and Ming that you're gonna be able to level. So you can
ここ
grind
で、
two party members out for a little bit.
テ
And then you
ス、
just have to settle with
ソ
Cook
ル
and
タ
Mac being
ン、
severely
セド
underleveled. Because
の
I think
3
most people
人。
that played this game played with the
は
four
い、この
immortals.
3人全
And
員
then
物理
probably
キャラです
Jansen.。
はい、魔法
I
キ
think
ャ
I
ラク
used
ター
most
が
of
一
that
人
in
もいません。
Tolton. Said partly because I think he joins
また
at a
偏
good
りが
level
す
and
ごいです
Tolton
ね。
because of the royal seals.
Obviously in later game as well, yeah, but up to that point it's probably been mostly Jansen, since Tolton and Set just joined a couple of
ここ
segments
今回
ago.
仲間になるセドなんですけど、攻撃力と防御力、そしてそれなりに攻撃のスピードの速さもあって、何よりも注目するスキルがアイテムを2回連続で使える、連続アイテムですね。これを習得することでボムを
Yeah,
2回
if
ポ
you
ン
have
ポンと投
anything
げる
to
こと
read
が
out,
できまして、
now would be a perfect time for it.
終盤のね、終盤というかもうネタバレしちゃうんですけど、ラスボスは連続アイテムでボムをひたすら投げます。
Every big door we see, we're just gonna walk through.
I just realized I
ラスボスへの、
I didn't
ラスボスとか
enable my
終盤の
microphone.
敵へのね、
So
終盤
yeah,
さすがにギャンブルやん
Here
ない
at
ん
Quest of
で、
Glory. We actually have a couple of
最
prizes
終盤
going
の
on
敵へのダメージ
for
ソースに
this
なりま
run.
す。
So there's 2 that you can win. You can win a gaming headset for Xbox One/Xbox One Series X for donating $10 minimum donation anytime between this run and Chroma Squad, as well as a $5 donation for the Light trilogy on Steam, and that is going to be a $5 donation. So if you're interested in checking those games out, I actually know somebody who's played those games, and he's given some pretty solid word on them. And you're supporting a great cause in Nami.
So we're about to hit a next section of the sewers where conveniently there's a merchant down here in the sewers for reasons I don't understand myself, but yeah, where it's gonna be very convenient that we have a merchant down here because we need to stack up on grounded bombs as well as Angel's Plumes, healing herbs, and mana herbs if we need any. So we're gonna be throwing quite a bit of bombs throughout the next sections of the game as well.
And as you've seen, he has
はい
made
一応物理
one- he's
攻
had
撃
one fight this
無効
entire time, so he's
みたいなキャラクターはいないんで大丈夫です。一
in
応
one of these sections, he's about to get like
でそして、ここの地下下水道なんですけども、ちゃんと武器商人がいます。たくましいですね。武器商人が商人がいます。たくましいですね。で、爆弾を撃ってくれます。
Wow, you've just been lucky with the fights.
Yeah, it's because I had the quick double encounter on the section before. This is what I meant earlier when I said encounter RNG kind of equals itself over out or again. Generally, the Suas have a lower encounter rate than usual for reasons we mentioned earlier. But if you go such a long way without running into any encounters, there is a good chance that you're gonna get a relatively quick back-to-back encounter rather soon. So this is one of the perks. Even though the random encounters in this game are annoying, usually in the end it doesn't really make that big of a difference. I compared it to Final Fantasy IX earlier, which is like the complete opposite, where you can go like whole sections without getting any encounters, if you're lucky, and if you're not, you're just gonna get a
まあボス戦あるんですけど、
This game, yeah, you can go
一応倒す方法が2つあるん
but it
で
is
すけ
very
ど、どっ
likely
ち
that
採
you're
用する
gonna
んですか
get very
ね。
fast back to back, or
なん
sometimes
だ
even
き
three
ちんと
encounters
倒
in a
すという
row.
か、
So overall, in the end, like I don't have any
HP をゼロにして倒す
I
方
don't
と、
have any
ちょっとイベン
counters
ト的な
for the
ク
amount
レー
of
ンを
encounters
使っ
I do when I run this
てギ
game.
ミックを使うやつ
But
があ
I
るん
am
で
pretty
すよ。
sure if I had one, it
ど
would
う
be
でしょうか
roughly
ね。
the
ちょっと
same
イベン
every
トなんで
run.
どう
Like plus minus
特殊
3 to
な
4
方行く
encounters.
の
It's probably
か
going to be the same every single time.
ちょっとわかんないです
Here's
ね。
your first one.
Yeah, we got one right at the beginning of this segment.
Yeah.
Like within the first 10 steps or so.
Maybe next time.
But yeah, like I said earlier, encounter rate in the sewers is generally lower than in other portions of the game.
ただし、そのクレーンを稼働させるには、そのクレーンのところに魔法攻撃を当てなくてはいけない
Climbing up ladders,
ですね。
going through doors.
なので、クレーンを使うと
Basically
かな
a
り楽
perfect
に倒
summary
せる
of
ん
what
で
the
すが
section is.、
超物理編
I
成
won't lie, it's
な
always
の
satisfying whenever I
物理
see
編
the
成
run
の時
animation in
に
this game, because
魔
I
法
didn't
を
know it
使
was
うと
a
楽
thing
に
until
倒せ
like
るよ
the
というボ
very
スを
end
配
of
置す
the
るとい
first
う、
playthrough that you just hold
坂
down. I
口
think it,
博
I think it's
信のね、
L3
粋な
or
計らい
like
の
on
ボスですね、これは。
whatever, like the joystick button.
It's X.
Sprint.
You hold down X to sprint.
Oh, okay. I think the joystick button worked on mine. I don't know. But either way, I didn't know you could sprint, and when I found out you could do that, my mind was blown. Like of all the things in the speedrun route, from gambles to the persistence glitch, somehow the ability to run is always the most. I didn't think you could do that.
Yeah. Speaking of persistence glitch, that's coming up very soon in upcoming fights. That will be very important.
Yeah. Speaking of the running thing again, if you don't actually talk to the NPCs, I don't think the game ever tells you that it is possible. But I think there is a single NPC in the train station of Ura that drops a hint that like you can sprint if you need to go faster or something like that. It never actually tells you which button you need to press. But there is an NPC that kind of gives you a hint that you can sprint in this game. But yeah, it is very easy to miss if you never like try out and see which button does what. Alright, we're about to hit the next boss fight, the Magic Beast. I'm just gonna quickly check if I have all my equipment right here.
This is one of my favorite bosses.
Yeah, you don't need the Medusa's head anymore, you don't need the Turntail shoes anymore, you need the red copper bands. And you need the Demon Warrior ring, that should be all. So yeah, the upcoming boss is the Magic Beast boss
こう
fight.
デーモンリング
You
つけ
can
たっ
see
て
this
こと
crane on
は
the side there.
物理で行くのか
And you
な
can
これ
activate this crane.
指輪的には直接
I don't wanna
攻
give
撃
you
で
any
倒
hints,
しそうですが、どうでし
The
ょう
way this boss fight works can be very familiar to a certain other JRPG that is very popular. I'm not gonna name any. I'm not gonna
はい
throw out any
相
names
手は
right
魔
now.
獣ですね。
Oh.
ボ
But
スの名前
and
魔
here's the
獣。
interesting thing: we're never gonna use that
超シン
crane.
プルだね。
Why? Because if we use that crane, we get a cutscene ending, and we don't get any experience, gold, or drops from this battle. And we want those. We want the
ここで
gold
ちょっ
and the
と
drop.
機械に詳
So
し
we're
い
not
生
gonna
徒
use the
が
crane and do
あの
some
クレー
cheap
ン使
kind
え
of
るんじゃない
mechanic.
マ
We're
マ
gonna
って
go
い
the
うふう
old school
に教
way.
えてくれるんですけど
We're gonna power it down.
And this is where you see a lot of. I expect Holton to miss at least once.
やっぱギャンブルなんだ。なるほど。
And you can see this is the point where physical attacks start coming back again. You just saw that with Tolton. He does like 1,000 consistent damage with a perfect. You can, in theory, get higher gamble damage just as But on average, is actually much better off.
あ、そうですね。セドがレベルが高いんで、振り幅がでかくなってますね。確かにセドだったらいいな。セドだったらいいんじゃないですか。ギャンブル当たりが出たら。
Generally more consistently than a lot of people.
Yeah, the amount of perfects you can do, it depends on the kind of ring that you have, because they're like, you have 3 tiers of rings, but then you also have the option to make an ultra ring, and on the ultra ring, the chance to get a perfect is much higher. I don't know how much it is on the ultra ring, but I think on a regular ring, you have a 4-frame window to hit a perfect.
Yeah, it was. I was just about to say the rings that you use.
Let's
you
go.
have a better chance of getting the perfects.
Yeah, we're actually gonna assemble a certain ring later on, which is called Dinosaur Ring Ultra. We're gonna use that in a couple of boss fights. And just the fact that you can get consistent perfects speed up the fights by like 1 or 2 minutes.
ただここでどうやら魔獣が攻撃をチャージし始めたからそろそろ倒さないとやばい。1323 816 これがママですよ。母は強い。ミス。
There you go. Also, I don't think I had a gamble that was below 100, did I?
No, you did not. You're still at $25.
We're still at $25. So, as a reminder for everybody that might have joined later, I did say for every gamble that is double digit, I'm gonna donate $5.
トルタン王家装備は基本的に超強いですね。4つの属性の攻撃を全部吸収使ってきたりとかしてますから。はい、でここで皆様急に QTE 要素船に脱出するときに魔獣が襲いかかってきます。QTE ミスると1回下のゲージが1つメモリが減って4回目の攻撃を食らうとこれが逮捕してしまいます。急に要素が来るね。
button that you have to mash, you want to fail it because it's a faster animation than if you actually succeed.
Yeah, so basically how this thing works is those magic beasts, they're gonna consistently shoot fireballs at you. And you have to hit the quick time event 13 times. And like Steve just said, sometimes you actually have to mash a certain button in order to dodge. And the mashing process and the dodging animation, they take up quite a bit of time. So it is actually faster to just dodge the first 11 ones and then get hit on purpose on the last 2 shots. It doesn't sound like much, but it actually saves 25 seconds getting hit on purpose twice on the last 2 shots. So this is number 6.
連打じゃないからまあいや連打ありますよ。え？ロストオデッセイですよ。連打あるに決まってるじゃないですか。
Use the Xbox button layout with the Switch button layout and therefore get hit a lot more than I should.
Just a reminder that we are really close to that 7,500 goal that we should be able to hit by the end of this run.
There you go. There's one hit. That's one I didn't want to. That was number 8.
おっと失敗。今意図的かな。失敗した方が演出が減るとかなんですかね。
I think the most important one, honestly, is the very last one, because if you succeed on the last one, it is a very long animation.
Yeah, the last one takes forever.
いや、こう QTE のこのパートかなり長いんでね、長いですよね。で、死んだらもちろん途中からとかなくて一番最初からなんだね。
Well, actually, I think this might already be the last one.
のチェックポイントなんて優しいものはないんですよ。
That one's taking forever. Might have skipped over one.
Yeah, I don't even think I've seen this animation.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this was the last one. Oops, miscounted. Well, whatever. Not that big of a deal, honestly.
But yeah, that's why we want to fail that one, because you'll get hit and just completely skip that and succeed.
Yeah, because you've seen it. I probably just needed to mash for like 10 seconds, and then you have the long dodging animation as well. If you get hit on purpose, you get hit. The animation takes like 3 or 4 seconds, and you're done. So, like I said, just getting hit on purpose on the last 2 shots is like roughly 30 seconds faster. Did I unequip the Turntail shoes from Tolton? I'm not sure. I mean, even if I didn't, it's not that big of a deal.
I think you did unequip it.
そしてところ変わ
We're
っ
gonna
て
check now.
Yeah.
また魔術師パー
The
ト
worst thing that can happen is that you only have Ming that is
に
able
戻っ
to
て
use
まいります
Turntail. Okay, yeah, there are 2 sets here. We're fine.
Like how Jansen seems to be the only one even remotely dressed for this situation, it looks like.
I'm out of here.
Well, how often do you expect to get surprised by a blizzard?
That's a very good point.
Well, I live in
急
Michigan.
で申し訳ないんですけ
so
ど、
that's-
ちょっとコーヒー飲んできていいですか？
あ、はい、もちろんです。
カフェインを補給してきます。
はい、長丁場ですので。
すぐ戻ります。
はい、いってらっしゃいませ。はい、というわけで皆様、再び CM のお時間でございます。ただいまゲームはロストオデッセイ、カテゴリーは Any%、当社はラグナーバーさん、日本語解説にソードフィッシュさんをお迎えしております。解説のソードフィッシュさん、本日のために有給休暇を取得し、万全の体制で解説いただいております。こちら最後までですね、解説してくださる予定ですので、ロストオデッセイファンの皆様はもちろん、ソードフィッシュさんファンの皆様も最後まで一緒に楽しんでまいりましょう。ソードフィッシュさんのツイッター並びにツイッチチャンネル、YouTube へのリンクは、ジャパニーズリストリームのツイッターからもご確認いただけます。ぜひ皆様フォローの方お願いいたします。はい。というわけでですね、はい。現在も、ロストオデッセイをお送りしております。
Yeah, especially since the kids totally
はい、
don't
有
get
給休
that
暇
this
を
guy
取
is,
得していただ
is
き、
drunk and
開
doesn't
始前
really
には
know
ラ
what
ー
he's
メンを
saying,
召し上が
and
ったというお
we're
話を
like,
されていらっしゃいました
I am sure he can't be trusted. Let's go check it out. And surprise, he was actually right.
はい、では、そうしましたら、イベントに関する説明の映像の方もさせていただきますね。映像。はい。現在、ジャパニーズリストリームでは、オンライン RTA イベント、クエスティング・フォー・グローリー、ホープ&ヒーリング2の様子を公認で日本語ミラー配信しています。クエスティング・フォー・グローリー、ホープ&ヒーリング2は、RPG リミットブレイクのツイッチチャンネルで行われる、ナショナル・アライアンス・オン・メンタル・イルネス、通称、ナミを支援するためのオンラインチャリティ RTA イベントです。クエスティング・フォー・グローリー、ホープ&ヒーリング2は、オフラインで開催できない昨今の状況を踏まえ、RPG リミットブレイクの代わりに開催されているイベントです。今回のイベントの切っ先である、ナショナル・アライアンス・オン・メンタル・イルネスは、精神疾患を持つ方やその家族、心の不調や悩みを持つ方たちを支えることを目的に設立された非営利団体です。寄付と関連して特定のゲームには高難易度への変更やエンディングの選択肢等が予定されており、各項目ごとに設定された目標寄付金額を達成した際に行われます。また、寄付金額を表に見立てたビット号によってキャラクター名や選択肢などが決定されることもあります。寄付金額に対する報酬は URL からご確認いただけます。直接の寄付はカードによってはできないこともあるようですが、ぜひ一度チャレンジしてみてください。イベントは15日まで24時間昼夜問わず開催されておりますので、ぜひ最後までお楽しみください。あ、はい、お帰りなさい。そんな、皆様、ソードフィッシュさん、必要ですよ。皆さん楽しみにしてらっしゃいますので。折り返しも過ぎましたので、残り、30分ほどですかね。はい。頑張ってください。
But we also are not going to be fighting any enemies. We're just going to turn tail. And this is why I say, this is why the persistence glitch comes in handy later on, because like I said, we're going to be very underleveled. Because we don't fight anything.
Yeah, at
this point you're roughly like 10 10 or 12 levels
なんだ
higher
っ
than
たら
I am on
自分
average.
と
And that doesn't even count
県
in
民
that
共
you're
済
fighting
の更
all
新
the
の契
encounters.
約
That just
午前中に終
counts
わら
in
せていただく
fighting
そう
occasional
ですよね。
encounters to keep the party at a somewhat decent level.
はい、まあ
So yeah, we're
そ
we're
のことは
really
まあいいと
severely
して。
underleveled. But luckily, the persistence glitch is gonna help out a lot with that later.
ですね。
So yeah, Steve already talked about the poison that we run through here.
どうやらです
Technically, you don't
ね、
have to take the poison. You can also take the other way that doesn't have
タイ
poison
ムと
included with it.
サラ
But it is
が
actually much longer than just going through the poison and taking the damage. Nice snipe
通
there.
り付けに
At
され
least
て
it
るん
pushed
じゃ
me
な
in
い
the
か
right
と
corner.
いうことで、この灼熱のね
So、yeah, you can see
は
if
い、
you can, if you
洞
get
窟
caught
の
by
方に
those,
向かって
you
い
actually
き
lose quite a bit
ま
of
す。
time.
この雑魚敵は結構厄介でして、ヘルダイブという技を使ってくるキラーバードというのがいるんですが、今飛んでるやつですね。はい、これはこちらの HP の有無にもかかわらず体力を1にしてくるという非常に厄介な敵なんですが、トンズラを使って逃げます。はい、通常プレイだとね、すごい大変ですよ、ここは。絶対 HP を1にしてくんでね。
So we're about to hit the end of the dungeon here. We talked about earlier how those guys hears. They can actually screw you over pretty bad here. I'm gonna try to take this as safe as possible in order to not get thrown down here.
次のね、
This is usually the point where if I'm doing actual PP attempts and I'm behind my PP by quite a bit, I'm just usually going all out and just risk making a cycle or not. If I'm on a decent pace, I'd rather wait it out because actually getting thrown down there takes up quite a bit of time. As you see, you're getting
次のボスには常に魔法を跳ね返すリフレクトがかかってい
Sometimes the cycle of those is really weird. And you can see now that we're going down here, we actually have to walk through deeper water. And walking is very slow when
魔
you
法
do that.
パーティーにもかかわらず魔法を使えないという粋な計らい
Yeah,
が
I just wanted to demonstrate for everybody so you guys can see it too. Totally intentional, obviously.
RNG manipulation every time.
Yes. We're gonna get the
通常の
perfect ice
RPG
match
というのはです
afterwards.
ね、
Yeah, your next gamble's gonna be
こちらが出現するボスに合わせて目立っていくのが基本なんですが、このゲームは
So we have to
ボス
follow
の
a
方がこ
specific
ちらを
pathway
目立っ
here.
てくるという
If you jump to the middle there,
非
to
常
try and
に
go a little bit
非
faster,
常に愉快なゲーム
the
です。
middle platform just falls over.
普通は逆なんですけ
We
どね
have。to actually take that left path.
向こうの方が対策をしてきます。た
Alright,
だ
so
そ
we're
の
gonna
対
do a little
策
bit of
をどう
menuing before
突
the
破す
boss
る
here.
かとい
First
う
of all,
ね。
we're gonna heal everybody
はい、
since I
しかも
got
その
wrecked there. We're gonna have only Mac in the front row. Mac's gonna get the water
任意の
charm that
列
he
を攻撃する
still
アイ
shares.
ススパイク
Got
や
Talisman, that's fine.
全員にダメージを与える
You can keep those
絶
Thread
対
Tail
レ
shoes. This
ー
should
ド両方
actually
と
be
も
everything.
水属性ですね。で、アイススパイクはもしか
Well,
したら
actually, I
冷
want
気状
Sorcerer
態になっ
earrings
て
and
しまう
chains,
と。
but that doesn't matter. I can do that in
冷気状
battle
態
too.
どうなるかっていうと
I'm
動
probably
けな
gonna
くなり
throw in
ま
a
す。
safety save
で
again. We haven't saved in a
え
while.
全員が
So, like I said
氷
earlier,
漬けにされると
technically in a
ゲームオー
speedrun
バー
of
で
this
す。
game, you don't really need to save
です
because
の
you
で、
have certain checkpoints where you can get
物
where
理
you
攻
can
撃の
set
中
back
に、
in case you
こちら
actually game
を
over.
のパーティー
But
が
I did
全滅
have the
する
game soft lock on me once a couple of months ago, and I've been anxious ever since then that is going to happen again, especially now in a marathon situation. So I'd rather do a little safety save every once in a while just to, if it actually happens, not to
通常
lose
であれ
too
ばで
much
すね、
progress.
凍結無効
Alright,
とかね
Ice Magic
水
Beast.
属
Now
性
this is
耐性アッ
probably
プ
the
と
most
かね、
unfair boss in
そう
all
いう
of
ものを
this
つけるん
because
ですが、
again we have all
RTA
our
なので、
casters
そういう
in
も
the
のは一
parties.
切つけません。
And
は
this
い、ボ
time
ス
you're
戦
standing
で
in
す。
the
はい、
front
ど
of
う
a
なるでしょ
boss
うか。
that has an auto reflect on
こちらは
it.
ひたすら
What
目
we're
立って
gonna
く
do,
る
we cannot
目立ってき
gamble
ている
now.
はずのボス。
Luckily, we still have a lot of bombs.
比較的
left, and we're gonna
HP の
use
多い
that.
マックを
Those
全
bombs
滅
aren't
にし
classified
て
as
彼を
magic
盾にする
damage.
というのが戦
Therefore,
略
they
ですね。
pierce the reflect. And we're gonna have a very specific setup here turn 1. And hopefully we're gonna get a good pattern. I haven't died to this boss in a while. It was probably one of the most most RNG heavy bosses a while ago, but Lord Ephraim luckily came out with a very, very good turn 1 setup that I don't want to say guarantees a win, but it makes it a lot more consistent. We're also gonna throw the one Groundless bomb we picked up in Ura later, because as you can see, that one actually does a big amount of damage. Ice Spike on the front row. Okay, this is not a good first turn. but it
ただ、
should work.
魔法が効かないだけであって、ボムは効く。ボ
So
ム
he's
は
gonna
効くというね
permanently put Mac into ice
ことなの
next
で、
turn, so Mac's not
爆
gonna be
弾を
able
投
to
げ
do
つけていき
anything,
ます。
which is bad in a sense that we're gonna lose all of our GC because of that.
私、初見の時とか全然それが分からなく
Okay,
て、
now we're gonna hold A and hope that we
ひた
kill
す
the
ら
boss
マッ
before
ク
it
で
kills us.
ポコポコ殴ってましたね。
Yeah, that's what I usually. Actually, this is one of the fights that I get lucky on, very lucky on, because this is one of the fights I actually take a break on for some reason.
アイテム攻撃は別枠扱いにな
Yeah,
る
the thing is with this turn one
damage
setup that we did, the fight has become a lot more consistent.
ダメージ入
Like
ります
back in the day before we had that, it was basically a 50-50 whether you
絶
got
対
through
0 で
the fight
す
or
ね
not.
お
Now
ー
it's like
マ
I'd say a
ック凍っ
75 to
ちゃったか
80% chance, but the fact that Mac
まあ
is
まあ
frozen
まあまあ
solid
まあ
now, we don't have any GC anymore,
まあ結
kind
構
of
こ
troubles me because there is a
うる
good
ん
chance he's gonna
で
do
こ
all
っ
Aqua
か
right
ら
now, and that one's gonna hurt
ア
like
ブソ
hell.
リュートゼロでまだもう一人とか二人とか一気に凍っ
Okay,
たら
there's
嫌です
trample.
ね
That's actually fine.
ただ
That was very, very good.
Oh, somebody's dying.
Yeah, somebody's dead.
ちょっと攻撃を
The
緩め
only
てくれた
reason
か
we knew about that is because down the bottom left, the turn order, we saw somebody's somebody's picture disappear.
Yeah, I am kind of curious though, because I want to have 1700s. Okay, it's barely not gonna be enough. Okay, I need to throw bombs here.
で氷漬けになったマックが溶けましたね冷凍マック
I
が
actually
溶けま
wanted
した
to check if I have enough damage to get Ming back at the end of the fight as well, because I want to
まあ
grab the
ミン
level
は
of
ほっ
Ming.
といて
But
も
two
復
grounded
活する
bombs
ん
wouldn't have
で
been enough, so we're gonna play it safe and have
その
keep
手間
Ming
考
dead
えるんだった
in order
ら
to get through the
倒
boss.
しちゃったそうダメージ的にもう倒せるっていう判断ここの計算とかもやっぱ早いっすよねうんやっぱ
Alright, and
ずっ
with
とやっ
that
てるだけあり
loss
ますよ
done,
ね
we
普通
are
ちょっと
going
蘇
on
らしたくなっちゃい
to
ます
final disc. And Sarah and Kaim get
結構ロスト
unfrozen
オデッセイ
and
ねダメージが結構出せるん
team
で
gets back together.
キャラクターが死んでしまったとしても
There's
そ
one thing that's kind
れ
of
を
that I've always
捨
kind
て
of
て
felt
手
was
数
interesting
増
with
や
this
せるか
game.
みたいなそういう勇気が
You
必
compare
要だ
it
っ
to
た
like
り
the
し
PS1 Final Fantasies, and those games, their last disc is
はいデスク
usually
4
fairly small. Like,
ようや
it's
く
like
デ
the
ス
last
ク
10%
4
of the
入りました
game.
よ皆
Not
さ
the
ん
case in this one. There's
最
still
後の
a
ディスク
lot in this. There's a
ようや
lot
く
of
ですよ
content still on the fourth disc.
Yeah, if you break down the content of each disc in a
なかった
speedrun,
ね
disc 4 is
よ
actually
うやく
even
デ
in
スク
an
4です
80%
よ
speedrun, disc 4 is by far the longest. So disc 1 is usually like 140. Disc 2 and 3 are like 115 to 125, and disc 4 is 2 hours 20. So disc 4
見
usually
て
is
くださ
by
いちょ
far
っ
the
と
longest,
デスク
and it
4にも
also
入っ
has
て
a
るにもかかわ
lot
ら
of
ず
optional
EST がお
content
かしい
on
で
it.
すね
So I'm
そうちなみにデスク
I'm
4は
legit
一番
curious
長
how
いで
they
すよ
managed to get all this content
はい皆様
on one single disc when
こ
they
っ
only
から
have
が
like
一番長い
half
で
the
すよ
content on all the other three.
ちょっと俺もしかしたら途中でラーメン食うかもしんねえわ
One of the cutscenes that we skipped, Ming remembers what exactly
5分で食うわ
pact was, but we also find out exactly what Gangora did and that they were all like together in one pact, and Gangora betrayed all of the immortals.
So yeah, you can see this huge storm here going on in the background. The ship that we have right now, the engine, is not strong enough to actually get us through that thunderstorm. So we're going to go into the Great Ancient Ruins because there is some sort of magical device there that can power up our engine and actually, in order to get us through there.
ああ2時間じゃ終わんないっすね今回
You
ビ
see,
ット
this
ウ
is
ォー
actually the
で
first time
エ
you
ク
get
ス
the
トラアイ
chance
テ
to
ム
explore the
の合計
overworld
装備を全部
without it
回
just
収する
being
っていう
a
話だった
simple
んで
menu.
まあ
Well,
当然
actually,
終
you
わんない
have
です
you get the first ship in disc 2, but you can see it on the world map. You only can drive around in the inner parts of the
Yeah.
storm. So meaning the only locations you can actually go to in disc 2 is either
まあこ
the
れ
town
は
of
船でもあります
Atoll,
し
or
これ空も
the
飛べる
next
ようにな
city
りま
that
す
you need to go to in order to progress the
なんだっ
story.
たら
So the game gives you a feeling of, hey, you can actually explore the world now, but in reality
水
you
中にも
don't.
潜れます
Yeah, so for reals this time. My bad. It's kind of late, and admittedly I was only around for parts of the first.
Yeah, it's
my
fine.
bad.
I mean,
But yeah.
Technically, you can still not really explore much at this point because we don't have the engine yet, so we can only explore the parts that are outside the storm. And most of the areas that are outside the storm you cannot access yet because they're covered by the permanent ice, which you need the white bow in order to actually break through there. Also, we're in the Great Ancient Ruins now, and we did talk about the Royal Seals at the end of Disc 3 a little bit, and this is actually the first place in Disc 4 where we're gonna have an optional Royal Seal. So thank you again very much for donating for that. We're gonna hit that now. And once we did all of those, we actually have an additional boss fight that's gonna be coming up later.
を今の船だと乗り越えられないので、その修理、もともとは乗り越えられたんですけど、修理が必要だと。で、その修理に必要な古代の動力を求めてここに来ました。
Yeah, Great Ancient Ruins in a normal playthrough is probably the most complicated dungeon in the entire game.
で、ここで、
I remember when I started learning this, I actually wrote every step I need to do down in my notes, so I don't forget. And I still forgot half of the things because I didn't pay proper attention to my notes.
今回この王家装備全部集めましょうっていうと、あとムービーをちょっと見るっていう話だったんですよ。それは終わったみたいなので、あとは王家装備ですね。ただ王家装備を全部集めるということはですね、ボス戦が一つ増えます。
I agree to that sentiment. Stairs for Barrett. That man does not look like he's had leg day in the last 3 years, and boy could he use it.
そしてここでは、パーティーが2分割されます。
So we briefly talked about how the party got reunited. Well, we just got reunited only to get split again. We're gonna have to split because certain teleporters and operators
ただ、まあ比較的良心的ですね。
if one is standing on
割と
them
良心
and the
的な
other
パー
one
テ
is
ィーだったんです。
activating them from distance, which is the reason why we split into two
片方
parties
は
again.
こ
So
の
the formations we
カ
have
イム
here,
とサ
oh,
ラ
I need to
と
put on
孫の
turn
2人、マック・クックの
is the entire family in part
お
1.
じいさんと孫の
Kai,
孫
Sarah,
の4
Mac,
人
and
ね。
Cook. And everybody else in the second party.
いやー、レベルが圧倒的に足りてないですね。いや、カイム一発か。圧倒的に足りていないね、レベルが。
Yeah, it's actually really unique in my opinion, like the way that the puzzling is for this. But it's just like casual play as well as the speedrun is just very confusing. Also, if you like pulling things and pushing things, this is the perfect area for you.
Yes, we're gonna push and pull a lot of pillars. And we already talked earlier about how hitboxes for this game can be very wonky at times, so this is definitely a very fun experience, running around the pillar not being able to grab it for like 10 seconds or so. That's happened quite a few
戦
times
闘は終わるん
already.
だけど経験値もらえないよっていう最悪の敵ですね。
They gotta get that sewer dungeon in, and then they gotta get the block
そういう
puzzles.
最後にね、とんでもない嫌がらせをしてくるんですよ。時間だけ使わせといて、経験値ないけどみたいな。
So all we're trying to do in each one of these sections is to get everybody up to that magical seal that you just saw there. And as long as both Seth and Kaim are there, then it'll activate the seal, and you can go through the door. It's like that.
So this is part 1 done. Now we're gonna have a couple of little cutscenes. And then we have the privilege to do the same thing again.
And there's actually an area where you can one thing that we kind of didn't mention is those orbs right there. One is the saving, and the blue one actually heals you completely
まあ、こ
with
の
both magic
辺は
and
ちょっとめ
health.
んどくさいですね。
So this is a good place for
お、で、
that to happen. Just
合流かな
healing up
はい、
right there.
合流で
As
き
well,
た
we're
ら、
gonna
い
get
に
the
しえの魔物というボスとの戦闘。
magic device locator
いにしえの魔物
number
と
2,
溶石ですかね。
which
は
we'll be
い。
using later on in this disc.
の3体との戦い。
Yeah, so we got the magic
で、こ
device
こ
locator.
が
I don't know
柔
what the
術を
exact name right
敵
now
はか
is.
なりトリッ
We
キー
got
に
level
使
1
って
in
きま
Tosca and
す。
Disc 2 that we used
まあ、
in
主に
order
ステー
to
タス以
get
上やらない
things
に
like
は
the Medusa's head or the
いやら
water
しいこ
charm.
とをしてきますね。
Now we're gonna get the upgrade to level 2. And the only reason why we actually need that is for one specific accessory that is found in the old Sorceress Mansions. Remember, we were in the old Sorceress Mansion in Disc 2. But unfortunately, since we didn't have access to that magic locator yet, we couldn't get the items. So after this one is done, we actually have to go back to Ura, get a hint about a hidden item in the old Sorceress Mansion, and then grab that. And while this is a little bit of a detour, because I think the entire thing takes like 3.5 to 4 minutes, it is very important because it gives one of the most important accessories in the game, that being the Blazing Fire Amulet. And the Blazing Fire Amulet nullifies all fire damage, which is going to be essentially very important for a couple of the boss fights that are coming up later, where a lot of the
また
enemies
分割ですね。
exclusively use fire attacks. So by having an accessory that nullifies all of that, you can keep your GC level up for the back row for a much longer time. But we're gonna go into more details once we actually get there.
攻撃してきたのがトル
So
ッキ
again,
ー
we're
っ
gonna
て
split the
いう、
party in
モ
order
ンスタ
to
ーになってい
make it
て、
through this little puzzle, this little maze
あ
room
の
here.
今回、1
Also
回
gonna
目
grab
の
the chest
こ
in the
の
back there.
いにしえの
We
大
haven't
廃墟で
been
は出
doing
現
a
しな
lot
いん
of
ですが、このトル
shopping,
ッキー
but
に
there are
特定の
gonna
アイテ
be a
ムを
couple of shopping menus
わざ
coming
と
up
盗ませる
later
こ
in the
と
game
で、
that are gonna
特
be
別な
very,
ボ
very
ス戦
expensive. So we're gonna grab a couple of
発生
chests
する
here.
ことができる。
Mostly it's gonna be ring assembly parts that we are gonna sell for good money in order to get that. And this is also the reason we talked about it earlier in Disc 3, why we actually fought the magic beast the normal way and not the cheesing
で
strats with
出
the
現するの
crane.
がトロッ
Because
キ
with the
ー女王って
crane,
のが出るんですけ
the
ど、
crane
それを
fight,
倒
we
した
wouldn't
時
have
じゃない
gotten
と出現しない
any money at all.
アイテム
And beating it the
がありますね。
casual way, we got 20,000 gold. That is quite a bit. Especially considering that the casual fight isn't even that much slower than the
そして
train
その
fight.
プラ
The
チナ、
fight with
そ
the
れプラチナ
crane.
ブランドって言うんですけ
I mean,
ど、
obviously depending
そ
on
れは必ず
the
落とすんじゃなくて、
damage
この
ranges
ダ
you
ン
get
ジョ
with
ンに
Gamble.
いるトルッキー
But the
に
normal
どれだ
fight
けア
only
イテム
takes
を
like
盗まれたか、
minute and a
で
half
出現
longer
率が
than
変
the
わり
version
ま
of the
す。
crane on average.
いく
So
ら
it's
盗まれ
really,
ても落と
really
す
not
時
that
と
big
落
of
と
a
さない
deal
時があるってい
considering you're
う。
gonna run into
い
big
やー、
money
いやらしい、
problems
い
later
や
on
らしいという
otherwise.
か、それで間違えてその使用を知らずにトルッキー女王を倒しちゃうと二度とプラチナブランドは手に入りません。
So Ragnar is going to be running to that
い
exact. I
やー、
was
ス
going
ト
to
イ
say
ックで
just
すね、この
that
RPG は
position
やは
right
り。
there, because now we
二
have
度目はない
to
ですよ、基本的にね。
hit the rest of the stuff with Seth, and this is where pushing and pull comes. Pushing and
こ
pull
れが
comes
ロストオ
into
デッセイ
play.
ですからね。そんなチャンスは二度あるわけないじゃないですか。
Forgive me.
Because in order for some of the platforms to move, they have to have the pillars on them or off of them.
Yeah, those pillars, they have magic energy stored in them, and you need just the right amount of energy to be able to move the platform. If you don't have any pillar on it, it doesn't move, and if you have too many pillars on that, it doesn't move either. So yeah, as you can see, very, very exciting part here. This dungeon in general isn't really spectacular for the most part. Even the boss is like probably one of the most boring bosses in the entire game.
But it is also very important when it comes to the bosses, because we're gonna actually be putting Sed into the main party, and we're gonna be skill linking a very important skill from Sed.
Yeah, Zed is pretty much going to be in the party for every boss fight now, because he has a lot of passive skills that are gonna help us. First of all, he's got double SP, so you get, as the name says, twice as much SP from every battle, which is going to make learning skills a lot faster. He has double item, which we're going to link in this
この
very
ボスは
specific
退
boss fight,
屈
which
だ。
makes us be able to throw 2 items in a single turn.
いや、
And
正
as you
直
can tell,
この
we're
後
gonna
の
be
ボス
using gun with bombs quite a bit.
こ
And the
っから
second
割と
thing,
揃っ
which
ちゃ
is
う
a
んで
passive
結
that
構
we're
退屈っ
never
ちゃ
really
退
going to
屈
learn
な
to
ん
begin
すよ
with,
ね。
is double gold. We're never gonna skill rank that, but it is still a passive that is active in every battle, and like I just said a couple of minutes ago,
まあ、
money
これ
is
こ
going
そ
to be
最
very,
終
very
盤
tight
ぐらいに
towards
入
the
ら
end
な
of
い
the
と
game,
かな
so
り
you
エキサイ
definitely
ティン
want
グ
to
なや
have
つが
set
来
a
なかった
life
りするか
at every
な。
battle, because
だ
otherwise
からもう
his
最
double
終
gold
盤は
passive
最
is not
終盤
going
で
to
エキサイ
trigger.
ティングすぎますからね。
And I found that out the hard way through one of my runs.
これで通常プレイだとどのぐらいかかるのかな？ 4、5、60時間かかるんじゃないですかね。
Alright. So now this puzzle is basically solved. We just have to get Kaim down and then go into.
まず何もわからないと普通に通常の最初のボスで全
Yeah,
滅
the
とか
next
します
boss
し
run
ね。
is very exciting, and the next boss fight is probably the place where I'm going to rack up on a donation. Because even though we've gotten pretty good gambles so far, I am pretty sure we're gonna have at least a couple of double-digit gambles in there. Please, can you grab the pillar? Thank you,
結構
Kaim.
ムービーも多いですからね。その辺も含めて。ガンガラップは普通に聞けると思いますよ。
Also, in case anybody's curious why people are occasionally typing in exclamation mark gamble in chat, this is actually a little feature of my bot. That every time where I do a boss fight where gamble is involved, chat can gamble with me.
Yeah, it effectively just a number will appear. It says you've dealt this much damage.
Yeah,
You
it
always
doesn't,
get-
it doesn't actually do anything, but it is still fun.
You get bragging rights over other people in chat, as I've had many
さて再び合流したの
on
で
people's
ボス
chats
戦ですね。
during runs of this game. Whenever I've
うん、なるほど。
caught your stream.
この編成か。
Okay, so we're gonna check everybody for certain
あ、
things. So we
確か
wanna check
に
if
この
everybody has
次の
the
イニ
duplicate.
シエ、イニシエの魔物はちょっと影の薄いボスなんで、どんな感じだったかもう
We need
覚えてねえ
anti-petrify on
な。
everybody. Okay, double item. Does everybody have spirit equipped? Spirit, spirit, spirit. Spirit, you're gonna get the red copper band. You already got it, that's nice.
あ、なるほど。セド入れてるのはダブルアイテムを習得させるため
If you
に
get
スキルポイントのために入れてるんですね。なるほ
I'll
ど
do。it for this fight. If you get any
ダブルアイテム連続アイテムか。アイテム2回連続っていうスキルのためか。そのためのセドね。了解
If
で
it's
す。
a, and if it's a 1, I'll make it 25.
Okay,
この連
so
続アイテムは超強いんで、ね。
at least if we're getting bad luck here, at least it's good for charity. So this is the Ancient Fiend, and the way this boss fight works is actually relatively simple. The boss is accompanied by 2 keystones, Keystones A and Keystone B.
そしてやはり
Keystone
ギャンブル。
A makes it that all physical damage is reflected
こ
back.
れ全部ギャンブルじゃねえだろう
Keystone
な。
B makes it that all magical damage towards
さ
the
あ、5
boss
人
is
でギャンブ
reflected
ルをしてい
back.
きます。
What we're gonna do effectively, we're going to kill Keystone B, that the return magic is deactivated. Then we're gonna kill the boss, and then we're gonna kill the Keystone A. Now, the reason why we don't kill Keystone A until the very end of the fight is very. Oh, that was a close one. Is very simple. Once you kill both
110?
keystones, the boss unlocks a couple of very strong attacks. One of them being Shadowless, which is a very, very
640
strong
まあまあまあ
AoE magic attack. And he also
やっぱ
attacks
1000
twice
超えないと
a
ダ
turn,
メだ
which
な。
makes it even worse. But as long as one of the two keystones is
263?
alive, okay, there's was there like
There's
was there
one.
like two double digits?
95?
No, you got 110, so that was one double digit.
408? いやー、
So,
しょっぺーな
yeah, so as long as one keystone is alive, the only thing he does is
やっ
bind
ぱ
him, which is a
700
single
以上が出ない
target
と
attack
こ
that
の
puts
ぐらい
you
だ
in
ともうき
formation.
ついですよね
And successive wave, which is a double attack, but he doesn't do more than one attack each turn, and he only targets
Punchy.
one party member, which you can easily out heal and out revive. So basically, we're gonna gamble down Keystone B, then we're gonna gamble down the boss, and then we're gonna gamble down Keystone A afterwards.
779まあまあまあまあちょっとやる
I'm really not getting good gamble luck here. Ancient Fiend is usually the one where I'm getting really garbage gamble.
No, it's me too.
717
Lavos fight at the end of Chrono Trigger, only without the strategy.
358
Man, alive.
Man, you're getting like
え
bad
え
rolls, but you're
そ
not
れ
getting
は
the
ない
good
わ
Yeah, so we're at a point
そ
at the
りゃ
game
ね
where
えよ
basically everything that
17と
is
か
below
も
600 is bad.
うやる気ありますかっ
Because
て
with the
ね
character levels that we hit at this point, you can technically, especially Seth, he's the highest level. Seth can gamble up to like 1,600, 1,700.
Oh, we get to see our first.
パンチダブルパンチさら落ちちゃったか
Yeah, if he decides to target Seth, because Seth's the only one that
893
actually has persistence already.
Yeah.
885もう一声ぐらいじゃないの
Oh, that was a good one.
156
At
に
this point on forward, we're gonna focus on the boss.
684しょっ
Also,
ぱい
we're
よ
not going to revive Sarah here, because she's gonna be back automatically after 3 turns. Occasionally, you have to throw mana herbs because somebody's going to run out of MP.
はいもう落ち
And when
た
that happens, you usually use Set for it because he has double item. So you can do like a mana herb on somebody that has no MP left. And at the same time, you can also throw an
949
Asian
もう本
Flame
体行く
on
感じっ
somebody
す
that just died
ね
the turn before to get them back up faster. So you can see
279
Set doesn't really have a lot of max MP, so he's usually the first one to run out.
78に
You're lucky in this fight.
上限は多分このレベル帯だと1500ぐらいかな1000ダブルパンチ
That was a little bit unlucky.
まずいよ
Seth has persistent status already equipped, but since successive
ま
wave
ずい
does
よ
2 shots at once, it doesn't actually do any. It doesn't actually help or anything.
927
If that were confined here, she would have survived
924
with 1 HP. But since it was a double shot, she still went down and
307
Sarah's back up again.
まあたださら
So
戻
what
っ
we're
てく
gonna
る
do now is we're going to do double item here. First of all, he's gonna throw mana herb on himself, and then he's gonna do an Angel's Plume on on Seth, because Seth just died, and Kaim is gonna come back at the end of this turn automatically anyways.
蘇らせないかそうギャンブルのためかちょっとギャンブルしょっぱいんですけどここで死んじゃうミン
Yeah, basically since the boss only does single target attacks, you're pretty much invincible. Because even if he kills an immortal, he's gonna be back again after 3 turns. So the only time loss or gain you can have here is depending on whether or not you get good gambles. There you go, now we got persistence in store. You see Seth drop one HP even though she would have been dead otherwise.
1
There you go,
Oh,
that's
there we go.
リアルタスキが1184
Oh, another good one.
もう一回そういうの
so yeah, everything is
1000いいよいいよいいよいいよ
There's a
来い
99.
来い来い来い
That's
来い来い
another-
1000超えたらまずいいなんだよ 99
I'm
っ
at
て
35 now. Ah, wait, I need to persistence
Yeah.
glitch stuff.
Yep. So what he did there is all he did was switch over to any equipment, and it just reactivates the glitch here. So hopefully, oh no, it didn't detect stuff. I was gonna say.
あー倒れていやこれちょっ
Unfortunately,
と
he's gonna have to
なるほどねこれ
Not really,
118
because-
まあまあまあまあ
Look at those gambles now, though. Now we're getting
いいよ
gambles.
もう一発もう一発
Wow.
ドンドンドンでいこうドン
I
で
don't know where those came from.
いいよ
I've been saving them up for the whole fight. You got so many like 100 to 200 damage rolls.
おギャンブル行くしかないじゃんもう4連発でゾーン行ったれここで4連発
I
1000
can't
超え
really
て
complain about the gamble luck for the most part. Like, other than the train segment was really bad.
いやただどれか落ちそうセドに行かないから落ちちゃうよな4連発できねえのか
Yeah, I never get this luck.
いいよ
during this fight. Wow.
This might be the fastest ancient
Yo!
I've ever done if this keeps on like that.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know what is going on here. But you can tell by the idle animation that Magic Fiend's almost dead already.
俺これ
That's definitely a first time. There you go.
もう一声。いけ、弱ってる。相手弱ってる。相手弱ってるよ。もう何105って。
Take more out of my wallet.
There you go.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, there it is.
いけいけいけ。
Open my mouth.
ああ
So that's $40 now?
I'm on 40, yeah.
We're at 15 just off of this fight.
Time is in a fixed position.
上げて落とすね。なるほど。57、うん。
Come on.
どう次。
I'm getting the bad gambles
What?
again. The game's taunting me now.
Yeah, I was gonna say the 1600
分かってねえな
was
流れって
saying,
の
"Hey, you
が
wanna see this? Too
う
bad."
ん
Okay, so we're gonna
今
throw,
出す
yeah, I'm gonna
流れ
throw
でしょう
another
が
Maverick, even though I probably don't need it anymore. We're gonna Angel's Plume Kime. Ming should be getting back up at the end of the turn anyways. Or was Kime the one that got killed first? I'm not sure anymore.
セド2回目のマナー MP 回復は相当だよこれ。
We're about to find out. And there we got persistence
パ
again.
ンチパンチドンドン。
There you go. Boss it down.
Hey!
Now we just need to kill the second keystone and
う
then we're
ー
done.
んまあまあ
And the second keystone
グッドゲーム。
usually doesn't do damage.
Yeah, the second keystone literally does nothing. It only does things like slower and
さあ
stuff.
まだ残りいますよ。
So
しょっ
it
ぺえ
only
な。
does like add certain. It's not even status elements. It's more like stat downs and stuff like that. But it doesn't really do anything that is worth mentioning anymore.
And we know how much health Keystone B has because of the GC.
Yeah, we still have the GC bar at 5,600, which is basically the remaining HP of the keystone.
あ、HP1 はそうっすね。装備かな。スキルにもう覚えちゃったよな。装備かスキルでやった。932。もう一回。もう一回、1000超え。
Okay, Seth and Kaim are both out of MP, but I'm not gonna throw any mana herbs anymore because I kind of want to conserve them for the
1018。カイもお前決めろ。1017。1で刻むね、1で。1817。
Yeah, this is probably, definitely one of the better fights I had here. Like, I think we had like 7 or 8 gambles in a row.
872。
Over 1,000 damage. Come on,
Come on, Seth. Finish it off.
There you go. Big one to finish it off.
Yep, that was our biggest.
1684!
Friendly reminder to chat to please check with your local jurisdiction laws on gambling and to always remember to please gamble
簡
responsibly.
単だわな。
So if anybody else was doing the gamble rules with Ragnar, that's $15 for that fight.
Alright. Just trying to save this.
はい、そして、
I'm
西の
kidding.
魔獣、魔物と、
think I'm at 35
溶石
total
2体倒したのでね。
40.
はい、ダブルアイテ
40
ムのね、
40
スキルも無事に習得できましたよ
So
と。
this cutscene that's
Yeah,
about to
楽しかっ
happen,
た
I
ですね。
believe if you would have run into the storm before this, you would have seen this cutscene. But now we have the Power Stone, so it's just like 2 cutscenes right in a row.
And we finally make it through the storm. So before we're gonna go on with a couple of more
あ、これは RTA やってないんですけど、結構プレイしたんで内容がわかるって感じです。
How we can get a couple of things now with the magic item locator, and this is actually what we're about to do now. So first of all, we're
あま
gonna
り
go
せ
to Ura.
RTA の専門的なのはわかんないですけど、あ
We're
る程度はわ
gonna
かり
get
ま
a
す。
hint about the blazing
仕様とか
fire
スキルと
amulet
か
that can be found
ボス
in
の
the
特
old
徴と
Sorceress
か。
Mansion. And while we're already here, we're also going to unlock the next Royal Seal. that is actually in Gongora's Mansion. Now, if you remember, like 4.5 hours ago when we started this run, we once briefly went to Gongora's Mansion. And usually in any percent run, it's the only time you ever go there.
いや、ちょっと待ってくださいよ。次のボスが結構 HP が多くて全部で5体いるんですけど、いや、これ5連ギャンブルチャンスあるかもしれないですね。思い出したわ。次ね、また恐竜みたいなの戦うんですけど、
all the grand staff,
またチャ
construction
ンス来るん
phases,
じゃない
and all
の
of it. It's actually a really good read.
ギャンブルチャンスが。
But obviously, for the speedrun, we're only going to unlock the royal seal.
お、これはもうキプレイの人はわかるんじゃない？どこに行くか。このガンガラの地下にいる敵が経験値稼ぎにいいから、そこ行くんかな。
Yeah, if you play this casually, please watch the
そこ
Thousand
行き
Years
そうっ
of
すね。
Memories.
かなり強さの割
They
に
were so like integral to
に
this
経
game
験
that
値
they
多いし
actually
敵がいるから、そこ
specifically
行くん
sought
じゃな
out
い
a
か。
different translator for them.
秘密
Like
あ、
somebody who was like kind
つ
of
が
a,
普通に
a
これ
saint,
か。
like
そっか、ここにあん
esteemed
の
for
か。
translating Japanese novels. And the story is, as I understand it,
なるほ
was
どね。普通
he
に
actually was
ロイヤルシール
hesitant to
か。
translate them because he generally had the idea that video games have a history of violence and promoting
あ、
violence.
で、今、ロイヤル
But
シ
after
ー
reading them, he
ル
was like,
解除し
"Yeah,
て
I'm
地下
down
に
to
行け
help
るよう
you.
になった。あそ
These
こ
these
に
stories just they
に
kind of
割
run
の
really.
いい敵がいて、今回
They have a
一
really
発
deep
勝負だから
emotional
ちょっと
core
レベリン
to
グ
a
するの
lot
か
of
なと
them.
思ったらそんなことなかったで
And
す
he actually
ね。
said a lot of them seem more pro-pacifism
もう
than
この
anything
段
else.
階でロイヤルシール全部いけちゃうから全部解除しちゃうのか
So there's just a lot of
な
like
流れで。
just little
どうなんでしょう。
bits, you know.
別にこっからの
Obviously,
ダン
when
ジョン
you've
で行
lived
く
a
道
thousand
すがらじゃな
years
くて
and
過去のダン
just
ジョンに一回戻って
you've
解除し
seen
なきゃいけ
all
ないん
you've seen the
で、
worst of
どう
humanity
でしょうか
over
ね。
and
一気にやっ
over
ちゃうん
again.
ですかね。
Gone through some of the worst things imaginable with no end in sight. There's a lot of just like a lot of dark, tragic stuff, but there's a lot of like little hopeful bits to a number of them as well. So very touching, very they give this game a lot of just nice background kind of information. It's not essential to the main plot of the game, but I think it really gives you a feel for the characters.
なるほど。
Yeah, so we're going back in here
あ
to the old Sorceress Mansion, and this is where Ragnar said we're getting the fire amulet, which is going to help
あれここだっ
dramatically in
け
a
ここだ
lot
と
of
間違
the
え
fights
て
coming
ペル
up.
ソナと戦う
Yeah,
こと
the
にならね
next
え
two
か大
boss
丈夫
fights
か
especially are gonna be very
ここ
important
エク
because
ス
both the
この段階で来
After
ると
Source
エ
and
クストラ
Katana
ボス
they
い
do
る
a
け
lot
ど
of
大
fire
丈夫ですか
damage. And as you might have seen, it is actually quite a bit of a detour to get there just for one accessory. And because of that, I've actually played around with going for other strats because in Disc 2, when experimental staff is falling apart, you can get an accessory similar to the water charm but with fire. So basically only
アイ
does
テム回収
half
し
of
に
the
来たか
fire damage. And that only takes like 20 seconds to get. So I
なるほど
actually thought that it might be faster to get that and try to go through
あ
fights
デ
like
スク
that.
4以降しか手に入ん
And
ないアイ
it
テム回収し
probably
た
is
感じですかね
faster, but it just becomes a lot more inconsistent. Also forgot to go to the refugee camp here because we still need to do a shopping trip. So yeah, even though it is quite a bit of a detour to actually get that one accessory, it's definitely worth it. Alright, and now we're gonna do a big shopping trip. We're gonna buy a lot of bombs.
As a friendly reminder, we are inching ever closer to that 7,500 mark, and we'd really like to hit that at the very least before the end of the run, if not
各種ボムの
substantially
追加
sooner.
砲
We're just $147 away from that.
いややっぱボム
Yeah,
ボ
we hit
ム
our
ゲーです
first
から
goal
ね
of 7,000 a while back, and
Hey, for graveyard shift, and
yeah, if we can hit that 7,500, that'd be awesome.
yeah, that's kind of a personal thing. I definitely recommend helping get the word out on this marathon going on all week. We got runs all the way until mid-Saturday, which is in 5 days. So you got plenty of content
い
here.
や、ただね、私の持
check
って
the
る
schedule out underneath the
攻略
stream.
本に
There's
よると、王
many
家の
different
封
types of
印の
RPGs in here. You
関
know,
連
some
データっ
people
てとこ
say
ろ
it's a
に、
marathon on just one genre of
エイジ・オ
game,
ブ・
but
キング
there's
の
all
項目
kinds
があ
of
るんで
varieties.
すよ
Western
ね。
RPGs, Japanese RPGs, action
今
RPGs,
回どう
strategy
なってんだ
RPGs.
キング
Really, I
な
think
しな
there's
のか
there's something here for just about
一
everybody.
応、
And go ahead and spread the word about us on social media, twitch.tv/RPG Limit Break. It really does help out.
Right here, he's switching out Seth for Tolton and doing skill link in order to get the persistence because we're going to be using it a lot. And now that everybody should have double item, we're going to be equipping it as well as anti-petrify. Because we don't need steel anymore, and some people still might have steel on because we just really haven't used them.
ね、各球種、ス
Other
キル
than
を
that,
と
we just want to make sure
付
they
け
have
替えてどうすんだ
anti-petrify, double item, and
ヌ
then
マラ行くか
linked skill of
ヌマラに行くとイベント
persistence.
始まっちゃいますけど
This
も
next section is a pretty long section. We have to, as Ragnar said in the first disc,
マップ的にどうだ行きそうかなあ、行く
enemy
か
that was in the town. Well, they're kind of gonna be coming into the story right now.
Yeah, I've taken a little bit of time to check the menu when I was done again, because you really want to make sure you got your menus down here, because one mistake can screw you over really bad. And the last checkpoint is actually a while ago, so if we die here, we have to go back quite a bit, and obviously, I want to try to avoid that. So yeah, the Arthrosaurus comes back to life. Because Ming regained all of her memories, because that's what the thing was. Gongora forced her to seal away her memories in order to stop the Arthrosaurus from attacking Nomara. And now that Ming got her memory back, the
サウルスです
Arthrosaurus comes back to
ね
life. So now we need to stop them. from
ミン
attacking
の記
Nomara.
憶が取り戻したことで動き出したでっかいモンスターたちが計5体いて、ヌマラの都に侵攻しようとするので、それを全部倒しますよというお話。
There's a reason that we bought all types of bombs, like the strongest types of bombs.
ボムっぽいです
We're
ね
gonna be using them a lot. Not just for this one, but
そして
also the next.
属性がね、それぞれ4体とも属性が違うの
Yeah, we
で、そ
need
の
18 bombs of
属
each
性に
element, but we need
の
36 because
の弱点となるボ
we're
ムを
gonna
使っ
have
て
to
い
fight an
ったんですか。
Arthrosaurus, which has
はい。
four of them, and each has one weakness per
で
element.
注意するべき
And
な
this
の
one here,
は
the one that is
通常
weak to
攻
wind,
撃に
we
石
actually
化
have to
が
fight
含ま
twice,
れ
which
て
is
る
the
の
reason why
で
we need 36
それ
wind
で
bombs.
石になって動
And
けない
only
よ
18
っ
of
ていうことを
everything
注意
else.
しましょう。
Okay, I want that to hit the front row, because if it does, you're gonna see why we've got the place
なる
of
ほど、
fire
ダブ
in
ル
the
アイテム
background.
を使うことで
Alright, fight is already safe.
ダメージが1000ぐらい
There is one
出せるようになったと。な
pattern
の
here
で、
that can
まあ、
potentially
ギャ
be
ンブルは
because
もしかしたらもう
with
な
the
い
exception
可
of
能
Tolkien,
性が
nobody in that setup at the
浮上
moment
してきました
has
ね。
access to persistence already,
さっ
so we
き
cannot
の
use
イ
the
ニシ
persistence
エの
much
魔
yet.
物がラス
And
ト
if
ギ
he
ャンブルだ
actually
った可能
decides to
性
single target attack Kaim turn 1 and follows it up with a fire breath on the back row turn 2, there is actually a decent chance that your mages die. And this is where the fight starts falling apart, so I'm really happy that didn't happen in this scenario here.
I've also had, yes, this far into the run, I've had a run die to this fight.
ただし、
Also, the reason why we
あ、そう
put anti-petrify on everybody
ただ
is
し、
just
こ
see
の
this
ボス
regular
1万
single target
4000
attack
ぐらい
that
ある
Arthrosaurus
はず
does.
なの
And
で
this one actually has a
それ
decent
なり
chance to
に
instantly petrify a character.
時間はかかるはずです。
If I had to take a guess, it's probably a 50% chance. It happens
So-
more often than not.
So we should be able to finish off the Arthrosaurus here with just the bombs now.
And the bombs are probably, in the first fight, the bombs are probably not enough. Because we still have Tolkien in the setup, because... Did I skill it? Yeah, I did skilling persistence on everybody, did I?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Because I wasn't sure right now anymore. Usually you get it before the third attack of the Arthrosaurus, but since we still have Tolkien in the party and Tolkien doesn't know double item, Okay, this is a problem.
Ooh.
おーっと
Okay, we should be able to recover this though.
なるほど。で、トルタンが1残ってるのが、これが執念か。戦闘不能になるまでのダメージを受けても倒れない。
Yeah, we need.
これが
we
終
need
盤で猛威
everybody
を振るいま
alive
す
in。order to get the persistence, which is very important.
このスキルがあるおかげで、この執念っていうのはすごい強いスキルで、これでどんなに攻撃食らってもこのスキルがあるので、死ななくなります。
There you
Yeah,
go.
there it is.
もうこれこの辺とか絶対防御とか揃い出すと
That
もう、
was closer than I wanted
この
it
ゲー
to
ム
be.
はちゃめちゃなんですよね。相手からするとどんなに殴っても倒せないっていう。
Okay, we got persistence on everybody. That's very reassuring. So, we've
そ
got
れが
through
こ
one
の執
after
念は
now we gotta have to go through 4. And all of them attack the city
終盤の
tomorrow.
ボ
And
ス、
if
最後
one of
の
them
ラスト
reaches
ボスとか
tomorrow,
手
it's
前とかで
over.
猛威振りますね。強力な全体攻撃食らっても全
Yeah,
然
so
し
we're
ないん
doing
で。
a little bit of a
も
technique
う敵
here,
からするとやってら
and,
んねえってなりますよ。
remember way back in Obsidian Miasma where we were hoping for Mac to be sleeping? Well, same thing's gonna happen for these Arthur sources.
そうですね、終盤はもう執念とか絶対防御前提で、初手からもう普通になんか何千ダメージ、はい、ポンってくるんで、開発がもう、それ、執念取ってないのみたいな感じでくるんでね。
I think the first one that we're going to be attacking is actually weak against fire.
Yeah, we're gonna put 2 of them to sleep. And then we're gonna fight the other 2, and then we're gonna come back and fight the first 2. So this one is weak to earth. The second one is weak to
で、
fire.
アサルス君たちがのっそりのっそりヌマラにやってくるので、格好撃破します。
And like Steve just said, you can put them to sleep, but there is
まあ
a
一応
certain
安
chance
定
that they're
プラン
gonna
と
wake
して
up
は、アサ
again.
ウルス君を眠らせるとしばらく動きが止まるんで、その間に、
So we hope that that's not gonna happen.
まずは一
Also,
回
we
眠ら
hope
せ
for
て格
single
好撃破
target
する。
attacks
お、それっぽいです
The
ね。
single target attacks have a much shorter animation
寝
time
さ
than
せ
the
ますね、
breath.
やっぱり。
And plus, everybody has persistence now, so even if they do get low enough, then they'll stay at 1 health.
Yes, that's the only one that doesn't have persistence, but that's usually not a big deal, considering he's tanky
ア
enough
サウルス君、すやすや
to
ですね。
survive a shot in the back row. Even
で、
especially
ア
if
サウ
you
ルス
have
君
a
をす
decent
やすや
level
に
of
して
PC up.
逃げます。そうする
And
と
The
しばら
first one's
く
in sleep.
海上の海の
So it is kind of
上で
important
ね、
as well
すやすやなので、
to
他の
make sure that
サウ
you're
ルス
healed up before
君
you
のとこ
go
に行きましょう。
into some of these fights as well. Oh, and another thing about this fight is, while you're doing all these fights, the other Arthur sources are actually
僕もこの敵眠る、ボス敵だから眠らねえだろうっていうね、
The other Athro
固定
source,
概
the one
念
that's
に
asleep
とらわれてはい
is
けません。
blue.
は
And
い。
everything that is awake is red. And you can see them slowly moving towards the Mora. And if one reaches
ロストオ
the
デッセイ
end,
は
like I said
超
earlier,
が
it's
つ
game
くほどの
over.
王道 RPG なんですけど、常識にとらわれちゃダメですよ。
Okay, should be good, yes. No trolls here, that's nice. So now
特
we
に
can
そ
actually
うじゃない
start
ことを
fighting
ね
the、
平然
first.
としてくるんで。
And if we're fast enough, we might be able to get back to the second one while it is still asleep, which gives us a free turn of attacks. So I'm gonna quickly heal up. So this one again is wind to weak, just like in the first fight.
Looks like we have to find.
ま
Technically,
ず
it
これ
is
多
possible
分
to
3
beat
し
this
ないと
one,
多分絶対間に合わないと思うんだよね、アサウルス。
but this is really, really tight on timing. And at this point of the run, you don't want to risk your run dying
おそら
because
く
of stuff
ス
like
リー
that.
プ使わずに間に合うんだったら、
So definitely better be
多分
safe than
実績になる
sorry.
と思う。スリープ使わずに、アサウルスに対してスリープ使わなかったら実績があるん
In a
で、
casual playthrough, you're probably good
増えて
enough
くると
if
思
you
うん
only
で、
put one of them to
それが
sleep.
ないってことは、お
Since
そら
at this point
く
you're
スリ
probably
ープ前
20
提なんで
levels
しょう。
higher than I am.
いやそれに気づかなかっ
And
た
you
ら
don't
永
need
遠
to
とゲー
resort
ムオー
to
バーにな
cheap
るよ。
tactics as throwing bombs in order to get through the fight.
Tactics.
Not getting any luck with the attacks here. Can I get Heat Breath? Can Keim get Heat Breath at least, please? No? Okay. Thank you.
Hey, now you're hitting my luck.
That's normal. I never get
ボスに即死が効くゲームは、それはなんか坂口さんが、坂口氏が FF6 やるみたいな、FF6 を隣で見るみたいな配信あった時に、FF6 の即死のやつがバレた時は本当やべってなったらしいです。
I never actually timed that, but just by how long those battles take, I would say it's probably around 5 minutes. Not counting menu times and stuff like that, obviously. Okay, can I get a single target attack now, please? Thank you.
そしてそのやべえと思ったと同時によく見つけるねっていう風に感心もしたみたいなこと言ってました。
Yeah, you can tell that Ming died on Ice Magic Beast because she's only doing a little more than 800 damage. You can see Sarah's doing like between 1000 and 1100. Usually you want Ming to hit like 900 or at least high 800s. So I might not even be able to get a quick kill here without the spells. This one's actually a damage range if if Ming's level is too low.
でこのアサウルスを倒すといよいよアサウルス倒して倒しちゃうともうラスダンに行っちゃうんすよね。一応ラスダンの1回目っていう感じですか。
And then once you kill the last one in this setup, so if some character dies in between, it's not that big of an issue.
これが終わるといよいよラスダンしかないんで、その前に OK 装備回収の流れだかな。
I got a $15 donation from Ghost Kuma. I wonder who that is. That just says gamble, 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 gamble.
Alright, so this is the bottom one. The bottom one is weak to Aqua.
なんか本家の
water spell. So we're gonna throw Aqua bombs and we're gonna
gamble, gamble, gamble.
And hopefully get a good attack bonus here.
いや、どこも変わんないんだね、やっぱね、このゲームの RT 見て思うことを。いや、そりゃそうだよな。
Yeah, there isn't really much to say during these fights. We've seen it once, you'll see it 4 times.
Yeah, that's basically all that happens here. The most important one is the last one where you need to watch out that everybody's alive to make sure everybody gets experience. Especially Seth needs to be alive for the gold again. But other than that, there isn't really anything special happening once you actually make it that the first 2 stay asleep. That's a good roll.
If you have anything to say, Ghost, go for it.
Dang, I already burned the donation that I put in. I'm making good on my match there. Alright.
ただね、どうだろう。こっからボム無双なんすけど。
So just as a reminder to anyone who's just recently joined us, we are Quest for Glory on twitch.tv/RPG Limit Break, and we are raising money for the National Alliance on Mental Illness. NAMI is the largest grassroots mental health organization in the United States, and they work on 3 pillars of support, which are education support, awareness, and advocacy. By advocacy, they engage in federal advocacy and support NAMI state organizations in their state level advocacy efforts. You can find them online various different social media accounts, such as at NAMI on Facebook, at NAMI Communicates on Twitter and Instagram, and notalone.nami.org.
So you've just seen why it is so important to have persistence at this point yet, and this was exactly the reason why I tried surviving both Ming and Sarah at the end of the first Afrosaurus battle. because they would have been dead now otherwise. This is what I meant earlier. Sad is the only one that doesn't have persistence in this setup, but it doesn't matter since he's tanky enough to actually survive a shot in the back row, even if the GC level drops down a little bit. Mages, they would have definitely been dead otherwise.
And this should be the last hit, I believe. Yep, there we go.
Two down, 2 more to go.
いや、アサウルスやっぱ硬いっすね。硬いんだけど攻撃手段があんまりないから、にイベント戦って感じ。
The one that's farther away has a little bit longer to go before it can actually get to.
で、これ残りアサウルスが2体かな。
Yeah, and it's actually not only that. It's I'm gonna quickly throw mana herb here so I can heal a little more. It's also the fact that the second one is actually still asleep. Which means, if we encounter the second one first, he's gonna be asleep on the first turn, so we get a free turn in the beginning of the fight. Technically cutting down on animation time and saving a few seconds in the process.
それを倒してこのイベント終わりって感じ。
I'm probably gonna take another break once I've done the setup here. So this one is weak to fire, so we're gonna throw flare bombs and also cast Flare. This thing again.
Okay.
Yeah, this is just a really slow area. Once, like I said, once you've seen it once, you've seen it 4 times.
Ah, そうですね。爆弾はそれぞれの属性ごとに4種類あって、このアサウルスは個体ごとに弱点の属性が違うんで、それに対応したボムを投げてますね。
I believe they're talking about the game, trying to pick up the game. I think it's really cheap digitally on the actual Xbox itself if you have the Xbox. This game is.
Yeah, I was finding it for resale at like $20 for all the discs too, which is honestly a little bit unexpected. I know this game actually sold remarkably well in the States for being an Xbox exclusive RPG. There's this sort of thing early on in the 360's lifespan where I think Microsoft was paying for like a certain amount of exclusivity for a number of JRPGs, and that's why games like Tales of Vesperia, Star Ocean 4, and a couple other Square games, I believe, were originally Xbox exclusive. They were trying to get that Japanese market, but sadly it didn't really work out. That's why I really wish this game
しばらくアサウルス戦なんで、ちょっとまた飲み物持ってきてもいいですかね。
Hopefully, Mistwalker changes their mind.
その辺。
あ、はい、大丈夫です。
じゃあちょっとお願いします。
つないでおきます。はい。というわけで、現在、司会進行の方変わりまして、私、神谷が担当しております。ね、全国1億2000万人のキルモフさんファンの皆さん、申し訳ございません。現在進行中のゲームはロストオデッセイ、解説はソードフィッシュさんで、進行しております。現在 EST6 時間55分に対して5時間12分で、ゲームも終盤に入ってきたところっていう感じですかね。ちょっと開始前後あたり私仕事してまして見れてなくてですね、なんかギャンブルで楽しむゲームなんだなって思ってたら急にボムゲーに変わって最初の方は一体どんな戦いだったんだろうって後でアーカイブで見ようと思ってます。 有給ね、有給。私でも自分の解説の時は有給取ったことありますよ。視聴で有給取ろうと思ったらね、1週間取らないといけないんで、なかなか、多分、ジャパニーズリストリーム視聴するだけで、1年間の有給を余裕で全部消化してしまいますね。確かに、カイジからボンバーマンになってますね。さっきのギャンブル戦はちょっと裏で眺めててもめちゃくちゃ面白かったんですけどね。幅がありすぎだろうって思いながら。
あ、お疲れ様です。はい、ありがとうございます。
はい、お帰りなさい。
はい。
There we go. Oh.
It's only the second turn. We still have one more left to go.
7時間で実際ほぼ1日働いてるぐらいの長さだよね。
I'm gonna play it safe and get the persistence glitch on Ming, even though the Aftersaur shouldn't be able to get another attack in, just in case we hit a damage range. So he doesn't decide to kill Ming.
それぐらいやってたりするから全然大丈夫ですよ、僕は。ちゃんとなんか間休憩くれたら。
This should be the last one. Should be able to kill it off with all these bombs.
Okay. で、流れとしては、フル視聴は過酷だ。いや、だって、もう、最初の頃からリストリームの司会がもう3人変わってるからね。
So now we can go back to the city of Namara. After leaving in Disc 2, we're finally back now.
さてと、ついにアサウルスを撃破して、久しぶりにヌマラの都にやってまいりましたよと。
You have this whole time just fighting those things, and then you go right back to Numara and then have another fight.
で一応、そのヌマラの女王、ミンと、ちょっと対立状態にあるカカナスも一応歓迎ムードなんですが、というところですね。
Yeah, I think I got everything. I'm always gonna try to make double sure on the next boss fight, because that one is incredibly bad. Okay, only got one crystal fragment, that's fine. Because the next boss fight in pretty much every run I've ever done, at least in the past couple of PBs, has always been ridiculously bad. Now, you might remember that towards the beginning of Disc 2, when we fled Nomura for the first time, we were actually
この段階ですと、強力な呪術の恨み度っていうのが手に入るんですね。この恨み度っていうのは自分のマックスの HP から今の HP を引いた分だけのダメージを相手に与えるという呪文で、このゲーム、皆無とかは9999になるんで、それを先ほど述べた、執念とかで1の状態にして9998相手にダメージを与えるみたいなのが、裏ボスとかそういうので使う戦術になりますね。
The first thing we do here is we definitely need to wipe the cannon as quickly as somewhat possible.
あれ
Because the cannon does huge amounts of AoE damage.
セカンギャンブルチャンスが再びやってきて、皆さんやってきて参りました。
If they do that, you definitely want them to absorb from the mages. Because if they absorb from Kaim, Seth, or Seth, they're gonna put their MP to 0.
なんかここもギャンブルなんですね。あ、そうか、これ魔法攻撃しちゃうと吸収しちゃうんだっけ。
But this is actually a decent start so far.
And this is where you also see the fire amulet
じゃあしょうがないね。普通の属性魔法だと吸収しちゃうから。
I'm already learned the skill on the actual Sorceress fight, so he can equip it, and Seth can actually equip it, so
803まあまあまあ
therefore the entire front row is now immune to fire damage.
488?
Ooh, nice hit.
1202
So everything below 7,800 at this point is bad.
4?
That's 600. That's not so much. We should be able to get it down this turn at least. You definitely want to try to kill the
464
cannon
は
within
ね
the first two turns because
いい
if you
数字だから
don't,
いい
this
や。
is the
ソー
point
ド
where
フィッ
it's
シュ
gonna become
464
really
だからな。
dangerous.
464はいいや。
Because as you see,
許
we
す
have persistence, and the persistence glitch can prevent us from dying once. But we got 3 enemies here, and some of them attack the back row several times as well. And especially the cannon, that is the one that does the biggest damage of all. So you really want to try to get rid of the cannon.
で、まあ
as
ここ
quickly
な
as
んで
somewhat
すけ
possible.
ど、まあ、カカナス重戦車とその支援重戦車の2台を、2
Nice
台、
cannon
計
is
3
dead.
体を倒す。ね。
Nice.
1050!
Okay, if we get some good gambles on the tank now, I might actually go for the tank
Yes, son.
second. Okay, there's another
there's-
$5.
で、このタンクな、15?875は
That's a good. Okay, we're gonna go for tank B next.
1066で、このタンクのタイプの敵に共通しているのが、キャノンと下の本体両方を倒さないといけないということですね。
I'm actually getting rather lucky with the absorbs at least.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
I didn't
そして
need
こ
a
ちらの
single mana
MP
hurt
な
yet.
ど
That
を
is
吸
very,
収
very
し
unlikely
て
to happen.、
全部が溜まると、フルチャージカノンとかフルチャージヒット
Zap,
になる
please.
という。
Yes, good.
だお
She's not
これ
gonna
か
be pushed into persistent status yet.
まだフルチャージじゃないか。682、まあまあまあ。
Those gambles, they are okay. They're
660
not necessarily bad, but I like to see 4 digits here.
600好きだねー。395。
There you go. Nice.
Nice.
This is actually a real
1451!
problem best I've had in a long time. So if this keeps on like this, I'm probably gonna save 3.5 minutes on my PP on this fight alone, because my PP Kakanas was absolutely terrible.
そうですね、レベルが一番高いのがセドなので、理論的には彼が一番ギャンブルでダメージが出せるはず。
There you go. I was waiting on that to
Yeah.
happen.
There it is.
That's fine.
理屈的には。あ、フルチャージヒット来ちゃうか。耐えれるか。耐えれねえよな、多分。誰か落ちるでしょう。ただ、執念がついてるから1で耐えるってわけだな。378。
Really not hitting good gambles right now.
Get us 1,000 set.
There you go.
Yeah.
Called it.
1167。うん。しょっぱいね。
Wait, I need to... Persistent Seth, almost forgot about that.
Tank is really low as well.
今日の一番最初は9だったかな。
There goes Ming.
But that's fine. Ming is gonna regenerate
あ、ちょっと
with,
ミンの MP 全部吸われちゃいましたね。
more than she needs for a gamble, so I don't even need to throw mana herb next turn.
ただ、セスなんですが、もう今執念発動中なんで、とりあえずそれが切れるまでは死にませんよ。698。
Yeah, this is like. I
U32
always wish for a fight like this.
こういうのはやっぱセドだな、やっぱ。
Now the game's taunting me.
残り体力4とかお前。4?
No, 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 no. It was...
もうこんなのギャンブルでどうにさっきの15とかのせいだろう、もう。
Okay.
何残り体力敵4って。
I avert my eyes for 1 second and I get my hopes up.
Alright, this will definitely kill unless we get a 1. There we go.
It would have been good for charity at least.
Yeah.
おい。
And this has like full health, isn't it?
ただ本体は終わったんで、あとは支援戦車ですね。いいよ、900はいいよ。
But I'm probably just
いい
going
よ。
to defend with Kaiman said now. No, not really. Ooh,
そ
that
して
was
カイの MP がない。
no need to.
1812!
Mana herbs. Yeah, I was about to say this thing's almost done now too.
あ、セドなんよ。819。
That was a really, really good fight.
Yeah.
I
1107!
The last time this fight went this well.
いや、こう見るとさ、まあ、さっき15とかあったけど、さっきのイニシエのマムのどんだけ乱数悪かったんだよって感じで。マジで300とか400ばっかだったぞ。いや、このぐらい1000ぐらい出るんよ、意外と。意外と1000ぐらい出るからチャートに入れてるんだからさ。
We're gonna do a little shopping trip. And then we're gonna get the next set of ships.
And I believe no, not yet. I always think ahead. It's to our next ship that we get. Are we getting it right now?
Getting the normal ship and the white boa for now.
Are you gonna get the couple separated or together?
RPG の RTA ってなかなか運武天武なとこあるけど、正直ここまで運武天武の RTA ってありました。しかも長編の割と長編の RTA でここまで中盤から最後までダメージソース乱数ってすげえゲームだよ、ほんと俺。
With the new ships and with the white boa available now, we can actually go to a couple of places that we couldn't before. Now, we're not necessarily going to use any of them, but we're going to revisit a couple of places in order to grab royal seals we haven't so far. So basically, with the exception of one royal seal, we can go everywhere now. The only seal we cannot grab is the one in Kellon Village. Now, technically, we could grab that one as well.
通常プレイだとどうなの？通常プレイでもギャンブルが強いですよ。
But it is actually faster to wait until we get the airship later on.
変に成功法でやるよりギャンブルでいいボス戦前でセーブしてギャンブル引いた方が通常プレイ楽っすよ。
We're gonna grab that one later on, but we can grab all the other ones now. But first of all, we're gonna do a little bit of menuing. So, one ground this, one ground
I always got a little enjoyment out of the fact that you kind of link up your submarine ship with the white boa, so you just have a boat on your boat. Basically.
Yeah, that's basically what it is.
Yeah, I mean they do have separate purposes.
プラチナブラッド
like
なのか。
ice with
なるほど。
one, whereas you go underseas. And that's really kind of the thing that I found really interesting once you finally get the.
2人に装備させる流れですね。
Once you
と
finally
りあえ
get the
ず、
Nautilus, just the ability
プラ
to
チナ
go
ブラッ
under
ド
the
である
sea.
なら
That's
ば、
not something that you do in very many
一
JRPGs.
応
Like
購
again,
入で
the
き
only
る
one that
剣
really
で
comes
一
to
番
mind
最強なん
offhand
ですかね。
is FF7.
あ、そうじゃなかったか。一応ケロンガソードがあ
Yeah,
るけ
like
ど、
once you get access to the Nautilus into the white
まあ
boa,
通
the
常攻
game
撃あん
opens
ま
up
使
on
わ
all
ねえから
ends.
こん
Now
なもん
this
でいい
is
のか
this is
な。
actually the point where you can do pretty much all of the optional content. There are a couple of places you actually need the airship for, which we're gonna get after Grand Theft 2. After Grand Theft 1. But other than that, like, once you have the white boa and you can break through ice, 99% of the optional content is available to go to.
さて、
So right now we're gonna get the
港
white
に行
boa,
っ
the
て、これでお
fastest
そらく、
vehicle in the game.
セドの船とセスの
Don't
エン
blink
ジ
or you're
ン
gonna miss it.
を組み合わせて最強の船を作るっていう流れ
So
かな。
anybody remember maybe in disc 1 when we got captured and we had to flee? Yeah, that was actually the white boa, and now we got it in our possession. Now we can actually go somewhere with it and not be
これで
captured.
最強の船の、あ、違うか。戦艦
And
に
then
まず
we're
乗る
coming
ん
up
か。
on another useless, unskippable cutscene right here.
ホワイトボアに
Another one I always want to skip.
乗る流れか。
Yeah.
はいはい。この戦艦に乗って移動するって
So
感
right
じで
here
す
we're
ね
gonna do a little Titanic moment, and we're gonna meet Ming at the front of the ship. And we're doing some ring assembly here so we can get our get a little bit better attack.
Yeah, basically all of those things, all of the ring assembly parts that we bought earlier, we're gonna use now. And we used it for dinosaur rings. Dinosaur rings have enhanced damage against beast types, and a lot of the upcoming bosses are gonna be beast
なるほど。
type.
ダイナソーリン
We're gonna make an
グ
ultra
で
ring out of them
獣
in
系
order
に
to
ダ
make
メージ
sure
を
we're
与え
gonna
る
hit
と
a
いう
perfect
こ
a
と
lot
を言
more
ってるわけ
consistent
で
than
す
we
から、
usually would.
おそ
Because
ら
I said this earlier,
く
I think
魔
it is a
獣
4 frame
2
window to
回
hit a
目の
perfect
魔
on a
獣
normal
組ん
ring.
で使うのか
And
な。
with the Ultra Ring, it is much easier, especially during later parts of the
ただ
game,
し、
where
1
the
回目の魔獣
background
君
of
は
the
全部
ring
ギャ
is
ンブルで
actually
倒せた
very
んですけど
bright,
も、
and it is very,
2
very
回目は
hard
ちゃん
to
と
see
物
where
理
the
で
rings
戦うんで
are
す
and
か
therefore
ね。
very hard to hit perfects consistently. So you definitely want to grab an Ultra Ring in order to like widen that window and hit them a lot more often.
I just love so many of these shots here too in the cutscenes. You only very briefly see some of them, but like this game visually just aged a lot better than many of its contemporaries, I would say.
Yes, definitely. Considering this game was released in 2008, 7 or 8, I'm not sure, 7 or 8.
Late
It has
7 in
aged
Japan,
very well,
no
I
8
think.
everywhere else.
Yeah.
This was like, what, a year and a half before Final Fantasy 13?
So
remember
we
that
got
being
the
cutting
white ball
edge.
now. But we're not actually going to use it yet because we still have a couple of royal seals that we need
さ
to
て、
break
これ
through.
で、
We're
海
gonna
流
go
を乗り
back
越
all
え
the
る
way
こ
to
とができ
Crimson
るの
Forest.
で、
Remember Crimson Forest,
さあどこに行きます
last dungeon of disc 1. Luckily this time we don't have to put
こ
anybody
れ
to
に行き
sleep.
ま
We're
したね。
just
やっ
gonna
ぱこ
come
こ
in
で
here. We're gonna grab
王家の王家アイテム回収に行き
We're
ます
gonna
ね。
grab the royal seal and then we're already out of here again.
Yeah, with Ragnar doing all these royal seals, I've never seen any of those before. So
Yeah, so royal seals is basically optional. It is like one of the very, very well, one of a lot of optional content you can do later on. I accidentally unequipped. Oh, that's nice. Huh.
今どのくらい回収し
Does
たのかな
anybody
王
still
家アイテ
have
ム。
Turntail on? Oops.
半分ぐらいいったか
I guess we're gonna have
ただ
Sed run
次
away
回
here.
収に行くのがちょっとめんどくさいとこばっかあんのか。
no, we got away. I think doesn't Mac have a turntail?
Probably.
王家アイテムは
Mac and
9つ
Cook
です
probably got the
ね。
Turntail shoes.
で、その
Or yeah, Mac and Chance.
全部の
Close enough.
封印を解くとアイテム、合計アイテムが手に
We're
入
not
っ
really
て
gonna put. Well, actually, I think I'm
今
gonna
回
put
ビ
the
ッ
turntail
ト
skill
で
at
それ
least
を
on
全
two
部取りま
characters
し
here.
ょうという流れみたい
We don't
で
need
す。
fireproof for now. And you don't need spirit for now. Just so we have 5 people that can actually use turntail.
お、これだね。
Also, there is a question in chat if we're doing any silver caldons in this run, and actually, no, we're not, because luckily the bosses give just enough experience to get us to the point where we're able to go through them. Silver caldons, we talked about that a little bit earlier, are basically the metal slimes of Lost Odyssey, and they guarantee you a level up until you're like 40 or 42-ish, something like that. But in this run, luckily, we don't need them. We did, yeah, we did run into one of them in the end of disc 1. We never really done anything with that. We also wouldn't have been able to kill that one, because at that point of the game, we didn't have Gamble yet, and Gamble is like the most consistent way to defeat Silver Caldons. We're coming back into the Black Cave, remember the Rough Queen boss fight. We're gonna come back and go back into the room with the big holes for one more time, because there's another seal here as well. One you probably have missed when we came here earlier, because this one is actually hidden relatively well in my opinion. Just gotta watch out that I'm not dropping down into any holes here. Gonna take it a little slower. Also, I just want to briefly mention that we're only $122 away from hitting 7,500. We could do that until the end of the run. That would be great.
1時間半前じゃない。もう4時間ぐらい前じゃない。
So the seal that we're about to grab here is number 4, I think. I think it is the 4th one.
Yeah, I believe so.
We still have 4 more to go afterwards. We still have one in Ice Canyon, one on the Crash Magic Tree site,
からギャンブル
one
が
in
ギ
Kellum
ャンブル
Village,
を
and
覚え
the
た
last
後
one
です
in
ね。
Europe before we're gonna go and fight the boss. So we got the seal. Now we're back out of here, ideally without stepping into a hole or anything. So yeah, all of this what we're doing here is usually optional. This is stuff that we wouldn't do in an any % speedrun. And now, while the weapon that you get at the end, the Age of the King, is actually the strongest
いいね。
sword
帰
in
り
the
道
game
ノー
with
エ
a
ンカですか。
420
いいっ
attack.
すね。今のエンカウントが
It's
かなりい
really
い
not
ね。
worth going for it in an 8% run because the entire quest takes like 20 minutes. And there are only like 3 or 4 fights where you actually gain an advantage having such a strong sword. You maybe save like 4 or 5 minutes on the fights, but you need like 20 minutes to get them. So unfortunately, it's not really worth going for in an any % speedrun. So we're back at the place that we thought Atherosaurus earlier in disc 3. There is also a hidden path that leads up here.
Dinosauro, not Arthrosaurus.
Dinosaur, yeah, thank you. And the funny thing is, before the persistence glitch was discovered, this seal right here was actually part of the any % route, because it gives Tolton an accessory that halves all elemental damage. So you basically had two options to decrease incoming damage, which was especially important for Luminous Magic Beast later on. But once Persistence Glitch was discovered, there was no need to grab that seal anymore. And therefore, we're gonna skip over it now. So we still have one more at the Crashed Magic Train site. And then we're off to more storyline related content again. Because Gongora actually got out of the way with Grandstaff now. Now we need to chase him there.
灼熱洞窟。はいはいはい。
Yeah, real quick, everybody. As previously mentioned, we are $122 away from hitting that $7,500 goal. And all money that you donate, you can put towards your incentives. So, as has been mentioned a couple times, we're just $50 away now from the running up the stairs showcase in FF7. There's a pretty amusing cutscene tied to that one. We're at $25 out of $250 for soft locking Final Fantasy VII Remake. And after that run, we have an exploit showcase for Shadowrun.
これでもうあれか
Gonna be
な
a run following that, and that is currently at $228 out of 300 needed to meet that incentive.
これ解除したら
Please get your
次で
donations in.
終
We
わり
don't have, relatively speaking, too much longer left in
ま
this
だ
run.
あれか、ケロロンの里に行かなきゃいけないか。
Or get that going.
これで里に行ったら終わりの流れかな。里に行って
So
終わりで、
we talked earlier about how encounter RNG kind of equals it itself out over the course of the game. But this was actually a very good example of that. I've made it all the way through the Burning Cave and the Black Cave without getting any encounters at all. And now I just got 2 back-to-back encounters. There's also the next Royal Seal. This one is actually hidden really, really well. Because if you don't know that, like, you can tell through the poison mist that there is an item back there. But if you don't know, you're never gonna notice that there is actually another path here that leads to another secret.
そうですね、先ほどのあれですね、
Yeah, now we gotta backtrack all the way. And
暗黒洞窟で、マスターソード。はい。先ほどマスターソードを手に入れましたね。
In all of its glory.
なかなかっていうかかなり強い剣ですけど、おそらく使わないでしょうね。
It still feels so awkward, Nice Snipe. It still feels so awkward to run this cave backwards. It's something I'm totally not used to, because like I said earlier, you usually don't backtrack here for anything. So I actually when I did the routing for the Royal Seals, checking how much time it would actually take, I usually timed it like 2 or 3 times. Because on the first attempt I usually got lost on the way back because I'm totally not used to actually having to backtrack here at all.
Yeah, it looks very strange.
Also, there is a question in chat. World record for this game currently is a 6:10:24.
で、このマスターソードと一緒に手に入るマスターリングっていうのが、猛毒負荷レベルマックス、石化負荷レベルマックス、麻痺負荷レベルマックスですね。状態異常とか指輪もついでに手に入りまして、このマスターリングが結構エクストラ闘技場とかだと使う敵がいるんですよね。これはこのマスターリングさんはね、使いどころさんあります。
Moving at a whopping 7 knots.
My favorite part of this entire thing is you actually approach the ice, and then you got the cutscene, and then you actually need to break through the ice. So you need to accelerate the white boa from 0 again. It's gonna take even longer. They could have at least played the cutscene once we've broken through the ice. Come on, get forward.
で、グランドスタッフに行く。あれ、これじゃやっぱりエイジ・オブ・キングだっけは取らないのかな。ああ、いいですね。ダークセイントの BGM が流れました。
Grandstaff can be super.
そして一応ラスダンのグランドスタッフです。
Oh yeah.
especially when you actually want to grab all the chests and all, or generally all the items that are hidden in here. This is a huge maze.
So as I remember it, this dungeon is considered a temporary point of no return, and that you actually can do stuff afterwards.
で、まあ、ここは、
Right, so both times, so Grand Theft is divided into two parts. You actually have to get up to Grand Theft twice. And both times it feels like it is
パイプから蒸気が今のように流れて、
Especially
それだ
Grand
と
Theft number 1 is actually very
進めない
important
ので、
to complete because you don't get
こ
the
のように
airship out
制御装置で
until after
蒸
Grand
気を
Theft
止め
1.
て先に進んだりしますね。
And literally the point of no return, I think the game actually tells you when you go to the Tower of Mirrors, I think the game actually tells you once you enter here there is no
なんで、
turning back. Are you sure you want to continue?
直
or
線
something
距
like
離
that. So the
換
game
算
is
だ
nice
と
enough to
短いんで
actually
すけ
let
ど
you、know that if you're gonna go in now, you're gonna have to go through the finale.
ていうかこの辺のギミックをちゃんと使わないと、
So Ragnar kind of took that pipe a little bit slow there because
先に進め
when
ない
you
です
fall
よ
off,
って感じ
you
ですね。
have to climb back up a ladder there in order to get back.
I'm always taking that one slow because I've dropped down here a couple of times in the past. So I'd rather take the 1 second time loss and not fall down because it's really not that big of a deal. It's just a couple of steps that you run over it instead of sprinting. And
Right.
maybe like a second. I don't know if it's even a second that you gain by sprinting. But if you actually fall down, you have to climb up all. Okay, this is a bad encounter. I was just about to mention that there is one encounter in here that you
この
really
辺
don't
りも
want
5
to
時
get.
間
It's this
の
one.
やつが残ってる。
Because this little machine here creates 4 or 5 dolls.
あとは何が残ってるんですかね。
And as you can see, that process, it takes forever. So if you run into an encounter like this, it's automatically a 25-second time loss and you can't do anything about it. And unfortunately, this machine creature thingy, whatever it is called, it is always going to, or like in 90% of the cases, it is going to be faster than you can turn down. So usually there is no way out if you actually get that one.
Yeah, I was gonna say one time I've managed to turn tail before it made
Yeah,
the dolls.
I think I managed like once or twice in I don't know how many runs I've done of this game. Also very important, do not try to mash A through this cutscene. Because if you actually stand too close to these thingies, you operate them, you interact with
てか
them.
6時間
Which
とか
means
かわ
you
いっ
have
す
to
ね。普通
fight
に
them,
7
you
時間
cannot run
40
away.
分と
Those
か。
things, they actually hurt quite a bit.
なるほど
Oh,
ね
yeah.。
I had that happen in one of my earlier runs too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and now if you've never played this game, you can see why it's kind of confusing because you have to hit a bunch of different switches, going up like three times in an elevator, then going in another elevator just to hit another button, then up another elevator.
And sometimes you even have to drop down in order to get further up.
Yeah. Which becomes more complicated in Grand Theft Part 2.
Yeah, Grand Theft Part 2 is like both Grand Theft dungeons, they're just like super complicated.
Are you grabbing the extra power drink?
Yeah, I'm probably gonna grab it. I should be fine because I made 10 power drinks in disc 3. So I should still be fine with only getting one
やっぱ大体
optional,
マ
one
ップ
additional
的
encounter in
には
Muragosa. But I'm still
中
gonna grab
盤
it
ぐ
just
ら
to
い
be
かな、
safe.
このダンジョンの。
It's only like a
あ
2 or
と
3
もう
second
1階
detour.
層ぐらいあってボス戦って感じですね。
I grab it
depending-
every time. I just grab it every time just in case.
あ、一
Yeah,
番
me
一番
usually I get
あれか。
too many encounters, so I'm gonna need it regardless. Because I think when you get 10 power drinks and you have one
そうですね、ここで
encounter,
実はラスボスの BGM のメロディ
yeah,
ー
I
が入っ
think
て
you
るっ
need
て
to
いう。
grab it.
これはちょっと2
I think
いや
you can
一度や
only
ってない
skip
と
it
分
if
か
you
んない
get zero encounters.
ちょっと2
But there
周
was
目
another
にこう
power
いう
drink
粋
that
な
I
要素
used
が
to
入っ
have
て
in
る
the
っていう
route that I removed though, because you don't
感じ
need
です。
it if you don't get any encounters. So I'd rather just grab the additional one here.
Yeah, I don't know how I did it, but a long time ago, I managed to like glitch the system, and I got 2 power drinks off there by like mashing really fast, and it like duplicated the power drink, but I could not tell you how it happened.
That's interesting. That's something I've never heard before. I mean, it doesn't necessarily give you any additional advantage or anything.
Right.
But that's interesting. I wonder if you could duplicate that with other pots.
ちょっともうレベルが足りなくて、通常の敵にも先制ガンガン取られますね。なんで、普通の雑魚敵でも早いのが来ると、早いのが来すぎるとやばいです。まあもちろん、その都度回復はするんでしょうけど。
So right here, remember those acolytes that we fought way back in what? Just
もうレベル20代ですからね、ありえないでしょ、さすがに。
We actually are going to be fighting them again, but
最低レベル40ぐらいで来るとこですからね。まあ先制取られるのしょうがないっていう。
From the refugee camp.
さて、ここで邪悪なる聖者戦か。
The only one that's not going to be using them is Tolton, who's going to be using a spell.
はい、邪悪なる聖者6体との戦いですね。邪悪なる聖者は HP は少ないんですけど、弱点に沿った攻撃は以外は一切受け付けないという厄介な特性を持っています。例えば、赤だと火属性とかですね。はい、青だったら水みたいな感じで、今から2時間ぐらい前にですね、このなんか異形な姿になる前の生前の聖者たちがいまして、本当は7人いたんですけど、7人目が死ぬ番なんですよね。その属性がそれぞれに、全員に付与されていますので、RTA ではちゃんと攻撃する順番をして操作して、弱点をつきやすいやつを残すという工夫がされてるんじゃないでしょうかね。まあ、ただそれとは関係なしに、やっぱり、ボムをね、2回投げると。そうすると、1500には絶対行くんで、ボムを投げるだけで、まあ、割と倒せますね。
It's just like it just kind of showcases his wide spectrum of influences. Yeah, cowbell, which I'm pretty sure nobody has used in music since the 70s.
I think this one and the final boss battle are probably the most Uematsu tracks on this game. So,
一応ギャンブルが効くやつもいますよ。あ、今ギャンブルしたんじゃないですか。あ、しましたね。あ、あれ
And the one that is left is the golden one, and the golden one is usually weak to physical attacks, but we don't really.
あれなんか始まったぞギャンブルが。
Luckily, he also takes damage from gamble, so we're just gonna gamble the golden one to death. That's another $5.
ギャンブル自体は32属性がないんで、無属性の攻撃が通る敵には入ります。
We're 45 before.
Yeah, it might be 50. Okay.
It's a 7-hour run. We're down by 5 clicks.
Is he gonna do all sleep now? Yes, that's my favorite part. So he's gonna put the entire party to sleep now. But it doesn't matter. Because he's petrified. Yeah, this would be the place where we'd also have to deal with the White Acolyte had we not killed him off permanently in Disc 3 earlier. So, now the top part of Grandstaff is actually just flying away. And we need to chase after it.
こういうかあんまりもう通常攻撃自体がそんなに通りにくくなってるんで、やらざるを得ないという感じじゃないですかね。
And the best way to do that is to actually fly to it as well.
あ、今のは、無属性の攻撃以外を全く通らないという敵に対して、無属性の攻撃をしたという感じです。 別にナメプとかじゃない。あ、それで、これでですね、セドの乗ってる船とセスがかつて乗ってた、船のエンジンが合体して僕の考えた最強のお船になり、ついにお船が空を飛ぶようになりました。これでこの船は普通の海も行けて、普通の海も触れるし、空も飛べます。
So we could use the white boa to get in here early before getting the airship. But that would mean having to take the white boa. Why can I not surface here? Hello? Taking the white boa, taking it all the way up here, and then breaking through the ice. And you just saw how fast the white boa was before, so you really don't want to do that.
Absolute speed demon is too fast, you can't control it.
Yeah, Kowloon Village has another really funny optional side quest where you have to go through a tournament where you actually have to fight Cook, Mac, and your own party members, and then in the end you have to fight the Kowloon King. It's actually a really cool side quest.
で、ここで、またあれかな？オーケー装備取る感じですかね。いや、これでマイクロソフトと坂口博信コラボの RPG がもう途絶えてしまったので、このケロロンたちももう現れないということでね、非常に貴重なお姿たちですね。
I'm always a sucker for these like neon aesthetics.
テイルズの猫人って戦いますっけ？ケロロンは普通に雑魚敵として戦うから、ちょっと趣旨が変わってくるで、エイジオブキング通るんじゃないですか？エクストラボス行きますね。行きますよ、やっぱり。とりあえず最強の剣を手に入れに行くんじゃないですかね。
And this one's waiting at the top of Ura, basically the place where we had Uragosa three-way encounter in this 3. We're gonna go back there, we're gonna activate the last Royal Seal, and this is going to trigger the optional boss fight against the very first king of Ura. And we're gonna go into the mechanics of this fight.
結構猫人好きなんで戦いたくないですけどね。猫人。
Yeah, this is beyond me. I've never seen this.
結構シンフォニアでお世話になったの
You're gonna have to explain a little bit about it. So.
You're gonna be just as surprised as everybody else in chat. That's good. So yeah, here we got the last seal. This was also the place where Gongora was standing before he mounted the Grand Staff. And now Tolton basically he's still struggling. He's still not sure if he's actually a good ruler of Ura or not. And he's questioning himself. So now that all the royal seals are broken, the spirit of the first king of Ura is going to appear, and he's going to teach Tolton
この王家の封印は、ここ以外のすべての封印を解くことで解除することができます。で、ボス戦の黄金の騎士が現れる。
And the good thing about this boss fight is, you don't even have to grind to get through it, because in order to be a king, you just gotta follow the king's orders. What that means is basically you only have to do what the boss tells you to do.
まあイベントなんで、この黄金の騎士の言葉に従った行動を取るというのが必要になってきます。もしこれで黄金の騎士の指示に従わなかったら審判の一撃という一撃必殺で倒されるだけです。
I'm excited.
Also, this boss fight you're actually doing with solo Tolton.
Oh.
And he literally tells you, "Show me thy power." Well, okay, we're gonna attack him. Gonna attack him again.
もう一回攻撃します。
We're gonna attack him again. We're only attacking him so often because you actually need to deal a certain amount of damage before you're entering the next phase. Thy respawn rings true in my mind. Then fight me. Well, we're gonna do that. Thy skills need work, so we need to use a skill now. So he basically gives you hints about how you're supposed to approach that battle.
で、スキルを使えっていうんで、パワーヒットですね。はい。で、HP 回復の必要はないです。もうこの時点でトルタンは執念を覚えてるんで。
Now he basically tells Tolton to defend himself, but this is actually a nice little thing. Usually, you're supposed to use complete defense here, which is a skill that Tolton learns on like.
で、そしてここで、
But we don't have access to
アルテマヒットというですね。
Using the normal defense command works as well. Funnily enough, though, if you
はい、
actually
皆さん、
have
これが、
defense in your
アルテマヒットという。
in your skill
攻
tree,
撃
you
をしてきま
actually
す。
need to use it or otherwise he's gonna kill you.
で、その攻撃に耐えまして、そうするとトルタンがアルテマヒットを使えるようになるので、それを黄金の騎士に使って GG っていう流れですね。
And with that, the fight is over. So that's the Royal Seals, everybody.
Just not 100% clear on this. Persistence glitch specifically only works with the Immortals, correct?
Yes, because only the Immortals and Tolton can actually learn it. So Tolton has it from the get-go. All the Immortals, they can learn it from Tolton. And everybody else does not have persistence in their ability.
これで Age of King と
Usually there
Age of
are
Ring.
accessories that lets you use skills you otherwise wouldn't be able to learn as a mortal. But there is no accessory that
そ
gives
して
you
これで
access
多
to
分ビッ
persistence
トウォー
skills.
のチャレンジは終わっ
That
たん
one
じゃないで
is
すかね。
only available to Tolton and the Immortals once they learned it.
これにしてビットウォーのチャレンジ終わったんで、あと
So
ク
we
リア
got
するだけ
that
かな。
thing out of the way now. That was the Royal Seal side quest. Thank you very much again for donating for that. I hope you enjoyed it. And as a reward, we also got a sword and a ring. Now, while the ring's not necessarily any useful, the sword actually is. It is, in fact, the strongest sword in the entire game, with an attack power of 420. And once we get to the next couple of bosses, you're gonna see how much difference that actually makes in damage.
うん、どうなんでしょうね。この1時間はかなり余裕取ってるような気がするんですけどね。
So with that
個
being
人的に
said,
は。
we can go to Grandstaff
言うて、
now.
あとボス的にはですけど、
I have to imagine you do that in,
ボス、
you
あ
use that in all
と、
achievements runs, correct?
5
Yes,
個
this
い
is
るの
also
か。
part of the all
5体いるんで
achievements.
すけど、そのうち
Like,
の
all
2体
achievements
が
also includes
イベント
beautiful
戦なん
stuff
で、
like
実質3
learning
体
all
で、
skills with all mortals, learning all skills with all immortals, and this is actually the
こ
very
からの
very
ダン
hard
ジョン
part
は短いん
because
で、
there are
割と
I don't
短
know
めな
how
ん
many skills
で、
in this game, and you need to get every single one of them on the immortals.
Is there a
そ
level
うでも
99
ないか。
achievement
それ
as
なり
well?
に長いか。
Luckily not level 99. It's only learn
まあ、あ
all
と
skills.
30分ぐら
So
い
the
なんじゃ
mortals
な
are
いか
usually done in
な。
their
なん
mid
か
60s
かかっ
is
ちゃっても。
where to learn the last skill. But you need to grind to like the high 70s in order to get through the last couple of super bosses. And basically the all achievements run I once did. The last 2.5 hours, I was already done with literally everything. The only thing I did in the last 2.5 hours was grinding the remaining skills on the Immortals. You can imagine how exciting that was once the run already lasted for 21 hours. So yeah, it is actually on my YouTube. I think the Twitch VOD has been deleted in the meantime, but it's still on YouTube. It's like a 23 hours, 35 minutes something. And I'm sure you can probably cut off 2.5 to 3 hours just by playing on the Series X. But right now, I'm not planning to do this anymore, so if anybody is crazy enough, feel free to go at it.
There is no guide out, you just have to watch his run.
そしてグランドスタッフの上層ですね。
I basically routed the entire thing myself. I am pretty sure it is not that optimized.
はい、まあ、結構飛ばされてしまったんですけど、このグランドスタッフの上層に入るために、この船で突っ込んで、無理やり穴をこじ開けて入るという。
So yeah, if anybody's interested, it's probably a free world record if you just put the time in it, literally. Also, we get some good music now with
まず入り方でもう事故ってますね、これは。
Yeah, so this is, like we were saying, pretty complicated. Going down ladders, hitting a certain amount of switches in order for you to be able to get to the top of Grand Staff.
で、そしてこのラストダンジョンだと、この、先ほどの邪悪なる聖者で最初のガンガラスに流された、ダークセイントという、ダークセイントっていう BGM が、ダンジョンの BGM になるという、ちょっと粋な計らいがあります。
Yeah. A very good kind of end game scenario, and this game isn't immune to not using a track to its fullest potential. The thing a lot of people don't realize, you leave the game on the overworld menu theme, that track is 2 minutes long and it goes hard, but you are never going to hear more than like 15 seconds of it if you're paying any attention.
This is actually one of the reasons why I put it in the playlist for the marathon, so people can actually hear the full song for once, because usually in the overworld you hear it for like 15 or 20 seconds, but the song doesn't actually kick into the next gear until like a minute into it. Yeah, again, we're just gonna run from everything here. At this point, we are not going to fight any random encounters anymore. We don't need any of that. Now it's just getting up and getting towards the end.
そうしたらもうかなりクライマックス、間違いないクライマックスなんでね。
If you like pushing buttons, you're in for a treat.
Yeah, we're gonna push a lot of buttons. And we're also gonna ride an elevator. Because unlike Final Fantasy VII, we don't actually take the stairs. We prefer using an elevator if there is one available.
How much do we need for those stairs anyway, Ghost?
Currently, we need $50 more for that.
I'm sure we can get that towards the end of this run.
やはり間違いなくやっぱディスク4は長いですね、4が。ディスク4入ったの4時間ちょっとだからなんで、2時間も2時間もじゃないですけど、間違いなく新コードのうち2時間使ってるんで。今の段階2時間なんでやっぱ長いですね。
So just remember how he got up here, because he's gonna have to go back down it later.
Yeah, if you remember in the end of Disc 2, the experimental staff exploded and we had to make an escape. Well, we're gonna repeat that here.
And I've seen several runs of this game in the last 5 years. Every time I watch it, I'm just like, man, I really should just go put these discs back into my Xbox and give this another go. I really like this game. That's why I signed up to host at least part of it.
まあ結構通常のその数十時間のうちは結構ムービーも入ったりしますんでね。
Make sure to check this game out if you like JRPGs.
あ、普通に7時間では終わると思いますよ。
Hidden gems in this generation of consoles. Unfortunately, since it never got out from the Xbox, a lot of people never really heard about this game or have never really seen it.
間違いなく終わるんじゃないかなと思います。
It is probably my favorite RPG from that entire generation of consoles.
いや、あんまりこ
definitely
ういうこと言うとちょっとフラグかもしれないですけど、多分大丈夫そうだと思いますけど、ね。
Where am I going?
I've done the same thing so many times.
ダンジョンっていうダンジョンがもうこれで次の場所は本当にそこの特定のエリアに進んだだけで終わるんで、ダンジョンっていうダンジョンここでもう終わりなんですよね。で、この後ボス戦が3回あるんですけど、 そのうち1回がイベント戦なんで、イベント戦っていうか、耐えて終わるっていう感じなんで。4ターン耐えるだけでいいですよっていうやつなんで。
So Gongora is trapped in his chamber, but there's a magic barrier that we need to break first. Might do the equipment now already. Or else I'm gonna
こっ
forget.
からギャンブルするとしたら、ボス5体いたら、1体ぐらいですね。今日ギャンブル最高1800とかだったかな。一番下が9だったんですよね。9から1800いくつまでだったかな。
You can see how much Tolton attacks goes up here. So from the 426 he has, we're going up to 640. This is actually a huge boost. Oh, I also forgot to skilling. That is actually very important. We still need to learn ultimate analysis. And ultimate analysis is actually only useful for one fight, and that is literally the final boss fight.
Yeah, the final fight.
We're gonna go into more details as to why once we get there. First of all, we have another boss fight, if you will, coming up here. It's more like a scripted fight.
で、次のボスなんですけ
So
ど、
we need to deactivate the magic
パーティー
barrier.
が2分割
And
さ
we
れ
need
て
to
戦
do
う
that
感
by
じです
actually
ね。
going into the machine
だから
thingy.
一人セドが入っていて、そのセドは機械制御のために抜けるんで、22になります。
Handling the machines, and the immortals need to go in and actually get rid of whatever is in there. And we're gonna split up in pairs of 2 again.
はい、ここ一見すると物理の皆無と
One of them is weak to fire, the other one is weak to wind. So with that being said, you can probably guess the
皆無
strategy
と
that
セ
we're
ス
going to do here.
魔法系のミンとサラのパーティーで編成めちゃくちゃなんじゃないかと思うんですが、ここは普通に連続魔法でボムをするだけなので、別にキャラクターの差ってのがいらない。
He can control whether or not
ただ
one
し
of
この
those
ボス
generals
戦
get healed or
の
not. And this
重
is
要なこと
essentially
は、
important because we need to
2
kill
つの
both
パーティーに分か
alpha
れ
and
て、
beta
こ
on the
の
same
アルフ
turn.
ァと
If we
ベ
don't
ータ
kill
って
them
い
on
う
the same
敵
turn,
を
the thing's gonna explode.
と戦うん
We're
で
gonna
す
game
が、
over.
その敵を同一のターンに2体同時にやっつけないとゲームオーバーになるという点。ですので、キャラクターの性能差とか武器とかによってダメージの振れ幅が出てしまって、同一ターンに倒すっていうのが非常に面倒くさいんですが、ボムを投げることで大体均一のダメージを与えることができるので、その面倒くさい問題が解決されます。いや、つくづくね、このボムの優秀さが本当にわかるね。誰が使っても同じようなダメージが出るっていう。でも大体この状態でもアイテム使うのって最速環境なんで、先手も取れますしね。
I got several donations coming in actually. I had $5 from Toast Sandwich. It says, doing my part and putting $5 towards the donation goal mentioned. I know who that's from, and they should feel ashamed of themselves. We had 122, which set us over that goal, and that's by Earl here. Just says, let's hit goal. $25 from Buffalo.
本当はセドが中央管制室みたいなのにいて、このアルファとベータが毎ターン500ぐらい回復するんですけど、それを1回だけ止めることができるんですよ。だからそこでそこの500でダメージ調整してねっていうことなんですけど、両パーティーが均一のダメージを与えるんで、その調整がいりません。だからセドは何もしません。ただ管制室で見てるだけです。
So I need to check because I think I need to actually persistence up again. She's still fine. And you can see by watching General Beta's HP on the top left, you can see that we're actually gonna get very, very close to beating it here. But like I said earlier, luckily the bombs always do the same amount of damage, so even though it looks like we're just barely gonna make it, it is actually 100% safe and nothing can happen here.
そうですね、大体649と
Yeah, we got 2
630 か。
bombs of each
はい、
left,
大体
which is
同
just
じ
enough to
数
do
字
the
になり
amount
ま
of
したね。
damage
このぐらいの
that we
幅だったら
need. This is the reason why we bought
まあまあ
12 bombs
550
earlier.
か。そのぐらいだとも
We
グ
needed
ランだ
one
と
for the or 11 bombs earlier
Bomb
because we needed
も
one for the Dark Acolytes
初級
for
って
Dark
いうか
Saints. And the
ダ
remaining
メ
10
ダ
bombs
メー
we
ジ与え
needed
られ
in
る
this
種類が
fight
あるん
here.
で、
The first one's gone. Now we're gonna switch over. We're
あ、そう
gonna
ですね。
get rid
こ
of
こ
the
だと一
second
番
one.
若いのがセドですね。他はみんな
And
1000
we're
年
done
以上
with
生きて
this
るん
boss
で。
fight as well.
そうです、セドが一番若いです。
There we go. And now remember this pathway that he took up here? Well,
ということで、両者均一のダメージを与えましたんで、無事に倒せました。これ普通。もう普通にこういうのか知らずにやると非常にめんどくさいんですが、やっぱり使用理解、このゲームの大事なところって、どれだけ仕組みがわかるかなんで、やっぱそれが分かってるとやっぱ強いですね。
Does Ming still have the, yeah, we're gonna put the second set of Turntail shoes on Tolton. Alright, let's go back again. We already did the menuing here because we're already about to hit the next boss fight again. So now it's just gonna be total non-stop action.
Oh?
Yeah, we're getting very, very close to the end of the game. Yeah.
Alright, so we're about to hit the next boss fight here, which is the Magic Beast. And remember how in the beginning of the game we resorted mostly to physical attacks, and throughout the game occasionally as well. Well, from this point on forward, physical attacks are going to be a main source of damage again. And you're quickly going to see why we crafted all of those rings earlier.
いや、これもしかしたらラストギャンブルチャンスになるかもしれないんですが、どうでしょうかね。
First of all, we're gonna throw power drinks on all our physical damaging characters. And then we're just gonna use regular attacks. Sarah, being the highest level immortal at this point, is going to gamble to help with the damage a little bit. And you can see how much bigger the ring here actually is now that we got an ultra ring compared to the rings we had before. Nice,
nice.
Tolton actually having the biggest
うおい、
but he
う
cannot
わ、
handle
最大火力出せるトルタンの攻撃避けられるの嫌だな。うわ、マジか。
Also, this is the very last fight in the game where we're gonna use gamble.
おっと。
So get our gambles out of
ただここで
the last time we're gonna be seeing it.
サラギャンブルお前
You
や
can
め
see
る
the
っ
amount
て
of difference it actually makes from a good to compared to perfect. And then there's Tolton.
There we go.
2300やっぱ装備が強いね。
Alright, gamble, be good.
ギャンボー
It's fine.
Oh, nice.
来い来い来い来い来い来い。1062!
Okay, let's see if we can get the flare core here. You can see on the bottom left with the turn order, you can see that the magic beast is charging up an attack that takes 3 turns. Oh god, okay, this is not gonna work out. And this attack is the flare core. Now, flare core isn't necessarily necessarily a bad attack or anything, but it has a huge animation. So I really want to get rid of magic beast before that happens. But considering the Tolton missed twice already, I kinda don't think that's gonna happen.
Can we go for 3 misses?
Oh, there's a crit.
Oh, okay.
これあんまりトルタンの攻撃
Might
当た
still
ら
be able to do
うえ !3589 やっぱ強えや今クリティカルレベル3出たな。エイジオブキングとエイジオブリングの効果ですね。
Okay, it's only got
1497!
Should be able to do this. Okay, that was slower than I wanted it to be, because usually you can kill him a turn early, even without the big sword from Tolkien. But Tolkien missed twice. So I'm honestly kind of satisfied we even got to kill before the flare core happened.
なんと、いや、多分これでもうおそらくね、もうギャンブル来ないかなと思うんで、
So now the barrier is gone, and we can actually go
で
to
も
the
こ
top
っから
of
ボ
Grand
ムなん
Step,
でね、これが
where
最後
Mr.
の
Gongora
力、
is
最後
already
の
waiting on us.
最後の賭けでした。
And you know what we'd like to do when we face Gongora.
Yeah, so the same thing we did for Gongora in Disc 2, we're gonna do again, this time for a different reason though. Because Gongora, being the mean man that he is, takes control of Jansen. We don't want to kill our
そし
buddy,
て、
right?
こ
We
こ
don't
で
wanna kill Jansen.
急にヤンセンと戦います。なんとヤンセンがガンガラに乗っ取られてしまったダ
Unlike
ー
in
クヤン
Chapter
セン。
1 where we had to put Mac to sleep though, this time we don't have to do that. Because again, this is a scripted battle. You just go through the set amount of turns, I think it's 3 turns. And then the battle automatically ends.
なんですが、普通に倒してしまうとゲームオーバーなので、4ターン持ち方えます。で、ここのいいところは、これヤンセンがちゃんと乗っ取られながらも味方を傷つけないために初級魔法しか使ってこないと思うんですね。もっと強い魔法を使えるんですけど、ウィンドとか最初の呪文しか使ってこないというヤンセンの粋なところを見てます。
Now nothing can go wrong anymore, I'm sure.
Plus, now we can try and get the 8,000 before the end of the run.
True. We still have roughly 10 to 15 minutes left in the run.
Yeah, we can make it.
Also, this run has been going a lot better than I anticipated. I actually did ask to raise my estimate, because the first estimate I gave was a 650. But once I actually noticed how long the cutscenes are going to take, I asked to raise it to 655. And it might just look that we're gonna be severely underestimated if this keeps on like that. This run has been going exceptionally well so far.
And even with him doing those cutscenes and
で、メテオを降らせてくる。
still
あれ、なんかこういうメテを降らせるゲーム RPG どっかで見た気
Well, to be fair,
見た
there aren't a
気
lot
が
of
しますけ
people
ど
that are actually
ね。
running on a Series X. But just the loading times already save quite a bit. But even if this was a run on the 360, it would have been a solid time, definitely. So I'm very happy with how the run went until here.
Alright, now we need to get out of here.
Yeah, we had the escape sequence once in Experimental Staff in Chapter 2. I also like how calm and
はい。
casually
最終幻想。
the whole thing is about to blow up in a couple of minutes.
はい、そしてまた爆もうこのグランドスタッフとかスタッフ系の爆破イベントもう何回目だよって話なんですけど、また爆発します。はい。2回目かな、爆破すんの。なんですが、前回は12分だったんですが、今回8分です。
That's for the extra drama. So yeah, we got up with ladders, so we're gonna go down with ladders again. And remember the elevator that we rode a couple of minutes ago? Yeah, we're gonna use that one again. Because unlike in the real world, we can use elevators here even when the thing's on fire.
Seems like a nasty safety hazard. Also seems like something that would absolutely not be the concern of Gongora, an immortal who does not care about anyone.
そもそも最初のチュートリアルから小惑星が降ってきて爆発して終わりますからね。
Let's see if we can get Encounterless Escape here. It would be nice if we got Encounterless Escape, because this is actually the last part of the game where we can get a random encounter.
It is, yeah.
Because once we're done here, the only thing we do is we're gonna go back to Numara one more time. Gonna do a little shopping trip. And then we're off into the last portion of the game.
Where once again things can get a little bit complicated. A couple more things to climb up.
まあ、ただ、来た道で帰るだけなんで。
Who needs safety? We're lazy. Why take stairs if you can take an elevator? Unless people donate for it. Just saying.
Oh, encounterless? Oh.
That's literally like 4 or 5 steps before getting out of there.
Guess we have no choice.
I need Turntail one more time.
Hopefully last Turntails. Yep, look at how close we were. Hey, you didn't try and skip that cutscene.
Yeah, I usually always do.
で、まあ、なんとか、はい、グランドスタッフから脱出できましたと。
Yeah, and also the
で、
text
グランドスタッフが崩壊してしまう。
make things even better. So yeah, this is the Tower of Mirrors. We're gonna do a last safety save here. And this is basically the point of no return. And this is the point where the game casually
はい、
also
こ
tells
れ
you,
で
hey,
皆様です
are you
ね、
sure you've done everything you wanted to do? And we have to, so
次、
we're gonna go back to Nomura
次
one
が
more
実
time
質ラス
to
ボ
do the
ス
last
で
bit of
す。
shopping we need to do.
はい。なんと。で、次、
We don't
ダ
want
ン
to
ジョン
run
っていう
to
ダンジョ
anything.
ンじゃないんでね。おや、の前にどこか行くのか。
Yeah, going up there, we don't have to try and dodge the kid anymore.
That's true, yeah.
あ、ボ
So the
ム、
last
ボム
shopping
かな。
trip is actually relatively simple. The only thing we
Shopping ね。
do now is buy bombs. And the reason why we didn't buy bombs before
あ、
is
ちょっ
we
とボ
just
ム、
didn't
ボムを
have the
取りに
amount
行く
of
と。
money.
ボム買いに行くとね。
Old variations of this game and old route actually used to do the gambler side quest in disc 3
もう、
where you get 50,000
でも
gold.
ギャンブルとも言っ
And
てい
then
る
they
ぞ。
did all the menuing in Nomura at once. But this little mini game there, it takes like 4 or 5 minutes to set up. It takes forever.
お、寄
It's
付が
just faster to split the
7777ドル。
shopping up on two thingies.
いやー、
So
もう
we
ギ
need
ャンブル
at
ないと思う
least
けどな。もうボム、
16
ボム、
of
ボム
every
で終
level
わ
3
りじゃないです
bomb.
か。ボム、ボムで
I'm
GG
going
な
to
はず
go
なんですけ
into
どね。
details why.
どうなんだろう。お
Once
楽
we
しみ要素
actually
で
get
ボ
to the
ム、ギャン
final
ブルやんの
boss.
かな。
Okay, so we got that set up. Okay, skill setting, very important.
やっ
Nobody
ぱ
is
今回やっぱ
allowed
ね、イベントな
to
ん
have
で、
any
そういうちょっとことをやってきそうではありますよ
kind
ね。
of damaging attacks in there. Double item persistence and type petrify. Persistence to land and type petrify. Persistence double item and type petrify. That should be all.
Yeah, every immortal you want to have anti-petrify.
Yeah, the three skills
いや、ただ
that are
光、
mandatory
次
for
戦う
the
光の
speedrun
マジオはい
variation
き
of
な
the
り
final boss fight.
HP5 万に行きますからね。さっき戦
Anti-petrify
ったマジュが2万
So
6000だったん
technically you
で、
don't need to
まあ、大
collect
体
any
2倍の
slot.
体力を持ってい
Technically
る。
you only need to collect one slot seed throughout the entire game because you need somebody with ultimate analysis as well. But other than that, technically you don't need to collect any slot seeds at all throughout the entire run. But having a couple of more slots available for skills just makes it easier to menu most of the time. And you don't have to menu as often.
Alright.
Alrighty, everybody, this is it.
Yep.
ここ
Time for
で
the Tower of Mirrors.
中央のところに行ったら、
Get your donations in. Let's see if we can 8,000 before he finishes the run.
もうイベントが入ってす
So
ぐ
here
で
at
す
the
よ。
very end of the game, Gangora has gone into the Tower of Mirrors here, and he realizes that once he
そう
opens
です
up
ね。イベント入って
this
光の魔獣。
in the and
さあ、どう戦うんだろ
in between the immortal world and the real world, once he opens it up, he's able to
う。アタ
actually
フル
kill
ア
off
タか。
the immortals. Because
HP がダメ、攻撃の値強化してギャンブルかな。 ちなみにここのですね、ここの鏡の間っていう場所なんですが、ここでは、不死者の不死の能力が消えているので、ここで死ねば死にます。不死者でもここで死にます。パワードリンクで、やっぱ攻撃の素上げをしてからの、これ普通に、サラギャンブルしそうだな。これギャンブルきますね。で、レイチャージ。このレイチャージをした何ターン後だった
Final boss theme is definitely a banger, but I
レ
would
イ
actually
チャ
prefer Dark Saints,
ージ
like I
の
said earlier.
やった
It's probably
3
my
ターン後
favorite
に
Zelda
アルティミッ
game.
トレイという強力な全体攻撃をやってきますよと。
And you can see the background here. This is what I was talking about earlier. The background is very, very bright. So if you don't have the Ultra Rings, you're gonna have a very hard time consistently hitting perfects here. But this is actually one of the main reasons why we grab the Ultra Rings here, because it is just so much easier to hit a perfect that way.
Yeah, sometimes even when I'm like
あら、防御か。
not paying attention that much after like a long run like this, you can still hit the
これは
perfect
そう
without,
です
like,
ね、指輪が強いですね、やっぱり。指輪とパーフェクトかの値が強いです
So
ね。
if I had to take a guess, we're
これが
probably gonna have the ultimate ray
合わさる
charge
と
next turn. Since
こ
he
のぐらいの
charged
ダメ
up
ージが
for
出る。
that. I hope it's not. He can also do all elemental attacks, and if he does, I'm hoping for all flares.
あと割と坂口 RPG って通常攻撃が強いっていう特徴ありますしね。
Because in this fight, since Set is the only one that doesn't have persistence, you want to try to keep Set alive as long as possible, since he's the highest level and therefore does one of the most damage from all the party members. But it's not really worth trying to revive him and keep him alive. So you're just gonna use him as long as he's alive. And once he's down, you're just gonna continue with the other three characters.
このままタコ殴りですね。
And the reason why I wanted him to use all flares here, okay, there's ultimate rate, there goes Set, is because we actually put the blazing fire amulet on Set that we had earlier, so he nullifies fire damage. You can see, if it wasn't for persistence, everybody would be dead now.
アルティミットレイなんですが、執念がついてるんで、執念のついてないセドは死んでしまいましたが、それ以外は、といったところでしょうか。死なないですね。
gave the biggest time save the moment the persistence glitch was allowed. Because there was so many items and setups.
ここら辺から敵の与えてくるダメージも2600とかご覧の通りなので、もうある程度ここら辺の執念ありきなんですよね、向こう。
So we're gonna let Sarah die here because she literally doesn't have any use anymore. And since we're in the Tower of Mirrors, where the immortals actually are not immortal, Sarah is not gonna come back up after 3 turns too, so she's just gonna stay down for the rest of the fight here. Yeah, I think we're almost done with this one. Oh, a nice crit.
Wow.
That was a big chop.
うえー、すげえ。今クリティカル出たな。その攻撃2900でクリティカルレベル3か。エイジオブリングのクリティカルレベル3が出たんで、グンってきましたね。かつ指輪のピクセルパーフェクトだったんで、これはダメージ出るよ。そして、ラップ。ラストガンガー。はい。まあ、イベント戦ですね、ここは。投げるものはもちろん、ボン。
Yeah, we're gonna be using the he changes up, hopefully changes up his magical style that he uses, and we're going to be using the
まず初手ブレイクで HP を全員1にするのかな。
wow.
The bombs.
Yeah, the bombs that are strong against his.
Basically, what Gongora does is he changes his enemy type and elemental weakness every single turn, and the only way to read his stats is actually.
いや、ボム出るね、ダメージ。
Earlier. So, in order to tell his weakness, you need ultimate analysis, and this is also the reason why we bought 16 of each bomb, because you need each 8 bombs each turns. And you can't end phase 1 by throwing the right bombs for 2 turns. So even if he stays on the same element, as long as you have 16 of each bomb, and there you go, there you have it. You can guarantee that you can end the first
ちなみに
phase
お経ラップなんですけど、
within 2 turns.
ちょっと声的に豊越なのかなと思ったんですが、違くて日比谷カタンという方らしいですね。
But that's fine, I guess.
Oh,
There's
another.
We talked about earlier, so this is the point where the game
調べ
checks
たら
if you
こ
actually
の
have
亡霊
that
報
pepper
告
fire
の
on everybody, and if you
弾き語り
don't,
みたいなこ
this
と
is
を
an
やられて
instant
ま
game
す
over.
YouTube とかで動画がありました。
If I'm not mistaken, he has something like
この曲をギター1本
50,000
でやってま
rounds
したよ。
Actually, no, it's much less.
ギターアコギ1本で
Phase
やられて
1
ました。
has. Let me quickly. It is basically 16 times 1,700. So he's got to have roughly 23,000 or so. Because the thing is, if you hit the weakness for 2 full turns, you're gonna guarantee a turn 2 phase 1. But if you have less than 16 bombs, you actually have to throw 2 additional bombs on the 3rd turn. So it's gotta be somewhere in that range. Yeah, somebody in chat did math, thank you. So he's supposedly, if I had to take a guess, he probably has 27,000 HP. So from this point on forward, we're actually done with phase 1. So the only thing
なん
we're
かそろ
gonna
そ
do
ろ
now
和
is
太
wait
鼓
for
の
his
音が聞こえ
scripted
てくる
attacks
と
to
思い
go
ま
off,
す。
and then hit phase 2.
Right, it's the last phase that has 50,000. That's what I'm remembering.
Because this is the point where the scripted attacks start to happen, where he's gonna do something, and then some of the mortals are actually going to support the immortals, because as you might have noticed, only the
Let's
immortals are actually
go!
able to fight Gongora in this battle. And everybody else is standing on the outside, trying to help. There's Pain Surge, if you remember, that was the attack that wiped us on this 2 in Experimental Staff.
これ RTA 的な最速のやつだと、ここのマックの支援のレッツゴーがちょうどラップのとこに被ってめっちゃかっこいいんですよ。
And there's the big meteor again.
Now
I
we're
wish
going
there was
on.
a way to actually teach that to your party.
Now we are going on to the final phase of the game. And we're just going to be using the bombs as usual.
So yeah, actually the entire party gets wiped after the meteor, but we still have
ここで
chance to
体力
support
ゼロ
him,
なんですけど、
just
ヤンセンが
revive
助けてくれるので問題ない
even
で
though
す。
he never even learned white magic level 4 or anything like that. So now he's doing the light absorb, and now second phase is going to start. And second phase is a little more RNG heavy, not in terms of actually killing me, but in terms of how
あ、大丈夫です。
fast
ヤン
this
セ
battle
ン
can
が
go.
助けてくれ
He
る
can
んで
do a certain
こ
amount
れ
of
イベ
stuff. He can't do the same things that he did
壮大な
in
イベント
phase
戦なんで
1.
大
He
丈夫
also
です。
has the option though to manipulate a party member, and this is why I was actually looking for if nobody has any damaging magic on them equipped, because I actually once had a run where Ming accidentally had composite magic equipped with an accessory, and he put everybody into persistence, manipulated Ming, and Ming did all ground and wiped the entire party with that. Okay, we're starting off with win, so we're gonna go with
こ
flare
こでもう
bombs.
一回イベントを挟んで、こっから最終勝負。
Yeah, see, this is where I get confused. I never remember the weaknesses, except for...
いや、こっちラップ
I
聞けないかも
thought
な。
wind was ground.
Ground
あ
is
る
strong
程度ラッ
against
プ聞
water.
けんのが
It's
せいぜい
it's
1回
basically a cycle.
か。
Water is strong against fire, fire is strong against wind, wind is strong against ground, and ground is strong against water. So yeah, ideally he's gonna change up his weakness every turn now, so we can hit the right bombs that do more damage. A bomb that doesn't hit a weakness does 50% less damage, or like more, or let's put it that way, a bomb with a weakness does 50% more damage. So it's 1800 on the right bombs and 1200 on bombs that don't hit the weakness. Okay, let's see how he's gonna start off. The worst possible things to start off would be Def or Manipulate. Okay, Wall Break is actually, that is a free turn, that is beautiful. That's what we want to see. Stuff like Wall Break, All Stillness, those are the attacks we want to see. Okay, we got Water, so Grounds.
これはウォールブレイクっていうナメプですね。前列と後列の壁をなくすっていうことをしてくるんですけど、あんまり意味がない。
If we get lucky, we can get a 4-turn fight here.
We just don't want to see. We don't want to see fire.
Yeah, everything but fire at this point is still fine. Okay, come on, do something useless now. Do all stillness. That would be amazing. I actually lost over a minute in my PB here because I accidentally didn't have anti-petrify on Seth, which made things a lot harder. It's probably gonna do either Def or Manipulate, probably. Yeah, there's Manipulate. I was waiting. It's probably gonna follow up with Def next turn. So now Seth is manipulated and I cannot control her anymore. There's the fire, of course there is. I'm gonna throw wind bombs here. And this is the reason, like I said earlier, you want to make sure that you don't have any magic attacks on your party, because that way she only does a single target attack.
ああ、パペットされましたね。
Like I said, if you actually have magic on them, they're probably gonna cast it. And I had a run where Gongora did like, I think it was either
今のは厄
Euros
介
or
ですね。
something,
パペ
put
ットは厄
everybody
介
to
ですね。
1 HP. And then the manipulated thing did all ground on the party, and persistence didn't kick in anymore because everybody already was on 1 HP, and it just wiped me there. I mean that was a long time ago, but it was burned in my brain enough to always try to double check that. Okay, there's all stillness. That's beautiful. It's another free turn. Don't need to do any persistence glitching here at all. Water, some more grounds. Okay, this might actually be the last turn already if we're gonna get lucky, so get ready on time. It might be over soon. We're gonna see if this one's gonna be enough or not. Might not be, considering we couldn't hit the weakness the last turn. You gotta watch the sound, because you can actually hear when Gongora goes down.
Yeah, you'll hear him scream.
Yeah, it's gonna be one more turn.
お、なんとかそうや2周目行きました
Gonna do
ね。
death now. All stone is
wow.
getting
No
really
persistence.
the attacks here.
No persistence.
On more water. Okay, we're gonna throw the last couple of groundless bombs. This is definitely going to be the last turn. You can see that he's already in his idle animation, like almost down. Yep, that's it. We're gonna wait until the stream bullets out and time.
お、終わりですね。GG。5時間4、6時間41分07。いやー、さすがですね。世界1位の実力ってやつですよ、これが。
Very low 641. Which with all the side content, that's a really good time.
いや、エクストラアイテムを9つ回収して、ムービー見てこれですからね。
Yeah, it actually is, yeah. But, like, just considering,
これでも世界2位相当ですからね。世界1位はこの方の持ってる6時間10分24秒なんですけど、世界2位は6時間45分03秒なので、ここまでやって世界2位ですからね。
A low 613, which is only 2.5 minutes slower than my world record. And you have to consider I probably saved like 5 or 6 times throughout that run. And those cost like 20 to 25 seconds each. So this one without the incentives and without saving is probably pretty on par with my PB. So that was a really, really good run. I'm super happy with how that went. I had like all kinds of scenarios in my head how the run could like break apart piece by piece, but it really worked out perfectly fine. I'm really happy about that. I don't know if we still have time since we were underestimated so much, or if we're just gonna cut it here. Maybe you know more about that, Ghost.
That's up to Tech. I guess that one's up to Magus. Very, very quickly, we actually got a donation of $256 by Vaxherd. It says, apparently all these low gamble rolls were damaging my wallet instead. Oh well, all for a good cause. And that tipped us quite a bit over the $8,000 mark.
そうですね、もともと住む世界の違うやつらだったから、こっちの世界じゃ吹けないし死なないよっていう。
Shoutouts to everybody that donated through the run. We started the run at like, I don't know, 6,700 or something.
Yeah, we raised over $1,000.
Yeah, we raised over $1,000 on this run, so huge shoutouts to everybody that donated. Keep going on like that. Push forward. Together we can do it. Also, there is going to be another $50 donation coming in shortly from me because, like I said, we're actually hitting all the gambles. We didn't get the 1. We did get, I think, what was the lowest? A 6?
あ、そうですね、もう。
We had one single digit, right? Or an 8?
ガンガラが全部悪いっす。
So yeah, Magus is giving us the cue. You can have a few extra minutes if you'd like.
Okay, we got a few extra minutes. So, I'm actually thinking if there is anything I can still show off.
Wow, the final cutscene.
Yeah, I was about to say we can actually watch the final cutscene. We're gonna skip this part here because this is a sad part. Okay, we can actually watch this part here. So what happens is Gongora, obviously since we're still in the real world, the people are still immortal. And the mirrors that we had here, those were the portal that got the immortals back into their world. Because the explanation actually is that the immortals aren't necessarily immortal, but it's just that 1 year in their world equals 1,000 years in this world. So basically every 1,000 years, they only age by 1 year. And Gongora wanted to destroy the mirrors, so they're basically stuck in this world for all eternity, and he can take over the world eventually. But Kain broke the mirror using Gongora's staff, and now Saf is trying to push him in to get rid of Gongora for good, but unfortunately, that way she also has to go through the mirrors disappearing forever.
セスがね、身を挺してガンガラを鏡の世界の向こうに連れてってしまって、セスとセドの永遠の別れのシーンになってしまいますね。
Okay, we can skip that part again because there is one more that we can probably show off. So yeah, the party barely makes it out of the Town of Mirrors, of course, because this is a JRPG and it wouldn't be fun if all the people almost didn't die right at the end. Can skip the Ura part as well. I think I skipped everything now. Okay, I thought it wouldn't jump that far. Okay, so unfortunately it skipped a little too far. So what we missed now is Ming and Jansen are actually getting married in Namara, and King Tolton is gonna be the priest that is gonna get them married. And towards the end, Kaim and Sarah are happily reunited and are gonna live a normal life like they always wanted to with their grandchildren.
That allowed me to love Kaim. I have no desire to reject these thoughts. You remember Cook and Mac?
Yeah, I think is there not another skip here?
These sweet jewels to Kaim and me.
We can skip to the credits. I think that's pretty much all.
No, this is the wedding right here.
Oh, the wedding. Okay, I actually thought the wedding was going to be afterward.
Oh, wait, no, there's one more. There's one more you can skip, I believe.
I actually have no idea about the cutscenes at this point because I usually just let the credits run out. There you go.
Yeah, there's the wedding. Yep.
We can still watch that.
Yeah, because I know this is the like cutscene that just you can't skip.
Oh, you cannot actually skip. I never even tried that out.
Yeah, you can't skip this.
There's also a nice little detail there on the side, which I can't quickly explain because we unfortunately skipped over the cutscene in the actual game. There are a couple of girls standing on the side, kinda happy and kinda sad
ここ
that
まで
Chanson's getting
一
married.
応持ち時
They should
間は
come
ムービー流して終わりなんですか
into
ね。
the
どうなん
play
だろ
somewhat soon.
なん
I
か
think
ス
it's
キッ
I
プを
think it's
挟み
actually
ながら
after the
も
kiss.
要所要所見せてる感じが続いてま
I
すね。
usually
あ
don't
り
pay
ます
attention
ね。
at this part anymore after speedrunning this game for over 6 hours.
The part of the run where you're just
で、最後、
commenting about
ヤンセンとミンが結婚して終わりま
what
す。
went well, what didn't, etc.
Yeah,
いや、
that's
多
usually
分
the
この
part
ゲー
where
ム
I
で
complain
一番
how
出世
bad
したの
everybody
ヤンセン
keeps
ですよね。
screwing
これ
over.
国王ですからね。
I feel like it's inevitable in a run where, what, like a third of the boss fights, you play a slot machine.
The bride and groom shall step forward. Jansenfried, do you take
あ、そうです。鏡の間が破壊されちゃったんで、おそらくもう、この不死者たちは、元の世界に戻れなくて、この世界と共存するという
For eternity, he
道を
literally
選ぶ
means
とい
eternity
う
for her.
とこか
I
な。
was just about to say the same thing.
Got the cue that we're free to cut whenever.
Okay, good. We're still gonna watch the kiss, and then we can cut it. So yeah, I'm already gonna say thank you so much for having me, guys. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you all
あ、
enjoyed
ト
the
ルタ
run.
ンは
Thank you
ウー
so much for
ラ
everybody that stuck
ウ
with
ーラ
us
王
here
国の
throughout the last
王で、
almost
こ
7
っちの
hours.
ミンは
If you
ヌマ
got
ラ
interested
国
in
の
running Lost
女王
Odyssey,
で
hit me up.
ヌ
Either
マ
on
ラ
Twitch, Discord,
国の
Twitter,
女王と
whatever
結
it
婚した
is.
の
This
で、
game
ヤン
needs
セン
more
も、ヤン
people that
セ
run
ン
it.
も王になると。
And yeah, thanks so much for having me. Have a good marathon. Take care, everybody. I hope I'll see us a few more donations. 8,000 is only the start. I know we can go much higher. And until next time, thanks, everybody.
Yeah, it was fun.
I will do my best to restore the world to its native state, filled with love and mercy.
終わりましたね。
いやー、これは綺麗。いやー、いいゲームでした。
いや
よかった。すごいいいゲームだったし、いい走りだった。
約6時間半お疲れ様でした。
ありがとうございました。
はい、ただいまのゲームはロストオデッセイ。解説はソードフィッシュさんでした。ありがとうございまし
はい、
た。
ありがとうございました。
最後に何か宣伝等ございますか？
年を挟んで来年1月12日、AGDQ にてパオンというゲームで走ります。よろしくお願いします。ありがとうございました。
楽しみですね。はい、ありがとうございました。それでは私の方も次のゲームの準備に入りますので、一旦失礼いたします。